He was just sleeping in class until the teacher finally noticed. All his classmates laughed at what a loser he was, who could only sleep. Only his friend knew that when Shang slept, he had nightmares. Just like this time. He could never get enough sleep because he had the same dream every time, a scorched wasteland where only monsters roamed. When class was over, he went home hoping to get some sleep. But when he got there, he saw his parents, who had spent their last savings to buy a potion that would increase his abilities. He didn't want to disappoint them, so he went to train. But no matter how hard he tried, nothing worked. The cursed nightmares reduced even the little strength he had. When he sat down for a moment, exhausted, he immediately passed out. And once again, he found himself in that same nightmare. But this time, a creature immediately attacked him. The zombie almost bit him, but Shang kicked it away and finished it off with a rock. When the zombie was finally dead, he relaxed, hoping that it was over. At that moment, black energy began to flow into him directly from the corpse. Shang saw all the zombie's memories, its entire life and death. At the same time, a second zombie attacked him from behind, but Shang, without even realizing it, tore it to pieces. Shocked, he realized that he had received not only the zombie's memories, but also its power. And in that nightmare, every time he killed a zombie, he not only absorbed its memories but also inherited the skills it once possessed. Even better, this nightmare world wasn't just a random illusion. It was set 10,000 years in the future, meaning the foundational body-refining methods he could obtain there were thousands of times more advanced than anything in the present. Shang could hardly believe what he is experiencing. He considers that perhaps it's just a dream. But everything feels far too vivid, too real. As the second zombie's memories surface in his mind, Lu sees a vision of a nearby military base. He deduces that such a place must exist nearby in this world. If he finds it, maybe he can finally understand the strange truths hidden within his dreams. Strangely, absorbing this second memory doesn't cause him the same pain or confusion as before. Instead, it enhances his combat awareness. He feels stronger, faster. The memories of the zombies prove surprisingly useful, feeding him battle instincts he never had. But just as he's starting to process this, something unknown strikes him, and he collapses to the ground, unconscious. When he awakens, he finds himself safely back at home. A familiar voice calls out to him, snapping him out of his daze. It's his younger sister, summoning him for dinner. He opens the door to find his sister, Lu Xinghe, waiting. She scolds him for napping instead of practicing, but stops when she notices his sweat-soaked shirt and the muscles underneath. Trying to hide her surprise, she quickly turns away and reminds him about dinner. As she walks off, Lu watches her go, thinking back to when they used to play together all the time. Things changed after she topped the school. Her attitude shifted, and the distance between them grew. But it's not surprising. Her ki blood level is already a perfect one, and her combat ability is likely over 100. She's on track to enter one of the top martial arts universities. Compared to her, Lu considers himself just a useless brother. Still deep in thought, he lifts his shirt and checks his reflection in the mirror, only to be shocked. Somehow, he has developed well-defined muscles. He doesn't feel weak at all, despite just waking up. In fact, he feels completely refreshed, as though filled with vitality. The memories from his dream remain crystal clear. He begins to wonder, could the powers and memories he absorbed in his dream have crossed over into reality? Is it possible to become stronger through dreams alone? The real world he lives in is a supernatural one, where people wield inhuman powers that transcend normal human limits. Around 300 years ago, dimensional cracks appeared across the world, unleashing terrifying monsters that wreaked havoc. At the same time, humans began awakening strange powers within themselves, exponentially boosting their strength. This marked the beginning of the martial arts era. People trained hard to unlock their hidden potential, striving to master the martial arts buried deep within them. At the dinner table, Lu devours his mom's rice bowl like a starving pig. It's just too good. He can't stop and quickly asks for more. Even after several dishes, he's stuffed and a bit confused about why he's eating so much. His dad chuckles, saying they won't let him leave the house hungry. He tells his wife to cook more for Lu and promises to get him some tonics tomorrow, urging him to use this time to get his health back on track. Qinghe, unimpressed, points out that Lu is already 18 and that the last time he had a checkup, his ki blood level was only 0.8. Their father snaps at her, reminding her that there's a massive difference between standard martial arts universities and the elite institutions. Meanwhile, Lu reflects on everything that's happened. If just dreaming could increase his health status, is this still a dream, or is it something more? He decides that he needs to test his strength. After dinner, our boy goes to a local judo club. He recalls that this club is run by Master Hong Chuan, whose family is renowned for a specialized boxing technique. The club itself is one of the top 10 martial arts academies in Baihe City. Master Hong Chuan holds the title of a rank 4 martial artist and is a recognized black belt under the combat system. In this system, a rank 1 martial artist has 1.5 ki and 150 combat power. Rank 2 jumps to 15 ki and 1,500 combat power. Rank 3 is even crazier, 100 ki and over 10,000 power. Rank 4 warriors break 200 ki and can hit over 100,000 in combat strength. Lu grows nervous thinking about this steep power scale. Rank 1 martial artists are already treated with immense respect in society, but those at the highest tier are viewed almost as superhumans. As he studies the registration board at the club, he notes the high tuition fees. It's clear only wealthy families can afford this kind of training. He knows that if Qinghe had been the only child, his family might have been able to afford her admission, but now they're stretching themselves thin. As Lu is thinking about it, a receptionist greets him, asking if he's here to register for classes. Lu instead states his intention to check his ki power and combat status. The receptionist, noticing that the boy lacks a personal instructor and seems to be from an ordinary background, quietly assumes he isn't from a wealthy family. Still, she directs him to room 8, informing him that there is a machine there to measure his stats. Lu confidently heads to the designated room, already familiar with how the system works. Once inside, he approaches the machine and places his hand on it to check his health status. The display shows a reading of 0.9. This result both surprises and excites him as his ki status has increased by 0.2, and all of it just from a 1-hour dream. He's amazed that such a short nap boosted his stats so much. Maybe he's finally catching up to his genius little sister, and if this keeps up, he might actually go far in the martial arts world. Next, Lu decides to test his combat power. He strikes the machine with focused force, channeling the battle techniques and experiences he absorbed from the zombies. The machine vibrates under the impact, and the screen reveals his combat power has reached 113. This leaves Lu stunned. His combat strength has skyrocketed, even though his ki status saw only a modest increase. He realizes he might actually be on the path to becoming a real martial artist. He starts calculating, if sleeping just 1 hour led to this much growth, what would happen if he slept for 3, 9, or even an entire day and night? However, at nighttime, our boy is unable to sleep, despite wanting to. This frustrates him. He used to fall asleep during classes easily, so why is it so difficult now? Glancing at the clock, he notes it's only 9 p.m. and suspects it might simply be too early for him to fall asleep. Deciding to tire himself out, he gets up to train. Lu begins practicing the techniques he remembered from the zombies' memories. As he repeats the movements, he notices how clearly he now understands where he had been going wrong before. The memories he absorbed are filled with techniques that the zombies must have learned while they were still alive. As his training continues, Lu completes the same sequence 200 times, pushing himself to his limits. With each repetition, he feels his strength increasing. He acknowledges that this power growth isn't just from physical training. There's something deeper at play. The memory and energy absorption from his dream seems to be having a direct impact on his development in the real world. After a tough training session, Lu's hit with a hunger so intense he can barely stay on his feet. It's clear his stronger body now burns through energy like crazy, and regular food just isn't cutting it anymore. He figures he needs herbs or supplements, but with his family's tight budget, that's not happening anytime soon. Worried that a lack of proper nutrition might slow down his physical development, Lu realizes he needs to start earning money. He considers aiming for performance-based rewards from school, such as scholarships. The next day at the men's locker room at the gym, Ming expresses his frustration that the teacher hasn't even graded their papers yet. However, as Ming looks at Lu, he's stunned to see well-defined abs on his friend's body. Lu's physique has changed dramatically in just a few days, to the point where Ming barely recognizes him. He jokes about how Lu must have built that body just to impress girls, doubting he would train this hard just for the day's combat session. Lu, however, encourages his friend to focus on the upcoming exams and not assume everyone trains for the same shallow reasons. As Lu and Ming walk off, our boy sees it as the perfect opportunity to prove himself. In the martial arts hall, instructor Zhang is coaching them on live combat. Ming shares that he's heard Zhang is a rank 2 martial artist who has actually fought beasts on the battlefield. He points out the scars on the instructor's face and hands as proof. Lu, observing quietly, finds Zhang's techniques surprisingly simple. Though the class struggles to follow along, Lu has already mastered these movements more effectively through the dream memories he absorbed. Instructor Zhang continues to teach the class with precision and care. He ends the session by calling on a student named Yang Yifei to demonstrate what was taught. Yifei confidently steps forward, assuring the teacher that he understands everything. As he walks up, many girls in the class admire his good looks and strong presence, whispering that no one else in class seems as powerful. Ming gets jealous as Yifei steals the spotlight again, like always. With his good looks, money, and that premium pill boosting his ki to 1.2, it feels like everything just falls into place for him. Even the teachers seem to favor him because of it. Master Zhang and Yifei begin sparring in front of the class, demonstrating combat techniques. Watching them, Ming starts to feel disheartened, questioning how ordinary students like them could ever compete with someone like Yifei. Meanwhile, Lu thinks back to how he used to feel the same, but not anymore. Now he's ready to fight for what he wants. As the demonstration ends, Master Zhang evaluates Yifei's performance, stating that while it wasn't bad, he struggles with maintaining balance. The instructor promises to give him more guidance in future sessions to help refine his movements, and assures him that a bright future lies ahead. Master Zhang then calls for another student to join Yifei for partner practice. Yifei thanks the instructor politely, but internally, he thinks little of him. To Yifei, Zhang is just a low-ranking martial artist who doesn't even come close to the standards of his elite family. He believes his future is already set and far superior to anyone else in the room. As soon as the instructor asks if anyone wants to spar with Yifei, tension spreads across the class. Ming mutters to himself that there's no one capable of taking Yifei on. He sees the whole thing as a setup to humiliate the rest of them. Master Zhang, observing the silence, grows frustrated. This happens every time. No one wants to spar with Yifei. He sees most of them as cowards, too afraid to push themselves. They expect to learn, but how can he teach students who won't even try? With just basic training, most of them are headed for supply duty, not real combat. He knows Yifei's his top student, no one else really comes close. But then he spots Lu, and it catches him off guard. That steady gaze, calm posture, there's real strength there. Curious, he calls Lu up. As the boy steps forward without hesitation, Master Zhang can't believe he's overlooked a student like this until now. Ming tries to stop his friend, urging him not to risk injury so close to exams. But Lu reassures him that he's trained hard and walks toward the instructor with confidence. Master Zhang tells the group he will allow just 10 minutes for the sparring session, emphasizing that neither participant is to cause injury to the other. Lu and Yifei take their positions, standing face to face. The instructor announces the start of the power test. Watching Lu closely, Master Zhang notes that the boy shows no sign of fear. His face remains completely calm. He wonders how he had failed to notice someone like him earlier. He asks Lu about his ki status, and the boy says it was 0 point last time he checked. That seems low, but looking at the boy's build, the instructor starts to wonder if he's missing something. Still, he warns Lu to be careful. It's a real combat test, and injuries can happen. Then he signals for the match to start. As they prepare, Yifei begins outlining the dangers of the fight. He warns Lu not to break his fall with his hands, or he could fracture them. Pressure on the joints could be intense. He advises Lu to protect his core, especially his head. Meanwhile, our boy silently assumes his combat stance, calm and focused. Without wasting time, Yifei launches an unexpected strike on Lu. As he moves, he runs through his strategy, control the distance, watch the opponent, and time the counter. From there, it's all about keeping your guard, turning the fight in your favor, and sizing up their strength. Only then does a real powerful attack come in. That to him is true vitality, speed, and power working together. Yifei intensifies his assault and confidently assumes this match is one-sided, with victory always favoring the stronger. He sees opponents like Lu as destined for shameful defeat. But to everyone's surprise, Lu dodges the attack and counters with a powerful punch that sends him flying through the air. He crashes far away, motionless. The students freeze as the master rushes over and lifts Yifei's limp body. Seeing that everyone is in disbelief that the boy just defeated Yifei with a single punch, even Lu looks a bit stunned by the force of his own hit. Meanwhile, the master quickly orders the crowd to disperse and tells someone to fetch the medical team immediately. With that, Yifei is put on a stretcher as he's carried away. Lu, visibly shaken, approaches the master and admits he didn't intend to go that far. He simply lost control of his strength. The master reassures him, saying injuries during comeback training are common, and tells him not to worry. The injury isn't too serious. He then instructs Lu to follow him to the office for further discussion. Lu agrees and, on his way with the master, informs Ming to let the next class teacher know about it. Meanwhile, the students are still in disbelief. Some wonder if Lu's using enhancers, while others can't believe he's the same guy they used to know. Yifei had a 1.2 key status and still got dropped in a second. Now everyone's thinking the same thing. Just how strong has Lu become? Meanwhile, Lu enters the master's office. While waiting, he notices a tree and comments on the master's unexpected hobby. The master confirms it is indeed a hobby and adds that everyone has their secrets, implying that Lu might understand, given what he just pulled off with a 0.8 key score. The master brings up the obvious concern that Lu used drugs to artificially boost his health status. He reminds him that such substances are banned in school due to their harmful effects and that, if discovered, the consequences would go beyond a simple warning. Hearing this, Lu starts to panic and denies knowing anything about such drugs. He swears that he hasn't used any illegal substance. Hearing this, the master pulls out a glowing orb and says they will recheck Lu's key status. If Lu is telling the truth, his health reading will be stable. After checking the QI, the master plans to test his strength. If both readings are clean, Lu will be proven innocent. Without hesitation, Lu places his hand on the orb. The moment he touches it, the orb begins to radiate an intense surge of energy. The master's eyes widen in disbelief as the numbers appear. Lu's key status now reads 1.5. Shocked, the master's thoughts race that a 1.5 reading qualifies Lu as an official martial artist, and he's only 18 years old. This has never happened in the school's history. Next, Lu steps up to test his strength and punches the machine really hard. It flies off, smashes through a tree, and slams into the wall. The master sees his poor tree destroyed and starts tearing up. Alarmed, Lu rushes over and pulls the broken device from the wall, apologizing and insisting it wasn't intentional. But the master remains on his knees, clutching the damaged tree, unable to contain his emotions. His thoughts spiral. This strength-testing machine is specifically built for student-level use and can typically handle even entry-level martial artists. But Lu's raw power has surpassed even that of a rank 1 martial artist. Now seated across from each other, the master probes further. Lu had claimed his last recorded ki status was 0.8. The master asks him how long ago that was. Lu replies that it was when he received a recent assignment. That statement alarms the master. It's been only half a month since then. In utter disbelief, the master tries to process this. In just 2 weeks, Lu's ki status has more than doubled, surpassing even official martial artist levels. The master suspects he must be from a noble family or perhaps trained by a grandmaster, but Lu dismisses both. He says he comes from an ordinary family and has no elite teacher. As for his rapid growth, he claims it stems from a secret he cannot share. The master sits in silence, overwhelmed. In just half a month, this boy has done what takes others years. His combat strength alone exceeds that of a rank 1 martial artist. The master reflects on his own journey. He had good results during his school years and trained relentlessly for years before finally becoming a rank 2 martial artist. Only then did he qualify for military service. But after entering the battlefield, he faced the horrifying truth that defeating monsters is nearly impossible for ordinary humans. Against such creatures, people are like insects. Only those with extraordinary power can stand a chance, people whose strength transcends comparison. These are the kinds of individuals who belong to elite groups, often called monsters themselves because of their overwhelming might. Taking a deep breath, the master accepts the reality. He now understands everything. Given Lu's current capabilities, he deserves a place in the school's elite gifted class. Lu, however, expresses his gratitude for the concern, but insists that the class he's currently in suits him well. Deep inside, though, he believes he can become incredibly powerful through his dreams alone and doesn't really need any class at all. Recognizing his exceptional talent, the master assures that the school will offer its full support. If Lu ever faces challenges in his training, he just has to ask. The school will provide him with everything he needs. Lu then requests 2 things. He wants to apply for a martial arts scholarship and also asks for permission to take more time off from school. The teacher, sensing there might be financial issues behind the request, agrees without hesitation. He promises to submit the application right away and talk to the dean about easing Lu's attendance. The scholarship will take about 2 days, so he tells Lu to keep training and not waste time. Handing Lu a card in advance, the master tells him to return it once he has the funds. Lu, startled, realizes it's a martial arts black card, something that typically holds at least 100,000 units of currency. Grateful, he thanks the master for his generosity, and the master simply encourages him to keep working hard, explaining that his success will reflect well on the school itself. With that, he sends Lu back to class. As Lu leaves, the master slams his desk in excitement as he's found a real gem. He also realizes he needs to keep Lu under wraps. They might finally have a secret weapon, someone who could survive that dreaded place. After the class is outside in the busy marketplace, a shop employee promotes a new supplement called Orchid Heart, a specialized nutritional tonic developed by the medical hall. It is designed specifically for female martial artists. The product becomes effective once the user's ki status reaches 0.8, helping it improve even further. Priced at 30 grand, the tonic catches a customer's interest, and she decides to buy it. As Lu walks by, he spots the same customer holding the tonic she just bought. The woman reminds her daughter that since it's so expensive, she'll have to train harder to make the most of it. The girl grins and says she's got it. She'll take first place in the next exam. Hearing that, Lu can't help but face the reality. 30 grand for a tonic? Even if he trained day and night, there's no way he could earn that much. His parents might be able to scrape together a little, but nowhere near enough. Top martial artists make big money and spend even bigger on nutrition. But for kids like him, just getting by is tough. He thinks of Qinghe. She's a real genius, someone who could actually change her future. And yet, she still shares what little they have with him. Deep down, he knows he's nowhere near her level and admits he isn't putting in enough effort to change his destiny. In thoughts, he noticed 2 students talking about PC games and remembered he was once like them. He realizes that he's glimpsed an entirely new world of martial arts, yet all he's done is waste time playing games. Deep down, he's always felt tied to his old life, trapped in a fish tank, clinging to safety and too afraid to face the harsh realities of the world. But now, something shifts within him. He shattered the surface of that tank and stepped out, finally confronting reality. For the first time, he sees the real world and makes a decision to change his fate. Though unsure of what lies ahead, he knows one thing: he can't afford to make the wrong choice anymore. Suddenly, a surge of energy rushes through his body. He realizes that the memories of all the monsters he fought in his dreams are merging into him. This unexpected fusion makes him aware that his fighting techniques have improved significantly. As he walks forward, he reflects that he's taken another step into the world of martial martial arts. He silently promises his mother, father, and Qinghe that he will continue to grow stronger and fight for what he truly desires. Later, Lu finds himself back in a dream. This time, a zombie attacks him, but he quickly deflects the strike using his martial arts technique and knocks it down with a single punch. Observing the zombie's movements, he deduces that it must have been a martial artist in life, as it still uses counterattack techniques even in undeath. Soon, the zombie's memories integrate into his mind, revealing that a base lies nearby. He estimates that the base must be close, but he finds it strange that he has only encountered one monster so far, even though the base should be surrounded by them. As he moves forward, 2 more zombies approach. Without hesitation, Lu charges and eliminates them both. Then, he spots the base in the distance and approaches, thinking to himself that he has finally reached it, base number 1359. When he reaches the base wall, he notices massive cracks. He realizes it's broken, leaving him astonished by its sheer size and intricate design. It's not just a base, it looks more like an entire city. He can't shake the feeling that something strange must have happened here. Climbing up the wall, he observes its sheer 20 meters thickness. Our boy can't even imagine the scale of the battle that could have shattered something so strong. The destruction of such a well-fortified and technologically advanced base leaves him stunned. It's far more advanced than anything from his own world. The thought troubles him. If a civilization this powerful couldn't stop the monsters, then what hope does the future hold for them? As he surveys the base, his eyes land on a damaged headquarters building. As Lu examines the building, he notices a humanoid figure lying in it. At first glance, it appears to be a zombie, but before he can process it further, the creature releases a wave of power so intense that even from a distance, Lu feels it. A surge of fear runs through him, and he collapses to the ground in panic. The shockwave, it isn't ordinary. It radiates psychic force. The intensity of the energy terrifies him. He immediately realizes this place is far beyond what his current abilities can handle, so he decides he must leave, for now, as it's too dangerous. Our boy shifts his focus elsewhere, looking for another area to explore. Nearby, the zombies seem less threatening. With a leap, Lu heads toward a different building and slips inside. It appears to be a standard apartment complex. No signs of zombies here. As he walks around, he picks up a spoon, thinking that the residents must have used it for meals before disaster struck. Despite the ruin outside, the doors and windows remain intact. It seems likely that a virus transformed the people into zombies, not physical destruction. Just then, his eyes catch a strange device resting on a nearby surface. On a hunch, he activates it. Suddenly, a digital interface flickers to life and welcomes him to Havenly Law's technology. Lu watches in awe. It looks like a hologram of an Instabaddie, but it feels so real. Then he notices something startling. The AI speaks the same language he does. This makes him wonder if the device has some kind of built-in auto-translator, allowing it to communicate perfectly in his dialect. The AI introduces itself as a product of Havenly Law's technology, a 16th generation artificial intelligence assigned to manage the network systems of Base 1359. Lu is stunned as an AI of this caliber clearly comes from a highly futuristic civilization. Thinking about it, the boy wonders if she can provide him with any recent reports. AI immediately begins processing her internal database, searching for relevant data. Within moments, she compiles the information into a digital book and hands it to him. The database details the Martial Alliance world's history, noting that 13 martial artists have reached the 10th rank. It also contains a lot of other critical information about the base. Lu reads all this with growing anxiety. The existence of a 10th rank martial artist shocks him. He realizes that this ranking system mirrors his own worlds, but the levels here are far beyond anything he's ever imagined. As he flips through more pages, AI opens a screen to show him the destruction caused by monsters. In the video feed, monsters pour into the base in overwhelming numbers, destroying everything in their path. Witnessing the devastation, Lu breaks into a nervous sweat. This world thrives on both martial arts and advanced technology, with each domain having evolved to extreme heights. Powerhouses of rank 10 reside here, and cities are protected by towering fortified walls. Yet even with such defenses, these people fail to hold back the monstrous invasion. As Lu studies the AI computer, he discovers that when the people realized they can't stop the monsters, they abandoned their homes and escaped into space, seeking a habitable planet they can call their new home. That same day, the entire civilization collapsed. Since then, no signals or signs have ever been detected from this place. Lu reflects on the situation, believing that when destruction is written into destiny, it cannot be changed. This civilization was incredibly advanced, yet even it couldn't survive. The thought weighs heavy on him. He sinks into a nearby couch, overwhelmed, and asks the AI to show him the history of this world. AI begins retrieving and displaying the data from her archives. As Lu observes, he grows more uneasy. This once powerful civilization still fell, and he realizes he must learn from its history. Maybe that knowledge could help change his own fate. Lu starts reading the records titled First Year of the Martial Arts Era. It marks the appearance of the monsters and the arrival of many strange creatures into the world. This event takes place in the year 34, when the first martial artist possessing inner ki is born in the ancient Dagger Kingdom. That same year, the One Martial Alliance was also founded. A cold realization creeps over Lu as he reads. This isn't some alien world's history, it mirrors his own. Even the language spoken by the AI is just like theirs. The martial art ranking system is identical. Slowly, he grasps that the destruction he witnessed might not be of another world. It could be a vision of their own planet, 10,000 years in the future. He tries to rationalize. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. Maybe it's a parallel universe. Trying to find clarity, Lu stands and requests information about his personal details. The AI begins searching and pulls up a record under the name Lu. As the profile loads, Lu stares at it. It's his own. According to the data, he was born in the year 325 and will live only 28 years, nothing more than an ordinary citizen. This confirmation hits hard. He quickly asks the AI to search for someone named Qinghe in the year 299. The AI begins its scan but shows error that he don't have sufficient authority. Then it asks for a blood sample to complete the registration process first. Lu wonders how a blood sample can be used in the registration process. Before he can react, the AI bites his finger and extracts a sample. As she collects it, she begins analyzing it while he waits in anticipation. Suddenly, the AI starts glitching, and Lu can tell something's off, especially when she says the blood sample's processed and connected to base 1359. Then she adds that the revolution plant is activated, leaving Lu stunned, thinking if it could be part of the plan made by those who left Earth for another planet. As he questions this, a full biodata profile of Lu appears on the screen. Upon seeing it, confusion takes over. His profile picture looks unfamiliar, and his future looks changed. Determined to verify, he recalls his academic and career path. He had excellent grades in school, graduated from Baihei Academy with the 23rd rank across the outer city, and went on to enroll in Baihei's Martial Arts University. After completing his graduation, he served 3 years in the military. During his service, war broke out in the South Zone, and he died in combat. At the time of his death, he was 37 and unmarried. He had held the position of a lieutenant and contributed nothing beyond that. These revelations unsettle Lu even more as he realizes the future shifted the moment he became stronger. He notices that the data before age 18 remains the same, including the recorded strength boost before his exam. However, he also knows he's not considered a genius in that database, despite his history, because it's already filled with many exceptional talents. There are also flaws in his personal records. His ki level was just 2, and his battle strength was 257 at the time of the exam. But he knows that by using his dream world, he can reach those stats in no time, far faster than through normal training. Lu isn't someone who will settle for 23rd place in the city. He knows he should be at the top. His future shouldn't be limited like that. If he keeps growing stronger, he believes he can stop the destruction threatening humanity. Getting up in the morning, our boy joins his family for breakfast. His mother notices something and questions why he isn't wearing his school uniform. Lu simply responds that his teacher instructed him to study from home from now on. No need to attend classes physically. This puzzles his sister. She wonders since when school has offered a self-study option. Why had she never heard of it? Meanwhile, Lu finishes his meal and heads out, announcing that he has training to do. His mother wishes him well, but his sister can't help but notice how much he's changing with each passing day. He's no longer the weak, clueless boy she once knew. Just as our boy returns to his room, his phone begins to ring. He answers the call. It's from his teacher, Master Shang. He informs Lu that his scholarship money has arrived and instructs him to collect it from school in the afternoon. Lu agrees to come but quickly ends the chat, saying he doesn't have time to waste when Master Shang asks about his absence from school. Internally, Lu acknowledges he doesn't have the luxury to think too much. He resolves to elevate his strength to the highest levels and shock everyone. By showcasing his progress, he hopes to attract more resources and with that, change the future. Later, he enters his dream once again, where he finds himself with AI. He gives her permission to access the database and search for all cultivation methods and martial arts notes. AI begins scanning the database, and soon the search completes, returning an overwhelming 465,000 results. Lu panics momentarily, stunned by the sheer number of entries. He refocuses and instructs the system to find the most suitable and powerful technique specifically for a rank 1 martial artist. AI filters the data, narrowing it down to 34,000 relevant results. She then continues refining the results by power impact, and finally isolates 3 top-tier techniques. Seeing this, Lu breaks into a sweat. These are the top 3 techniques developed over the course of 10,000 years. The first is Star Body Refinement, created by Wang He, a rank 11 powerhouse. The second is Natural Breathing, developed by Yang Yi, also rank 11. The third is the Crystal Visualization Technique, created by Duan Yifeng, yet another rank 11 powerhouse. Lu becomes overwhelmed. Each of these creators belong to rank 11, a level currently unheard of in the modern era, where the strongest martial artists barely reach rank 9. Though these are only entry-level techniques, they remain incompletely documented. Still, their nature is unlike anything from existing project-based cultivation methods. Lu begins to suspect that the great powerhouses of the One Martial Alliance must have predicted the future, yet chose not to change it. Instead, they left behind their life essence, not as salvation, but as seeds of knowledge. They hoped that someone would one day continue the plan. However, our boy knows that he isn't from the future, he's from the past. Motivated by this realization, he begins his training. He starts by practicing the star body refinement technique, committing fully to the path. In his mind, he understands that now is the time to concentrate. He must focus completely, sharpen his thoughts, and embrace the transformation that lies ahead. Lu is currently refining his ki and blood, a process that puts immense strain on his physical body. His goal is to channel this refined energy into every cell of his heart and mind, pushing each part of himself to absorb the essence of the stars. He aims to transform his physical form into a celestial galaxy, and eventually elevate his inner body into an unstarred field of limitless potential. As Lu reflects, he recalls how his earlier body refining efforts had only marginal effects. But this new star body refining technique is having a far more profound impact. He realizes that for now, he's the only one practicing this rare technique, which makes it even more important for him to understand it deeply. With this in mind, he shifts his focus toward mastering the natural breathing technique. As he exhales, flames begin to escape from his mouth, only to draw them back in with his next breath. A moment later, he opens his eyes, alarmed by what he felt, like countless fires ignited inside him. His blood seemed to boil, overwhelmed by the heat. And yet, this is only the first stage of the breathing technique. There are several more, each linked to a different elemental force. Excited by the potential, Lu then turns his attention to the next visual crystal technique. This one focuses on purifying the mind and involves a spiritual martial art discipline known for its profound power. He contemplates what it truly means to cultivate spiritual power, recognizing that it might be essential for any martial artist striving for mastery. He decides to try it. As he practices, he eventually opens his eyes, only to see his soul floating outside his body. The sight shocks him. He wonders if this is some kind of mindscape, but the realization hits. Spiritual power is critical in martial arts. It allows one to grow stronger without distraction, and whether it's for combat readiness or peaceful cultivation, everything hinges on one's willpower. Desires, distractions, clarity, each element defines the path forward. Though tempted to explore it all, Lu accepts that he must take things step by step. For now, he decides to pause and learn more before diving deeper. When he finally opens his eyes, he finds himself back in his original world, exhausted from all the practice he's done in the dream realm. Yet, it doesn't feel like just a dream. His entire body is drenched in slime and grime. The overpowering stench shocks him. It's not just sweat, it's a result of the spiritual training's impact on his real body. Somehow the dream has triggered real physical changes, and to him, that's a great sign. He strips off his clothes, thinking it's time to bathe. The star body refining technique and natural breathing technique are clearly working. Both have one core effect: purging the body of impurities. While it's hard to believe such things are even possible, Lu is now living proof that they are. His cultivation is progressing at an unusually fast pace. Once he receives the scholarship money, he plans to refine a few tonics and elixirs for himself. Elixirs that originate from a future 10,000 years ahead. These aren't just meant to boost his physical condition. They're capable of shaking the very foundations of the current medicinal practices in this world. The next day at the Baihei Academy, Master Zhang gives Lu a card, asking him to notify in advance if absent. And Lu apologizes but firmly says he won't be attending for the next few days. The master agrees but insists he should at least attend once a week. As Lu turns to leave, Master Zhang silently reflects that it's only been 2 days, yet he already feels he can't gauge the full extent of the boy's power. Outside the school gates, Lu walks with determination. Now that he finally has some money, addressing his poor key status becomes a top priority. In his possession lies a future medical prescription, one he obtained through the revolutionary database. The tonics he plans to craft with it will help with bones and muscles. Yet even with the perfect formula, crafting these tonics requires professional-grade equipment. No matter how advanced the prescription, without the proper tools, he can't proceed. He doesn't have the funds to purchase an entire professional setup, so renting the equipment from a medical hall becomes his only viable option. He begins visiting various halls, only to face rejection at every turn. At the 7th location, the response is no different. The man scoffs at his request to rent the alchemy lab, accusing him of either joking or underestimating the importance of such facilities. Lu remains unfazed. He had already anticipated this outcome and had bought all the ingredients needed to create the strength-boosting medicine. The card Master Zhang gave him holds 880,000, likely a combination of scholarship funds and the Master's own contribution. Regardless of how it got there, Lu knows he has no other path now. Buying the necessary equipment online and assembling it himself is his only option. As he continues walking, his eyes catch a glimpse of a small medical hall tucked away in a quiet corner of the city. He steps inside, curious. The place feels different, less formal, more neglected. He approaches the counter, but before he can say much, the shopkeeper instructs him to browse on his own and only bring items to the counter when he's ready to pay. Lu clarifies that he's not there to make a purchase, but the shopkeeper immediately becomes defensive. Every corner of the store is covered in surveillance cameras, and any wrong move will be caught. Lu, watching it all, realizes that despite being rude, the last pharmacy dude was actually trying to help him. As the guy behind the counter is busy gooning around, our boy suddenly slams his phone on the table. The guy looks confused, but Lu doesn't waste time. He asks straight up if they've got a pharmaceutical lab there. The guy's still baffled, but Lu makes it clear he's ready to strike a deal. After a few minutes, they stand together at the lab's entrance. The shopkeeper confirms they've made a deal and that both sides have agreed to it. He sets a condition. Lu can use the lab for a charge of $500 per hour. As he begins to list further terms, Lu cuts him off. He already knows the rest, of course. The shopkeeper wants advance payment. Shortly after, Lu enters the lab. The shopkeeper, satisfied, gives him permission to begin. Lu puts on the lab coat prepared for alchemic procedures and steps up to the workstation. He begins by prepping the ingredients, starting with a mutant green lizard, which he skins to activate its properties. After liquefying it to the right concentration and condensing it with a moonstone, he hits the mix with a radioactive laser to break it down. Finally, he adds 30 grams of camellia branch, balances the mixture, and pours it into a tube. The result is a dense, powerful liquid, an advanced muscle and blood-strengthening tonic. As Lu stares at the glowing solution, a sense of disbelief washes over him. He never expected to succeed on his first attempt. But here it is, complete, stable, and ready. He decides to test it. He drinks the tonic and waits. At first, nothing happened. The taste is strange, and he wonders if he has failed. But suddenly, a surge of violent and overwhelming energy hits him. In the next moment, he collapses, gasping, but is relieved to find the tonic works even better than expected. His ki skyrockets, strength surges, and his body transforms, hardened, stronger, and side effect free, thanks to a formula born from a civilization 10,000 years ahead. Just then, there's a knock at the door. Someone is calling out to him. Lu stays calm as he opens it, explaining that he still has time left. However, the receptionist insists he must leave immediately through the back door as his boss has returned. Meanwhile, a luxury car pulls up outside, and a woman steps out, heading toward the store. Inside the medical shop's private office, the woman in charge, his boss, is already at the counter. She opens several containers, examining different medicinal products one by one. As she tests each tonic, her expression turns sour. None of them meet her expectations. Their effects are far too weak, so ineffective that even a poor person wouldn't bother buying them. Calling these formulas tonics would be an insult to the word itself. Just then, a commercial begins playing on the office television. On screen, a martial artist shares his journey to promote the Dragon Lake testosterone pill, claiming it gives martial artists the power they need to move forward. It's advertised as both effective and beneficial. Hearing this, the woman grows visibly frustrated. She realizes the world is evolving rapidly. Martial arts is progressing, and so is the medical industry. Every day, new, more powerful medicines emerge, each one quickly outclassing the last. Her family business, however, lags far behind. She blames this on their unwillingness to break old habits and their constant need for internal discussions before starting anything new. This hesitation prevents them from conducting independent research. Due to all that, the entire business now stands on the brink of collapse. If they fail to produce a new and powerful medicine soon, their presence in the industry will become unsustainable. This shop, passed down to her personally by her father, is now in jeopardy. As she walks toward the back door, she makes a decision. If they can't develop a new medicine themselves, then they'll need to collaborate with someone who can. Her thoughts turn to Mr. Zhang, a researcher in the neighboring city, who recently developed a promising new product. As she approaches the back room, the shopkeeper greets her nervously, but she walks past him, heading straight for the lab. The shopkeeper starts to panic. In his mind, though, he finds himself drifting into fantasy. He gazes at her, thinking how beautiful she looks. To him, she seems like a princess straight out of a dream. But just as his daydream begins to unfold, reality crashes in. The woman starts yelling at him, holding up the now clearly used and stained lab coat, and demands an explanation. She wants to know who he allowed into her lab and why the equipment is in disarray. Despite her yelling, the shopkeeper finds her even more beautiful when she's angry. Trying to hide his guilt behind a nervous expression, he insists he did nothing and pretends to have no idea how the mess happened. But the woman cuts him off. She tells him to forget everything and not to show up for work the next day. Panicked, the shopkeeper begs for a chance to explain, but she has already begun cleaning the lab herself. She angrily gathers all the scattered tools and broken equipment, dumping them into a trash bin. While sorting through the mess, her eyes fall on a strange tube. A sudden realization hits her. The contents involve a mutant green lizard. She examines the liquid closely, noticing that the lizard's skin has been completely removed, an essential and potent part of the creature, now stripped away to activate its hidden powers. She's stunned. She's never heard of a method like this before. From the looks of it, someone here has tried to develop an entirely original medicinal process. Whoever it was didn't just use her equipment, they attempted to create their own formula. And that kind of undertaking requires a deep understanding of medicinal chemistry, access to advanced tools, and a significant amount of funding. But then she remembers she is also doing the same herself? Her thoughts trail off as her eyes land on another tube, one that clearly doesn't belong to her. She picks it up. It's filled with a thick liquid, an unfamiliar concoction. As she brings it closer, a faint smell reaches her nose. She immediately recognizes it, the distinct aroma of moonstone condensation, and there's camellia branch mixed in as well. She's shocked. Suddenly intrigued, she dips a small amount onto her fingertip and tastes it. A jolt runs through her body. Something in this medicine catches her completely off guard. Meanwhile, outside the shop, the dismissed shopkeeper walks away in frustration, muttering to himself and blaming everything on Lou. As he gives the store one last look, he's shocked to see the boss rushing toward him, yelling for him to stop right there. He is unable to believe that she might actually have feelings for him. But before emotions get the better of him, she grabs him by the collar, determined to uncover who had been using her lab without permission. Shaking him slightly, she makes it clear, if he finds the person responsible, she'll not only reinstate him, but also double his salary. Dizzy but cooperative, the guy mentions he has a contact number. Hearing that, the boss instantly takes his phone, scrolling through the list. She already knows the tonic she sampled earlier is far superior to anything on the market, at least 10 times stronger than the usual blood fortifiers sold for 100,000. It even improves skin tone. And yet the ingredients are surprisingly basic, with a total production cost under 5,000 yuan. To her, this isn't just a tonic, it's a breakthrough. Without wasting time, she dials the number. Meanwhile, Lou is deep in training. When he opens his eyes, he marvels at the sheer power of the star body refining technique. As a rank 11 martial method, its ability to awaken the body's potential is astonishing. Alongside it, the natural breathing technique enhances the effect even further. His health metrics have improved dramatically, and the strengthening decoction he brewed earlier is already showing great results. He has 12 portions, enough to sustain 2 doses per day, and is determined to refine even more in the coming week. Just then, his phone rings. It's the boss lady, introducing herself as Susu, the head of the medical hall. She expresses interest in his formula and proposes a collaboration. Lou, however, declines an immediate meeting, asking for a week's time before any further talks. Susu isn't satisfied with the delay. Frustrated but focused, she turns back to the Gooner and assigns him a mission to find Lou within 6 days, and a handsome reward awaits. The Gooner agrees, slightly confused by her urgency. When asked about the person who used the lab, he explains it was just a student. This revelation puzzles Susu further about who exactly this mysterious young man is. Elsewhere, Lou drifts into sleep, where he dreams of battling a massive zombie. In the dream, he sends the creature's head flying, only for a rank 4 martial artist zombie to catch it midair and crush it effortlessly. Lou charges in, meeting the zombie head-on, but its first strike hits with a force far beyond his own. Though he manages to block it, the impact sends pain through his arms. The creature swings again, but Lou dodges and slips behind it, delivering a sharp kick to the back of its head. The zombie crashes down, and Lou follows up with a swift, slashing kick that ends the fight. With the battle won, he absorbs a portion of the zombie's power and memories. From what he sees, the zombie had once been a martial artist, someone who lost their life defending the city during a monster invasion. Lou silently acknowledges that this was not just an opponent, but a fallen warrior whose strength and bravery lived on. The realization explains the power behind its punches. If not for its missing arm and lack of awareness, Lou admits he probably wouldn't have stood a chance. Nearly a week has passed since he began practicing advanced techniques, star body refinement, natural breathing, and crystal visualization. Combined with the blood and muscle-enhancing decoction, his physical condition has improved rapidly. Thanks to the zombie's memory, he's now mastered a new fist technique as well. Lou understands that if he manages to perfectly merge his physical arts and breathing methods, his strength could multiply exponentially. Later, when more undead attack, he channels all his energy into a single punch, his own newly created technique called Fixed Star Outburst. The ground fractures beneath his feet as the shockwave knocks back his enemies. After the grinding session, our boy heads to the dojo. Inside, he approaches the attendant to request use of the testing machine. Though she raises an eyebrow at his return, suggesting it might be due to the upcoming exam, Lou keeps things casual. Inwardly, he knows most people only check their stats once or twice a year, and this is already his second time this month. But with how fast his power is evolving, staying updated makes sense. He's assigned room 206 and proceeds with the evaluation. The numbers flash on the screen, a key score of 15.6, well beyond the threshold for a rank 2 martial artist. With techniques and tonics thousands of years ahead of their time, Lou figures this result is only natural. Next comes the combat assessment. He rolls up his sleeve and throws a heavy punch. The system calculates a combat power of 3,100, more than double the required mark. thanks to his newly acquired fist technique. Realizing that certain techniques might influence his combat rating, Lu decides to test the limits of his strength. He resets his stance, focuses deeply, and channels energy into a refined version of Fixed Star. As he channels, his eyes gleam with power, and in a flash, the entire testing area shifts with the force of his strike. Outside the room, the attendant notices his exit and remarks on his satisfied expression. Her daydream is cut short by the voice of a boy, who snaps her out of it. The boy's older sister, Shang, is the daughter of a renowned martial arts academy master, and immediately inquires about the young man who had just left. Embarrassed, the attendant brushes off the moment, casually labeling him as a regular student, though an attractive one. His brother, unimpressed, comments that appearance means little without real strength. In their society, martial prowess defines value, and based on the stranger's modest attire, he assumes he's from a normal background. He argues that such individuals have little chance of advancing, regardless of how often they test their stats. Ni, though aware of the societal divide, frowns at her brother's arrogance. Despite his early access to expensive tonics and advanced training, she reminds him not to underestimate others. She even knocks some sense into him, literally, and tells him that privilege should push him to strive harder, not boast over minor progress. Still curious, the boy pleads to view the assessment results of the mysterious student. Ni agrees, on the condition that he uses the comparison to improve himself, not to belittle others. The attendant, still slightly flustered, brings up the records, confirming that only one student had visited that day. As the result appears on the screen, Ni's jaw drops. A cold sweat forms on her face as she snatches the tablet for a closer look. Her brother, overwhelmed, stumbles back in disbelief, questioning whether the machine is malfunctioning, but the attendant assures them everything is functioning properly. Shocked by the verified data, Ni immediately shifts into action. She orders the staff to gather the details of every student in the area, determined to uncover the identity of the mysterious powerhouse they had just underestimated. The attendant quickly begins gathering student records as ordered, while Ni remains determined to track down the mysterious Lu. Meanwhile, outside the Martial Artists Association building, Lu steps out of a taxi. The driver, clearly fond of their earlier chat, is so taken with him that he even considers introducing his daughter next time. Lu walks away with a faint smile, knowing the driver would have thought he was crazy if he'd mentioned the Level 2 exam. Inside the building, Lu accidentally brushes past a frustrated man who seems shaken by his test result. Apparently, the combat index machines at home had shown much higher numbers, but the association's equipment, custom designed by the authorities, was far more accurate. This detail actually excites Lu. He's eager to get a clearer reading of his true abilities. At the reception, he's directed to fill out a form before heading to the room for his Rank 2 certification. As he waits in line, he initially finds the process slow and uneventful, but his attention shifts when he overhears two other candidates talking about a young woman, elegant, confident, and surprisingly young for someone attempting a certification test. Her presence stands out, especially in a room mostly filled with adults in their mid-20s. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. A towering man enters and strides straight past the line, sparking a wave of confusion and whispers. One hopeful candidate, clutching his form with excitement, is shoved aside without warning. He's literally the center of attention for all the participants. However, some complain that he cut the line, until they find out he's there for a Level 3 martial artist certification. That revelation stuns the crowd, silencing complaints. While the crowd buzzes in shock, Lu remains calm. In the world of martial arts, he understands that strength speaks loudest. Power, after all, brings privilege. The staff then call the large man, Zhao Changfeng, forward to begin his key status evaluation as the room quiets down, anticipating the outcome. Despite the confirmation process not being complete, the young woman still finds it hard to accept that Zhao was allowed to skip the line. However, once his key index flashes on the screen, in 107, it becomes clear he's not just qualified, but far above the minimum for a Rank 3 martial artist. The next test begins. As Zhao unleashes his strike, the sheer force sends a shockwave through the room, knocking several applicants off their feet. While most struggle to remain upright, Lu stands firm, unfazed. The examiner, surprised but composed, announces an extraordinary result. Zhao's combat power registers at 10,800. He's awarded his Rank 3 certification on the spot, along with a generous monthly stipend of 30,000 yuan. Zhao glances back, noticing the few who weren't overwhelmed by his attack, while the girl stares in disbelief, shaken by how effortlessly he demonstrated the strength to flatten a Rank 1 martial artist. Lu then steps forward, drawing attention. His calm demeanor intrigues the examiner, who grants him the next turn. The crowd watches with curiosity as he prepares. The test begins and his key rating appears, 15.7. Shock ripples through the room. Whispers of disbelief spread. No one expected such a result from someone so young. Some speculate he's been raised on rare tonics. Even Zhao finds it hard to believe an 18-year-old could possess stats that surpass the rank 2 threshold. Before moving to the final part, the examiner gently reminds him he can attempt the combat assessment multiple times. Lu simply nods, but insists once is enough. As he strikes, radiant energy bursts from his body, lighting up the room. As the strike lands, the glass behind him shatters under the pressure. Everyone stares, speechless. When the result finally settles, it reads 15,700. His fusion of the advanced breathing method, the refined star impact, and the martial memory of the zombie fist technique has pushed his power far beyond what's expected at his level. The staff congratulates him for passing the rank 1 test, but Lu's stats clearly exceed even rank 3 standards. Recognizing his exceptional ability, the examiner apologizes. His current position doesn't allow him to grant higher certifications or official recognition beyond rank 1. He rushes off to report the case to senior officials, determined to bring this rare talent to their attention. He even vows to put his own career on the line to ensure Lu gets the recognition he deserves. Just as Lu prepares to leave, a shadow looms behind him. It's Zhao, and as he swings his hand, looking like he's about to strike, it turns out he's just extending it for a polite greeting. Lu responds with the same gesture, drawing quiet satisfaction from Zhao. One by one, others in the room also greet Lu, who shortly after makes a quick exit from the assessment chamber of the Martial Artists Association. Outside, Qinghe and her friends wait for their senior, Yang, who's also taking her certification test. One of the girls, wearing a purple jacket, boasts confidently about how easy the rank 1 assessment will be for someone as gifted as Yang. Qinghe nods in agreement, but her attention shifts when she notices her older brother stepping out of the building. Lu walks up and the two siblings exchange tense glances. Qinghe is surprised to see him there, knowing full well he usually avoids school and spends his days sleeping. Lu, caught off guard by how much she knows, brushes it off, claiming he has business to handle. Her friend, the girl in purple, introduces herself as Feng, though everyone calls her Fan, and points out that Lu doesn't seem at all like the lazy brother Qinghe described. That earns a sharp glare from his sister, but Lu just pats her head and walks away. After he's gone, the group spots their senior Yang returning from the test hall. She looks visibly drained and reveals that something unusual happened. Assessments have been put on hold until later. Curious, the girls press for details. She shares that someone around their age showed stats far beyond anything expected. Ki at 15.7, combat power above rank 3 levels, and a CPI exceeding 15,000. It shook her confidence. For a moment, all her self-belief felt insignificant. When she mentions that the person responsible was Lu, her juniors are left speechless. Meanwhile, Lu, munching on his favorite snack, halts in his tracks when he notices 3 old women whispering about a group of men in black suits. Their hushed words suggest these men are scouts from the prestigious Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy, searching for someone. Lu glances at his ringing phone. It's the medical hall guy calling. He ignores it while knowing that any future medicine formulas he holds could bring him enormous wealth. But for now, he needs to investigate more before choosing whom to trust with them. At home, Lu falls asleep quickly and drifts into a familiar dream. Inside the dream, he activates a holographic interface and instructs AI to display his biography. The screen lights up with data about his life. According to the timeline, he reached level 2 martial artist status at 18, an achievement that stunned Baihe City. He later joined the Dongning Province Prodigy Training Camp, recommended by the Baihe Martial Arts Association, and ranked among the top 20. After graduating from Dongning Martial Arts University, he served in the military, retiring honorably as a captain 5 years later. He then founded the Sacred Martial Arts Academy in Baihe City. By 45, he achieved rank 6. At 50, he attempted to break into rank 7 but failed. Eventually, he died at 87 in a monster ambush. Reflecting on this future version of himself, Lu realizes just how much has changed. Only a week ago, he was a rank 4 martial artist, fated to die at 37. Now, this future paints a longer life and higher accomplishments. Yet, he knows it's not enough. In the grand scheme of things, even a rank 6 or 7 warrior can't influence the fate of the world. If he truly wants to alter humanity's path, he must aim higher, perhaps rank 10 or even 11. It's a nearly impossible dream, but Lu is determined. The future is still malleable. Meanwhile, across Baihe City, a man named Xiao works late in his office, scribbling calligraphy while discussing martial arts progress with someone on a screen. The person on the other end compliments his writing and expresses confidence that Xiao will soon break through to rank 7. Xiao, though polite, feels the sting of truth. He's been stuck at rank 6 far too long. Despite his efforts, Baihe City struggles to produce new martial talent. Without strong martial families or rich resources, young fighters often leave for better opportunities. As the call ends, Xiao is reminded that the training camp is fast approaching, and without a strong participant, Baihe City's reputation will suffer. Frustrated, he crumples the paper in his hand. He longs to rise higher, not just for glory, but for the power to actually make a difference. Just then, a young woman rushes into his office, flustered and holding a tablet and documents. She in panic reveals that there's been a problem at the martial arts assessment zone. Xiao is startled when his secretary bursts in without knocking. She quickly apologizes and explains that the assessment examiner has just delivered some shocking news about a student named Lu. Curious, Xiao grabs the tablet from her and plays the assessment footage. As he reviews the data, he's stunned to discover that Lu has mastered a fist technique to the perfection stage, an extremely rare achievement, especially for someone so young. In the entire world, fewer than 10 individuals at his age could claim the same. But then a puzzling detail catches his attention. Lu's combat power is over 15,000, even though his ki status is only 15.7. That doesn't add up. Even with a perfection stage fist technique, the boost shouldn't be that extreme. Realization dawns on him that this boy may be more than just talented. He may be what cultivators call gifted. Xiao's excitement is hard to contain, and he lifts the secretary off the ground in a celebratory gesture, causing her to blush in surprise. He explains, mostly to himself, that gifted martial artists are born with exceptional potential. Upon awakening, they gain massive ki boosts and unique talents. Some gain incredible strength, others lightning speed. They are rare, and Lu fits the profile. Wasting no time, Xiao wears his signature red suit and heads straight to visit Lu's family. He sees it as his duty to thank the parents for bringing such a rare gem into the world. Meanwhile, at a separate location, Ni's Jr. reports that they've identified the boy. He shares basic background info. Lu is a student at Baihe High. His father works for a delivery company, his mother is a supermarket cashier, and he has a younger sister still in her first year of high school. They live in the Sapphire Estate Block 15. Just as the report ends, Ni gets a call that Xiao has already made his move. She immediately instructs her junior to buy elegant gifts for both the parents and the younger sister, leaving no room for hesitation. Back at Lu's home while meditating, Lu hears his sister call out, surprisingly polite, something he's not used to. He follows her to the living room and is stunned to see Xiao sitting between his confused family members. The guy stands up to introduce himself, while Lu greets him politely with a calm and composed demeanor. Xiao, impressed by the boy's poise, takes note, this isn't someone ordinary. Sitting nearby is a girl with a ponytail, whom Lu's mother casually introduces as Ni, a representative from the renowned Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy. Ni greets Lu politely, reminding him they'd previously met at the dojo. Lu acknowledges her, and soon after, Xiao from the Baihe Martial Arts Association steps forward to explain his visit. He's there to officially grant Lu his rank 2 martial artist badge, along with a monthly stipend equal to that of a rank 3 martial artist. But that isn't the only surprise. Recognizing Lu's extraordinary talent, the association decides to award him a $1 million bonus as encouragement. The announcement stuns everyone. Lu's parents are practically speechless, and his younger sister still struggles to grasp just how far her brother has come. Though grateful, Lu remains cautious. He understands that such generosity often comes with expectations. Curious, he asks about the catch. Xiao then presents him with a formal invitation to the Dongning Province Prodigy Training Camp. This camp, while prestigious, is notorious for breaking even the most promising martial artists. Ni is visibly shaken, recalling a once promising senior from their academy who returned from that same camp completely defeated. She believes someone with Lu's potential shouldn't take such a risk. Even Xiao admits the camp is brutal, but he believes Lu is different. His current abilities are only the beginning of what he might become. He promises to respect whatever decision Lu makes. Lu accepts the invitation, determined to chase his limits no matter the risks. Xiao is visibly relieved and assures him he'll return in 2 days to pick him up. Just before leaving, Ni hesitates. After a brief moment of nervousness, she extends a separate offer, inviting Lu to become an honorary disciple of the Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy. It's a flexible title with no real obligations. He would have access to all facilities, free training, and even personalized guidance from her father. The academy, she believes, would gain enormous prestige if someone like Lu is affiliated with them, even in name alone. Just as her thoughts begin to wander, she notices Lu turning down the offer. Ni quickly rises, insisting that they could always revisit the terms, and that his refusal feels too abrupt. Lu calmly states that he's fine being seen as a regular visitor, someone who often trains at their academy, which is true, but he doesn't want to be labeled as one of their disciples. He makes it clear that unless they can respect that boundary, he'd rather walk away. However, he also mentions he'll still drop by for assessments now and then, especially since the academy is close to home. Ni eventually agrees to his terms and promises to send over his monthly stipend as soon as she returns, roughly 100,000, to be delivered straight to Lu Shang's residence. After she leaves, Lu's parents sit in disbelief. The chairperson of the Baihe City Martial Arts Association had just visited their home, and now their son has a generous reward and a high-paying stipend. They ask when he even reached rank 2. Lu gently reassures them, holding his mother's hand, confirming everything is real and that from now on, they no longer need to work. Meanwhile, at the medicinal hall, Susu is fuming. A week has passed, yet she's found no clues about the mysterious alchemist. She's scanned every newly registered alchemical master, but none match. What bothers her most is that Lu's tonic outperforms even standard grade 3 tonics on the market, despite costing less than 3,000, compared to the usual price of several hundred thousand. Frustrated, she slams her desk, startling her assistant. Just then, the guy notices something on a screen. It's Lu's face. He alerts Susu, who's stunned to see the so-called genius alchemist is just a student. Elsewhere, atop the rugged terrain of Sea of Trees mountains, a blur cuts through the sky faster than a bird in flight. It's Lu, racing across the peaks using a refined body technique powered by star impact. With dream insights and fourfold energy amplification, his speed now far exceeds most rank 2 martial artists. He names this movement style Cloud Chasing Step. Upon reaching the summit, he begins cultivating using the natural breathing technique. With each breath, he draws in energy, strengthens his stamina, and awakens his body's hidden potential. His senses stretch outward, attuned to every shift in nature. As he unleashes a focused strike, the sheer force of it sends shockwaves across the mountaintop. Lu feels a surge of joy after a major breakthrough. His ki status has risen, and his star impact technique now holds at least 6 times more force than before. Originally, he'd only come to Sea of Trees Mountain to collect ingredients for a marrow-nourishing elixir, but his unexpected cultivation leap has made the trip far more rewarding. His earlier supply of muscle and QI strengthening decoctions is nearly depleted, and with his rapid progress, they're starting to lose effectiveness. It's time to move on to the next level of refinement. Among the ingredients he seeks is a rare herb, overlooked by this era but recognized by Lu thanks to his system's knowledge. Without that insight, he would have passed it by entirely. He has already arranged for the remaining herbs to be prepared at the base of the mountain and assumes they should be ready by now. Activating his cloud chasing step, Lu swiftly descends toward the base, where he meets a vendor, the one who took his herb order. The man assures him the herbs are ready and claims they are fresh and of proper maturity for alchemical use. Lu reaches for his payment, recalling the agreement, 10 pieces at 500 each. But the vendor suddenly changes the price, demanding double the amount and insisting that Lu buy everything. Suspicious, Lu asks for clarification. The vendor, recognizing Lu as an outsider unfamiliar with their rules, hints that he should simply accept the new terms. Behind the vendor, a few men eye Lu coldly, one in an orange tank flexing his knuckles, another running his tongue disturbingly along a knife. The vendor implies that things might get ugly if Lu doesn't comply, mocking him with a warning about knowing when to back down. But Lu doesn't flinch. He releases a portion of his martial aura with unwavering confidence. The vendor ignores it and still tries to intimidate him, bragging that they're all rank 1 martial artists, and reminding him that there's no surveillance in the area, meaning no help will come if things go south. As the thugs begin to close in, the trap becomes clear, but Lu steps forward and places his hand on the large boulder. With a light push, the massive rock splits, sending a visible shiver through the group of thugs nearby. Their confidence vanishes, replaced by the immense fear. Seeing that our boy opens his palm and brushes the remains away calmly, silently suggesting it's time they reconsider their stance. The thugs quickly drop to their knees, stumbling over apologies and calling him father and dad while admitting they were blind to his strength. Realizing the fight is over, Lu asks the vendor if he can have the herbs. The vendor, now deeply respectful, salutes him and says he can take everything for free. Carrying the basket, Lu leaves them with a final lesson, reminding them that honesty should be at the core of any business, regardless of who the customer is. The 5 youths raise their hands, thank him for the wisdom, and promise to change. In his mind, Lu still wishes to pay them, but knowing they won't accept it now, he lets it go. The next day, he steps off a military vehicle in Dongning province, where the Prodigy training camp awaits. The setup resembles a military base, and as he walks through it, he recalls that his badge, left behind by accident, had been put on display by his mother. A nearby guard stops him, curious about his arrival alone. Lu explains he's from Baihe City, and that some delay caused his late arrival. Meanwhile, a girl in pink quietly points out to her companion that Baihe City's participants had already arrived the previous day, making her question Lu's appearance. The boy beside her assumes Lu must have been added at the last moment, and mocks him for not wearing a badge. He comments that Baihe City hadn't sent anyone in years, and now, strangely, they've sent 2. Seeing Lu's name, the guard recalls a mention from the chairman and grows stern, cutting off further mockery. The boy in yellow laughs again, speculating that Lu's presence is purely due to the chairman's personal backing, possibly through private gifts, and not martial rank. The guard, now clearly irritated, snaps at them to quiet down and instructs Lu to join the group from Qingshuan City. At the entrance ceremony, Lu is told to leave his luggage behind. Staff will handle it. He obeys and steps inside, eyes drawn to something on the ground. As he moves further, the gate begins to close, catching the other participants off guard and stirring confusion in the hall. The group of new arrivals finds themselves locked in without explanation, confusion written all over their faces. The guard then briefly reveals that it's a test, and now their goal is to reach the corridor's far exit alone. Those who succeed would be accepted, and the rest will be sent home. With that vague warning and a half-hearted wish of good luck, the test begins. Without warning, the floor beneath them collapses, sending everyone tumbling. While most hit the ground hard, Lu lands with surprising control. A young guy, however, ends up bruising his chin and whining like a child. Lu quickly regains focus. Closing his eyes, he scans the environment with his psychic abilities, something he'd only read about in fiction, but now confirms as real. What lies ahead isn't just a simple corridor, it's something much more complex. Tension brews among the group. One of the participants complains about the test being dull, expecting something grander. Another, in blue, snaps at him, frustrated for not being warned. The orange-clad man responds with arrogance, claiming a true martial artist should adapt without relying on others. He even mocks the blue one's status back in their city, warning him not to disgrace it. A blonde girl steps in, trying to de-escalate things. She reminds them of how difficult it was to get here and urges unity. Another participant agrees, stressing the importance of passing the exam for their city's reputation. Yet the orange-haired man suddenly turns his attention to Lu. Something about him seems out of place. He sarcastically suggests Lu take the lead in exploring. Though some see it as a trap, Lu doesn't hesitate. He steps forward, pushes the guy aside, and says if they want him to lead, they should give him space. The orange-haired guy takes it as arrogance, but quickly grows uneasy when Lu explains that predators move alone, while prey gathers in groups. As he steps forward, small pink spheres descend from the ceiling, slowly assembling into a towering mechanical puppet. Everyone freezes. The arrogant one, now nervous, realizes the danger. These puppets are powerful enough to match rank 1 martial artists, and this one doesn't look like a beginner's toy. The crowd begins to panic. Some wonder if this test is designed to eliminate them outright. Lu, unfazed, recalls from earlier readings that top-tier puppets can execute advanced martial techniques, some strong enough to rival rank 4 warriors. But building such machines costs far more than training actual fighters. Clearly, this place is not meant for the weak. However, the group feels relieved when the puppet senses Lu's movement, assuming he's about to get beaten to a pulp. Meanwhile, our boy watches in awe as the puppet suddenly launches a powerful punch, but instead of dodging, he faces it head-on. Smoke bursts and wind rushes from the impact. Yet when the dust settles, Lu is still standing, unscathed. He has stopped the attack with a single hand, and that too with his fingers now crushing the puppet's metallic fist. Silence falls over the onlookers as he lifts the puppet effortlessly and slams it into the ceiling, leaving the group stunned. Doubts about his abilities quickly shift to awe, though some, like the arrogant guy, claim the puppets were low-grade fakes all along. He argues no real grade 1 puppet could have been defeated so easily, suggesting they were only for show. But his theory is short-lived. Another overconfident participant leaps forward, mimicking Lu's move, kicking the puppet's head and boasting. Before he can finish his display, the puppet suddenly retaliates, landing a solid punch to his face and sending him flying into the wall. Now hanging there like an UNC on fentanyl, he realizes too late that the puppets are far stronger than expected. Despite the chaos around him, Lu moves ahead with quiet precision. He understands the design of these machines, knows exactly where their core is, and disables each one with ease. The robots fall before him like discarded tools that are no longer threats, just debris. Meanwhile, the examiners grow increasingly puzzled. The puppets are new and built for higher-level combat, not something first-rank rookies should handle. Yet here stands Lu, tearing through them without breaking a sweat, leaving everyone wondering if he's even human. After completing the first trial, Lu steps out and mistakenly assumes that the examiner standing nearby is the gatekeeper for the next round. The examiner, still processing what just happened, silently wonders when he got reassigned to guarding trial gates. Without hesitation, Lu uses a swift move, blending his cloud-chasing steps with the powerful tenfold star impact, clearly expecting the gatekeeper to offer a real challenge. Elsewhere, in a quiet monitoring room, a young officer keeps her eyes fixed on the surveillance screen while typing away. Her focus is briefly interrupted by a cheerful man who enters with coffee in hand, humming casually. Just then he notices the lady and refers to her as Qingshu. Qingshu gives him a cold glance, clearly unimpressed. She refers to him as Qin, and he responds accordingly, dropping the casual tone as he joins her at the monitor. As they review the data, Qingshu expresses frustration. This year's Prodigy training camp has only 8 participants who truly meet the standard, each already awakened as martial artists. The majority show physical strength-based gifts. Only 3 display rarer traits, one with speed, another with high defense, and one with psychic potential. That last one catches attention. The girl, Xia Lin, is just over 18 and already near rank 1 in psychic abilities, a rare feat given she awakened her powers less than 2 years ago. Her physical skills are nearly rank 2 as well. Qingshu quietly marks her as the top priority for this year's program. The man at her side, impressed, compares Xia to how Qingshu once was, but she brushes the comment aside. As they are yapping, suddenly the guy gets hit with a shock as a new monitor feed comes up. Qingshu's eyes widens too. Meanwhile, in the test, a powerful mechanized puppet crashes into the wall, defeated by Zia's psychic force. But before she can catch her breath, her senses spike. Something is watching from the opposite side, something with strength on par with a rank 3. Xia doesn't sense hostility, so she assumes it's a test supervisor. But as she exits the hall, she notices armed guards gathered tensely, as if waiting for someone dangerous. Curious, she uses her abilities to scan through the wall and is stunned to find not a puppet, but 2 humans preparing to fight. One of them radiates a heavy, oppressive aura. When their eyes meet, her body freezes. This isn't just a participant, but someone truly terrifying. She quickly steps back, using her psychic ability to shut the door. The guards exchange puzzled looks, but it's clear Xia is really terrified of what she saw. However, the guards' tension eases once they spot Qingshu and Qin arriving. The guy quickly assesses the situation, asking about the current state and the supervisor in charge. The guards inform him that all entrance cameras have been destroyed, and they lost contact with the supervisor 3 minutes ago. No one knows what's going on inside. The guy immediately orders a list of everyone who entered passage 12, but before the guard can respond, the wall opens. Qingshu quietly tells him there's no need anymore. A wave of sweat breaks across the guards' faces as they instinctively ready for a fight. But instead of an enemy, it's just a student, Lu, walking out. Relief washes over the group, only to vanish the moment they notice he's dragging the unconscious supervisor. Recognizing that the boy isn't from Qingsuan Academy, Qingshu questions his identity. Lu drops the supervisor and calmly introduces himself as someone from Baihe City. The guy scoffs, impressed by the audacity. After all, this boy took down the mechanical puppets and even the supervising instructor. Lu tries to explain, claiming he mistook the supervisor for a test opponent and didn't hold back since the man was strong. Qingshu releases her aura, a wave of intense purple energy meant to intimidate. But Lu remains unaffected, simply staring back. Satisfied, the lady closes her eyes and accepts him into the academy, telling a nearby staff member to guide him to the dorms. The femboy, still watching Lu closely, remarks on the absurdity. According to the records, the kid has a key score of only 15 and combat power of 15,000, yet he made rank 2 puppets look like toys. Qingshu quietly admits that her psychic scan showed nothing unusual, and Lu didn't even flinch. She has no plan yet for how to handle someone like him, but she's certain the recorded stats are outdated. He should be prioritized like Xia. This year's selection might be more interesting than expected. Meanwhile, Lu reflects on Qingshu's power, realizing it's far stronger than his. He had pulled back all his energy earlier and wonders if she noticed anything. Soon after, a staff member tells him it's time to eat. Grateful and hungry, Lu politely asks if he can eat as much as he wants. Given a yes, he dives into the meal like he hasn't eaten in days, ordering massive servings and devouring everything while someone nearby watches in disbelief. To Lu, the food is excellent, and he's far from done. A girl walks over to Lu, trying to confirm his identity. It turns out she's Yang Yuan, the senior of his sister and another participant from Baihe City. She introduces herself and mentions that they briefly met during the martial artist evaluation. Without waiting for a reply, she asks to sit, but Lu, focused entirely on his food, comments that food is unlimited and anyone can get their own. Yang, slightly annoyed by the cold response, tells herself she didn't come to steal his food anyway. Still, she hides her irritation behind a smile and brings up a puzzling detail. Despite what Lu heard from the chairman, Baihe City has been sending representatives every year. The problem, she explains, is that none of them have ever made it through the entrance assessment. Even the few who did were soon eliminated for failing to earn enough points, rendering all their efforts useless and their experiences unworthy of mention. Curious, Lu asks what she means by points. Yang explains that points are essentially the internal currency of the training camp. Everything, from training equipment and consultation with instructors to supplements and even housing, requires points. Even the special monster meat he's enjoying is reserved for those who can afford it through points. She then mentions that, as of now, only 3 participants in the entire camp have earned any points. Lu, still chewing, raises a brow at this. She lists them off. First, Chao Yang, a rank 2 martial artist from Yanglin City with the stone skin ability. Then there's Meng Jin from Donggang City, known for his speed-based skills. Before mentioning the third, she glances away. The last one, she says, isn't a martial artist in the traditional sense, but a rare type called a mentalist. Her name is Xia, and she's believed to be the most powerful psychic in this year's batch. At that moment, Xia, seated nearby, senses something and turns toward them. The moment she sees Lu, her whole body gets into a shock. She quickly uses her psychic energy to steady her food and slips away, trying to avoid being noticed. But Lu casually observes her reaction, wondering if that's just how her ability works. Yang, catching the gaze, asks if he knows Xia. Lu replies that they met briefly after his entrance test, and questions whether only 3 truly passed. That's when Yang remembers the rumors about a fourth contender. She points out that this individual reportedly wiped out all the rank 2 mechanical puppets alone, something that made quite an impression across the camp. She continues, casually mentioning that the fourth candidate in the rumors was supposedly a lunatic, someone who didn't just defeat the puppets but also thrashed the supervising instructor so badly he had to be hospitalized. Lu nearly chokes on his water when he realizes who she's referring to, while Yang laughs it off, saying she never believed such a man existed. Meanwhile, our boy is thinking about the camp instructors and staff being incredibly strong, far beyond even the powerful figures like the so-called monster who once shook Baihe City. Trying to be supportive, she offers Lu a handkerchief, encouraging him with a kind smile and saying he might become just as strong if he puts effort into his training. As he uses it, one of the staff members suddenly calls out his name, startling her. The staff informs him, loud enough for nearby participants to hear, that Lu has caused serious damage during the entrance test. 18 mechanical puppets destroyed, and the supervising officer still unconscious in the hospital. They've come to bring him in for further questioning. The entire cafeteria, including Yang, falls silent. Meanwhile, Lu, calm as ever, gets up and agrees to go, but not before politely asking if he can take some food with him. He's still hungry. The guard, holding back a scowl, grants permission. Lu says his thanks and bids farewell, leaving behind a room full of stunned silence and wide eyes. Even Yang, who had just been reassuring him, is left speechless. Inside the command center, Lu arrives to face Qingshu. As he approaches, she calmly explains the extent of the damage, half a year's budget gone in minutes. Each mechanical puppet costs tens of millions, and none of them can be salvaged. Despite this, the officials agree that Lu can't be blamed. He was merely responding to the assessment scenario as designed. Just then, the femboy enters with 3 others, announcing that all successful examinees are now gathered. Eyes scan the room and Jia visibly trembles. Qingshu praises the group for passing and introduces the training camp's internal ranking system. Points determine access to resources, and reaching certain thresholds will be rewarded with specialized cards. She presents golden cards to the top performers. Chao recognizes it as the very same elite reward his mentor once told him about, and is pleased to see 100 points on his card. Jin also feels satisfied with his lead. She calculates that her 100 points will be enough to request advanced psychic instruction, but her excitement fades when she notices Lu's card. It's not gold, but white. The other participants exchange confused looks. Even Lu, unfamiliar with the system, is unsure what it means. Lu flips his card over and scans the list of resources. Everything in the training camp, from meals to instructor sessions, has a price in points. Monster meat costs 5 points per serving. Training room access is 10 points an hour. Regular instructor sessions cost 30, and elite guidance from top instructors requires a full 100. But for Lu, the meat is really all he's interested in. The femboy nearly collapses in disbelief. With his finger jabbed in Lu's direction, he reveals that the card actually holds 1,000 points. He adds that if it weren't for the chief instructor stepping in and calming the higher-ups, Lu would be buried under the debt for the destruction he caused. The other candidates freeze in shock, trying to process what they just heard. Cao frowns. He's always believed this camp runs on talent, not favoritism, and now he's doubting that. Jin keeps quiet but wonders what kind of backing our boy has. Xia, however, trembles and finally asks them if they truly understood what Lu did during the assessment. But Cao, agitated, doesn't hold back, accusing Lu of manipulating staff and spreading lies, even claiming it's impossible for someone like him to take down rank 3 instructors. He rants that only a rank 4 could do that, and our boy doesn't even look like someone who's developed his vitality properly. With rising tension, Cao demands proof and challenges the boy to demonstrate his strength. The femboy tries to de-escalate, but Qingshu calmly signals to let it play out. Lu lets out a breath and confirms if Cao really wants this. The big dude, already brimming with arrogance, accepts the fight. Before he can finish boasting about his invincible stone skin ability, Lu raises a finger and gently flicks his forehead using a technique powered by star impact. The next instant, Cao is sent flying across the room, smashing into a wall hard enough to leave a dent. Lu casually glances at the destruction and wonders if he'll be charged for the damage. After all, Cao asked for it. Everyone is speechless. Qingshu and Xia stare in stunned silence at Chao's crumpled form. Meanwhile, the femboy hums quietly in awe. Lu, unfazed, simply asks if he's free to leave. Qingshu stops him and asks about his training plans. She suggests that with the number of points he has, he could receive personal guidance from her. Lu politely declines, saying he has other priorities. Everyone, including the other candidates and even the senior officers, looks surprised. What could possibly be more important than one-on-one training with the chief instructor? Lu turns halfway, glances back, and says he's going to sleep. The room falls quiet for a beat before the femboy bursts into laughter, completely unbothered by the absurdity. As the guards haul in the stretcher with Cao's unconscious body, Qingshu and the femboy watch Lu quietly walk into his dorm. It hit him then. Lu truly meant what he said. He wasn't joking about going to sleep. Qingshu, still puzzled, reflects on the oddity of his choice. There are no training facilities in the dorms, no resources to gain, yet Lu heads there as if it's exactly what he needs. To the boy, this unpredictability makes him even more fascinating. It's rare to encounter someone with that level of confidence and detachment, but Qingshu looks at it differently. She tells him that he doesn't fully understand the kind of individual Lu might be. She compares him to a high-grade whetstone, one that sharpens others just by existing among them. The guy wonders aloud if she's implying Lu is sharper than the rest, but Qingshu brings up a name from their past, Ding Peng. The mention of Ding Peng stirs something heavy in the guy's chest. He remembers how that man once dominated the training camp, rising above everyone with raw strength and leaving them all behind. Qingshu agrees that physical-type talents do offer a huge head start. They often reach extraordinary combat power early and can overpower stronger opponents. But she also points out that pure strength isn't everything. Combat requires awareness, skill, tactics, and adaptability. Without growth in those areas, strength alone becomes a dead end. She fears that might become Lu's fate, too. Meanwhile, inside Lu's dream, a battle plays out. He's locked in combat with a zombie that proves far more difficult to defeat than usual. When the creature lands a devastating strike, Lu deflects it, counters with a piercing blow to the leg, then channels a powerful energy strike into its body. As he absorbs its energy, he realizes something unsettling. The zombie had once been a rank 6 martial artist, the same level as Chairman Xiao of the Martial Artist Association. That explains the struggle. It occurs to him that if he hadn't used all his psychic energy to guard against the attack, he might have lost. He sees now that real strength doesn't just come from raw power, it comes from accumulated experience, battle sense, and mastery of techniques. While he can draw from the memories of many before him, covering all angles with no blind spots, he also knows his psychic power is still basic, barely enough to defend against anything beyond dream zombies. Sitting quietly in his dreamscape, Lu reflects on how far he still has to go. Right now, he isn't strong enough to stand against a true rank 6 martial artist, but he believes his martial path won't be limited to strength alone. He's building something more complete, step by step. Lu enters a deep, meditative state, isolating himself from all distractions to train his psychic energy. He dives inward, focusing entirely on refining his mind. A radiant light forms around him, and he's drawn into the core of his consciousness. There, his physical body and psychic self converge, triggering a powerful surge that causes nearby glass to tremble under the pressure of his aura. The pain is intense, but within moments, the effort pays off. He successfully advances to the next level. Without delay, he taps his watch to summon AI, instructing her to fetch his updated biography. As the data appears, Lu feels a rush of satisfaction upon learning that he's now a rank 7 martial master. In the ancient world, such strength would rival that of a feudal lord, and even in his current era, it's a title of high status. With this advancement, he begins to wonder whether his permissions and access levels within the system have increased as well. Curious, he has AI search for higher-level techniques, particularly those tied to psychic energy, star body refining art, natural breathing, and crystal visualization. As screens light up with results, one technique catches his eye, divine illumination of the King of Hell. He reaches out to access it and is stunned. Unlike standard combat techniques, this one is tailored specifically for psychic users. It details not just battle strategies, but an entirely new approach to psychic cultivation. The core idea of this technique is revolutionary. It allows the user to use psychic energy to form a second self, a clone so precise it replicates even muscles, cells, and genes. The purpose is absolute. Eliminate all weaknesses by reinforcing the body from every angle. The first stage focuses on strengthening internal organs, directly enhancing vitality. And vitality is exactly what Lu currently lacks. While his combat power continues to rise, his stagnant vitality has kept him from reaching greater heights. Overcoming this would unlock the next phase of his growth. He silently admits that the depth of martial knowledge accumulated over 10,000 years had been vastly underestimated. In his own time, such an art wouldn't have even been imaginable. Upon seeing the name of the technique's creator, Duan Yifeng, he immediately recognizes the talent, someone far beyond ordinary rank 11 powerhouses. Yet even with such brilliant individuals, humanity still couldn't escape its collapse. Lu, however, refuses to dwell on that loss. For him, every moment counts. He trains relentlessly, fueled by the belief that strength is the only way forward. 1 month into her training, Xia stands in the psychic chamber, eyes closed, sensing her surroundings with growing control. As multiple yellow projectiles dart toward her, a shimmering purple aura bursts from her, the star-shaped cones she commands tearing through every target in sight. Once the task is complete, she draws the cones back to her side. The door creaks open and Qingshu enters with her arms folded, clearly impressed. Xi's ability to manage 3-star cones effortlessly is a sign of rapid progress, though Qingshu reminds herself that true mastery begins when 6 can be controlled without strain. That's the threshold of a rank 1 mentalist. Xia bows her head in quiet gratitude, aware that Qingshu's personal instruction has been invaluable. She brushes it off, crediting Xia's natural talent, but her sharp eyes catch something troubling, an instability in her mental fortitude, saying that she asks if she had some kind of mental trauma in the past. Xia, shocked, admits to having unresolved mental trauma and wonders if she can help her. However, Qingshu's response is that true healing only comes when the source of the trauma is confronted and either defeated or destroyed. This suggestion leaves Xia visibly shaken. Sensing her doubt, Qingshu attempts to reassure her, pointing out that her current growth could soon bridge the gap between them. That seed of hope lingers in her mind, especially considering Lu does nothing but sleep in his dorm all day. Outside the hallway, the femboy leans against the wall, asking about Xia's progress. Qingshu admits that the girl is gifted, but perhaps too soft. The guy reminds her that not everyone shares her temperament, and even jokes that she might have a better personality than the student he trains. Both instructors know they've given their best, and only 2 months remain before the camp's final assessment. When asked about Lu, the guy confirms he continues his routine of doing absolutely nothing, just sleeping through the days. The staff often find him in the same position each time they deliver his meals. He chuckles, recalling Qingshu's past words to the students about how no one would stop them if they chose to waste their time. Remembering that, Qingshu is already regretting that statement. The guy wonders aloud if Lu is still meant to be used as a whetstone to sharpen others, but she's already dismissed that idea. In her eyes, Lu isn't even worthy of being a stepping stone anymore. She turns and walks away, instructing the femboy to make sure Jin trains properly. Otherwise, Xia might seriously injure him during the upcoming closed camp assessment. The guy reacts with an unimpressed expression, claiming neither he nor his student fears her. Meanwhile, in the gym, Yang is catching her breath as she is cleaning the floor. Just then, a cheerful girl returns to assist her, and she quietly appreciates it. The girl casually mentions that Yang once helped her too, brushing off any need for thanks. She then sighs, envying those who scored a perfect 100, enough points to cover 2 months' expenses. Yang replies with quiet resignation, pointing out how people like them have to ration their food and stretch every credit, so there's no real comparison. Curious, the girl brings up Lu, saying Yang is often seen close to him. With a slight concern, Yang simply says she doesn't know what he's been up to. The girl recalls how Lu once stunned everyone with his overwhelming presence, only to vanish from the spotlight the very next day. Apparently, he's been locked in his dorm since, and she speculates he might be trying to maintain an air of mystery now that others are catching up. Maybe he's even scared, but Yang doesn't agree. She knows Lu isn't someone who runs away from pressure. Quietly determined, she leaves the girl behind, saying she'll finish things herself. Confused by her sudden resolve, the girl gets distracted by the noise outside. The crowd is buzzing because Cao is about to attempt quadruple gravitational training. The news makes Yang freeze, remembering how even double gravity once nearly knocked her out in under 20 minutes. Quadruple seems inhuman. The girl grabs her hand, urging her to come watch. As they move, her thoughts drift. What could Lu be doing at this very moment? Unseen by them, Cao is locked in a solitary battle inside a gravity chamber, enduring triple force training. He pushes himself past his old limits, staying in for over 4 minutes, breaking his personal record by more than half a minute. He finally slams the emergency stop with a trembling hand. Outside, onlookers cheer him for achieving that same feat. He enjoys their admiration, but privately thinks they're overhyping it. He wonders how they'd react if he ever stepped into quadruple gravity. Nearby, another trainee quietly notes that Cao may soon become unmatched in camp once he hits rank 3. But when asked about Lu, he shrugs, saying Lu is still the same, always found sleeping in his room when meals are delivered. He even jokes that Lu might be lost in some wet dream. Chao recalls how he once stood no chance against Lu, but believes time has changed things. He thinks to himself that even a slow turtle will catch up to a sleeping rabbit, and Lu, in his eyes, has been asleep for over a month. With a hint of confidence, he smiles, assuming the gap between them has now closed. But before he can fully revel in the thought, Lu suddenly appears and walks straight toward the gravitational training room, leaving Cao stunned. Inside, Lu seems more intrigued by the training system than by Cao's presence. He quietly sets the timer for 3 hours on level 2 and begins the session. As the door closes, he glances back and asks aloud if it really has been over a month, adding that this might be a good chance to see how far he's come. Chao, feeling irritated, mocks him internally, thinking he's just been sleeping the whole time and can't possibly expect to have made progress. As the countdown begins, Cao comments to the others that jumping straight into gravitational training without warm-ups could cause serious harm, maybe even internal injury. Watching from outside, he can't decide whether Lu is ignorant or just arrogant. Still, he's convinced he won't last long. But as the pressure activates, something unexpected happens. Lu doesn't flinch. While everyone waits for a sign of struggle, he calmly moves, his body adapting with surprising surpassing ease. The onlookers grow confused. Some even rush forward, trying to get a better look. Lu then pauses and gazes at his hand, quietly impressed by how naturally his body is responding. Outside, Cao wonders if Lu is finally hitting his limit, but instead of stopping, Lu increases the gravity to 4 times the normal level. A loud beep echoes through the room, startling the onlookers. Their expressions turn from curiosity to disbelief, while Lu also braces himself and calmly places a hand on the ground, as if preparing for something even more intense. Seeing him go down, Cao and his companion are briefly excited, until shock hits them when they realize he's still holding on. Nearby, Xia strolls down the hallway after a long training session. She notices a large group gathered around the room and walks over, curious about the commotion. As she approaches, she's just as shocked as the others to see our boy holding a 2-finger handstand. The sight leaves everyone frozen, including Cao, who sits in stunned silence, his pride cracking as he clenches his jaw and fights back tears. He had believed that after sleeping for over a month, Lu would have fallen behind. Instead, he finds himself trailing once more, just like the tortoise that could never surpass the sleeping rabbit. But Lu isn't done. Still unsatisfied, he flips backward and increases the gravity. The moment he presses the red button, the panic spreads outside as Lu has raised the level to 5 times gravity. Inside, he remains steady, breathing naturally through the natural breathing technique, as if the pressure barely touches him. Word spreads quickly across the training camp that the monster student has awakened. As everyone rushes to the camber, Cao watches, sweating, as Lu moves with ease through the crushing force. For Lu, this level is now comfortable. As he flexes his fingers and steadies his breath, he realizes it's finally enough to attempt the star body refining technique movements. Yet even this isn't pushing him to his limit. He turns back to the control panel with his eyes narrowing. Outside, whispers turn into gasps as observers wonder if he's about to shut the system down in defeat. But instead, Lu slams the green button and the chamber jumps to 8 times gravity. Elsewhere in the control center, Qingshu shakes her head, disappointed. 2 more students have dropped out, unable to endure the harsh conditions. Beside her, the femboy remains calm. Handing her a glass of juice, he remarks that those who give up now were never ready to face the true horrors of battle. He's still confident that most will endure, however. When he glances at the monitor, he freezes. Inside the G-Force chamber, someone has shattered the previous record. Qingshu assumes it must be Cao, who was close to breaking into the 4th level, but the guy corrects her. It's not Cao, it's Lu. The glass slips from her hand, shattering as her eyes lock on the monitor. Lu, who everyone had dismissed, is now training under 8 times gravity. The guy, puzzled, asks about Lu's current rank, but Qingshu doesn't know. What she does know is this: they've finally found the one they've been waiting for. Inside the chamber, Lu stands soaked in sweat. 8 times gravity pushed his body to the edge. He's nearing collapse, but he doesn't stop. With a deep breath, he closes his eyes, preparing to activate a technique he's never used before. A surge of deep purple energy begins forming around Lu's heart, seeping through his veins like wildfire. His entire body starts to emit a faint purple glow, evidence of the mysterious power known as the divine illumination of the King of Hell. Though he's only reconstructed his heart, he can already feel his vitality rise, nearly a 10% boost. A faint smile plays on his lips as he clenches his fist, quietly amazed at this sudden transformation. He knows it's time to push further, to find the true edge of his abilities. Outside the training chamber, onlookers watch in disbelief as Lu approaches the gravity chamber again. Many speculate whether he'll be able to surpass the 8 times gravity limit. As the intensity builds, even those standing outside feel the overwhelming force leaking from the sealed room. Cracks form along the glass, and some fall to their knees, suffocated by the invisible pressure. Inside, under the brutal force of 10 times gravity, Lu's body nearly collapses against the wall. Each breath is a struggle. His bones feel like they're fracturing, and his blood threatens to stop flowing. It's a level of torment that should render anyone unconscious, but that's exactly why he's here. In his mind, he recalls an old question: what kind of person can rewrite a doomed future? Is it someone with unmatched martial skills, someone born with extraordinary gifts, or someone backed by endless resources? Back then, he answered none of the above. It's the one who breaks past their own limits. Slowly, he forces himself to stand. Bolts of electricity are flickering through the room as he rises. The others still kneeling under the pressure are stunned. Among them, Yang, who had been doubtful at first, now recognizes that the one inside was truly Lu, and that he had succeeded. When he finally emerges from the chamber, all eyes turn to him. A girl steps forward shyly, offering him a towel, which he accepts with a calm nod. She exchanges a delighted high five with her friend, visibly thrilled by the brief moment. Lu, slightly annoyed that he had wasted training points for what turned out to be a quick breakthrough, regrets not saving them. But just as the thought crosses his mind, a system reward window appears, revealing that a massive total, 4,300 points, has been granted to him for shattering the previous record. As the crowd sees it, their mouths hang open in disbelief. Even combined, their points can't match his reward. With that, Lu calmly makes his way toward his next challenge. Many follow, curious to see what he'll do next. Amid the crowd, Yang senses his presence again. It's bold, untamed. He strides ahead like a powerful beast, and behind him trails a crowd, as if pulled by sheer force of will. A girl in yellow wonders aloud if Lu has strength-based talent, surprised he actually outdid Chao, a defense-type user. She guesses it might be because his vitality has reached rank 4. But when Yang sees him heading toward the footwork and movement studio, she is in utter shock. Inside the room, Jin is already finishing up his laser dodging session. He manages to complete the level with an 87% score, which places him above 52% of the global trainees in terms of agility. Proud of his achievement, he places his hands on his waist and daydreams about how far he's come. With a rare speed-type talent and one-on-one training from instructor Chin, he believes the gap between himself and others is now unbridgeable. He imagines that others watching him would feel inspired, having witnessed the intensity of his training. But that moment of pride doesn't last long as he notices that the crowd is focused on something else, even drawing in the two main instructors. Curious, Jin pulls aside a student to ask what's happening. He can't believe it when he hears it's Lu. Yes, that sleepy nobody from Baihe City, who's now inside the training chamber. Just as he scoffs at the idea, all the laser launchers power up to maximum. Lu steps into the danger zone with zero hesitation. Though the system doesn't give him any warning about the laser patterns, Lu effortlessly weaves through the beams. No sweat, no panic. Just calm, calculated movement like he's been doing this forever. Seeing that Jin is left trembling as it looks like instinctive dodging. The lasers fire unpredictably from every direction, yet Lu glides through them like it's second nature. Unable to believe his eyes, Jin grabs the same student again, demanding to know if this really is Lu's first attempt. The answer stings. Yes, and not only that, Lu already shattered the G-Force training record before even stepping into this room. 10 times gravity. That's when Jin's legs give out. His pride collapses. For a moment, he wonders if it's better to sleep his life away like Lu and still somehow rise to the top. Meanwhile, Qingshu watches in disbelief. In her experience, even repeated attempts don't come this easy. Lu's movements almost look like he can see what's coming. Watching it unfold, she starts to wonder, could he be the one? Tempted to test him again, she's stopped by the femboy, who warns her off. Still, the question lingers in her mind that could he really have psychic powers that slipped past her the first time? Inside the chamber, Lu calmly finishes level 2 of the footwork training at 62%, quietly impressed at how much sharper and faster his movements have already become. As the training intensifies, the crowd outside can't help but watch in disbelief. Compared to the others, Lu handled level 2 with an ease that borders on unnatural. His calm expression and precise movements leave even seasoned observers unsettled. Meanwhile, the femboy, studying him carefully, notes that Lu's relaxed posture and exceptional body control are signs of something more advanced. Nearby, Qingshu, folding her arms, clearly wants to see how far he can really go. The guy shares the same thought, quietly entertained by the idea. Without warning, the system initiates level 3 training, focused on footwork and movement. Suddenly, clusters of yellow spheres are launched toward Lu as blinding lights reflect across the faces of those watching. Thousands of red laser beams erupt from behind while the yellow projectiles approach from the front. This isn't just a step up, it's an overwhelming leap in difficulty. Lu immediately senses the change. The beams are positioned strategically to corner him, leaving almost no room to maneuver. For the first time, he knows this won't be easy. With a sharp breath, he leaps high, narrowly avoiding a synchronized strike that ends in a violent explosion. The challenge isn't over, and he keeps moving, determined to push forward. Watching him from outside, the femboy begins to suspect that Lu might have already broken through to the inner discernment stage. He remembers how few rank 4 or 5 veterans ever refined their movement to that level. Even he didn't reach it until the age of 22. Qingshu quietly admits she only achieved it at 25. The guy brushes off her comparison, reminding her that his martial path focused on speed. Still, the fact that Lu is only 18 and already displaying this kind of control makes it hard to ignore. Inside, Lu is only 15% into the challenge, and his expression is now far from relaxed. Psychic foresight alone isn't cutting it anymore. Sensing the pressure, he shifts his technique, activating a form known as Breath of the Wind. A soft green aura swirls around him, and under the flashing lasers, that glow is the only sign of his presence. In moments, he reaches 62% completion. Those watching outside lose sight of him entirely, the system later announcing he's at 81%. The femboy explains that Lu is simply moving too fast for the naked eye. Eventually, the level 3 training concludes successfully. The instructor, assuming the day is done, turns to leave, believing Lu must be exhausted after such a feat. But Qingshu stops him as she's still watching. The system doesn't pause. It jumps straight into level 4. The guy is stunned that even he had only just begun level 4 recently. Yet here Lu is, standing calmly again, eyes locked on the screen in front of him. As his foot taps a black platform, the next challenge begins to unfold. A cluster of black objects forms swiftly and begins firing lasers, attempting to trap Lu. Though his reaction speed is impressive, the sheer number of beams makes dodging all of them impossible. Recognizing this, he comes to a halt, frustration showing on his face. The spectators, including Jin, are frozen in shock, realizing the danger he's in. Just then, the system broadcasts that his level 4 footwork has reached 30% completion. The femboy watching from afar gets curious about how Lu will manage the onslaught. Meanwhile, standing still amidst a storm of lasers, our boy focuses and activates a deeper power, his divine illumination of the king's hell pushing his limits. Boosted by the breath of the wind, a green glow surrounds him as a grayscale circle forms. Time seems to slow down. A phenomenon he remembers is called temporal sense. With heightened perception, the attacks are evaded by Lu in a blur of movement. From outside, the energy shift is recognized by Qingshu. She realizes that this kind of psychic transformation occurs only in those who have reached rank 3. Cracks are spread across the glass, walls, and floor as understanding narrows her eyes. Lu is perceived not as an ordinary student. Knowing Lu is on another level, Qingshu summons her spirit form and sends it into the chamber. Everyone's shocked to see this, while our boy is busy dodging lasers. In the middle of it, he suddenly senses her spirit, instantly dodges, and counters it with a single blow. Qingshu staggers slightly from the backlash, fully convinced now that Lu's psychic force matches her own. As she watches the fading spirit, her suspicions are confirmed that his abilities are both awakened and advanced. Though the temporal sense boosts his performance, the energy toll is immense. Meanwhile, Lu feels the fatigue setting in and realizes his vitality is nearing its limit. He's only halfway through level 4 training, yet he's already exhausted 2 of his strongest techniques. With no strength left to dodge, he lets the final beam strike him. The system chimes once again, revealing that the training is 56% complete, and Lu's movement proficiency now surpasses 97% of martial artists worldwide. Onlookers stare in disbelief. For someone still in training, Lu's mastery of footwork and spatial control puts him ahead of billions. Meanwhile, Jin also turns to stone, crumbling away in disbelief. He had just realized that Sleepy had surpassed him by a staggering 45%. The blow stings even more knowing Lu, someone he once underestimated, is a strength-type martial artist. Meanwhile, Lu stands in front of a performance screen. Despite his recent success, he feels far from accomplished, aware that 3% of the global population still outclasses him in footwork and agility. Later, Qingshu arrives praising him for shattering records in both the G-Force training chamber and the footwork studio. When asked if he plans to continue training in the combat or psychic department, Lu considers it, but seeing it's mealtime, he casually decides to head for the cafeteria instead. The femboy laughs out loud at his choice, and Qingshu can't help but wonder if eating and sleeping are his only real priorities. 3 hours pass. In the command and control center, Lu shows up after being summoned. Qingshu greets him with the femme nearby and explains they just need to run a simple evaluation. Holding a blue vitality needle, she mentions this is a standard tool in all dorm rooms. Lu admits he hasn't used it yet, because it couldn't pierce his skin. That response confirms femboy's suspicion. Lu has already advanced to rank 3. After all, without that level of physical endurance, breaking the G-Force records would have been impossible. To verify, Qingshu pulls out a golden blood testing needle, one typically reserved for rank 5 martial artists. She pricks our boy's finger and analyzes the sample. The result is an astonishing 24.65 vitality rating. The femme, clearly impressed, remarks he hasn't seen someone this young reach rank 3 in nearly a decade. Next comes the combat power assessment. Lu steps forward, channels his breath of fire, and launches an 8-fold star impact at the target. The machine displays his combat index, 271,000. The instructor stares in disbelief as that's nearly the level of a rank 5 warrior. Having witnessed enough, the femboy places a hand on Lu's shoulder and declares that he's officially graduated from the training camp. All that remains is for Lu to report his new status to the Martial Association once he returns home. As Lu prepares to leave, Qingshu stops him as there's one final test. She reveals a rare energy crystal discovered over a century ago in the Lion Country's Anstra Canyon. Highly reactive to psychic energy, it's now used to measure the mental strength of advanced psychics. To evaluate someone's psychic strength, they must place their hand on the special crystal and channel their energy into it. During her demonstration, her results show a notable improvement. The femboy observes the rising numbers, impressed by her progress. He clearly remembers her purity index being around 3 last time, and now it has reached 4. Qingshu, somewhat smug, reminds him that unlike him, she doesn't spend her days lazing around. The guy grumbles that she can criticize him all she wants, but not his lifestyle. When it's Lu's turn, he calmly rests his hand on the crystal. The instructor, half joking, whispers to Qingshu that he might believe Lu has half her strength, but nearly matching her. That he doubts. Qingshu, visibly annoyed, hushes him. Suddenly, the crystal emits a blinding yellow glow. Qingshu freezes in disbelief as the numbers are undeniable. Lu's psychic strength reaches 113, and his purity index skyrockets to an astonishing 20.3, more than 5 times higher than hers. With her mouth nearly hanging open, Qingshu recalls how hard it is to improve even a single point in purity, comparable to folding and compressing a towel over and over until it shrinks to a coin-sized disc. Yet somehow Lu's purity level has soared to unimaginable heights. She can't help but compare her own efforts. Despite 2 years of intense work, she's only managed to gain 1 point. Lu, barely 18, has already shattered expectations. Genius doesn't quite capture it. As she searches for a better word, the femboy begins rambling, loudly praising Lu and even likening him to a god, until Qingshu cuts him off with a sharp smack that leaves a puff of smoke rising from his head. Trying to collect herself, Qingshu then asks the boy whether he's had formal guidance. He confirms that he's been trained by a mentor who taught him unique methods for cultivating psychic energy. That answer eases Qingshu's mind. If Lu had reached this level without any guidance, she might have found it too difficult to accept. Now convinced of his exceptional talent, she probes a bit further, asking when exactly his awakening happened. Lu thinks back and recalls, it's been less than 3 months. The moment sinks in. Both instructors fall silent, stunned by what they've just heard. After collecting herself, Qingshu informs Lu that even if the association waited another decade, they likely wouldn't find another anomaly like him. Despite awakening less than 3 months ago, Lu has already reached the 3rd rank in psychic ability, something nearly unheard of in their field. Qingshu explains that there's a separate institution dedicated to psychic users, entirely distinct from the martial association. While martial artists are more common, psychics are extremely rare. Less than 1% of the population possesses such abilities. The Psychic Association functions on a different structure, with fewer members but access to highly specialized resources. As she retrieves something from beneath her inner uniform, she reflects aloud that Lu's mentor may have deliberately withheld information to keep his focus sharp. Overloading a beginner with knowledge, she believes, can dilute the purity of their development. She pulls out a pendant, her personal token, and makes it clear that if Lu ever chooses to join the Psychic Association, presenting it would guarantee him support and cultivation resources. She genuinely hopes he accepts. When Lu sees the glowing token, he quietly admits to himself that he's never actually seen his teacher in person. His guidance always came in strange, inexplicable ways. Qingshu concludes that such a mysterious mentor must be someone truly remarkable, someone wise enough to guide a genius from the shadows, rather than possessively cling to him. What Qingshu doesn't know is that Lu's teacher isn't just mysterious. He's from 10,000 years in the future, and a rank 11 martial powerhouse named Duan Yifeng. Just then, the femboy breaks Lu's thoughts. He presents a reward card worth 5 million, stating that even though the training program hasn't ended, Lu's performance has already secured him the top rank. The bonus is simply a recognition of the overwhelming gap between him and everyone else. Lu stares blankly like a zombie at the reward card in his hand. Qingshu, noticing his expression, reassures him this is the highest amount their department could offer. The Eastern Military District has always operated on a tight budget, she adds, with most of the funds going toward feeding the trainees. The instructor chuckles, patting Lu's shoulder, and reminds him he's known for his huge appetite and his food bill since arrival likely tops 7 or 8 million. Realizing just how expensive his appetite has been, Lu quietly vows to avoid indulging like that again. Qingshu gestures gracefully with her hand, explaining that while the reward isn't massive, it reflects the district's sincerity, and there's more they need to discuss. Lu glances at the card again, now suspecting there's a recruitment pitch buried in all this. Qingshu confirms it with a knowing smile. A rare talent like him, she believes, is destined for the front lines. After all, true martial sages aren't forged in comfort, they're shaped in conflict. The femboy follows up, reminding him that the country and the Martial Association don't offer privileges and resources without expectations. When the time comes to choose a military division, they hope the Eastern District tops his list. With a grin creeping across his face, the guy leans in, throwing in one final incentive that their district is known not just for discipline, but for its stunning female soldiers. Just as he's trying to lure our boy into gooning, Qingshu cuts in, smacking him with a chair. While the guy lies groaning on the floor, Qingshu refocuses the moment. She informs Lu that they've chosen him to represent the Dongning Prodigy camp in the upcoming Morning Star selection. At first, Lu is caught off guard by the name, but Qingshu explains it's an annual event where all the eastern provinces send their brightest to compete. Only one will be crowned a future martial master, a Morning Star, The femboy, still half-conscious, adds that this title marks the beginning of one's path toward becoming a true master. Lu reflects silently. If he is to live in this world, then some things can't be avoided. To rewrite the fate of humanity, he must grow stronger. There's no turning back now. The instructor rests a reassuring hand on Lu Shang's shoulder, letting him know that both he and Qingshu fully trust Lu's capabilities. In their eyes, no one else in this year's Dongning training camp seems more fitting to represent them. The Eastern Military District has even decided to provide rewards for those selected in the trials. Lu silently acknowledges this and reflects that if he hopes to gain more resources, he'll have to reveal even more of his strength. Qingshu casually notes that a few months remain before the official Morningstar selection begins, once all provincial camps have concluded. She promises to remind Lu of the dates so his preparation doesn't clash with the National College entrance exam. But in Femboy's mind, Lu's abilities surpass the need for such tests. Colleges from the Eastern District would be eager to recruit him regardless. Hearing all this, Lu wonders aloud if he even needs to remain in the training camp any longer. The guy had already said it's up to him. As he moves toward the exit, Lu mentions he'll stick around for a bit and leaves unless anything else is required. The instructor watches him go, half joking that Lu is probably staying just for the cafeteria meals. Qingshu, meanwhile, quietly admits that she never imagined a day would come when she'd envy someone's talent. The guy agrees, noting that Lu is different, someone meant to shape the future in ways few can imagine. Later, at the Baihe City Martial Association, Lu makes his way to a familiar floor, Chairman Xiao's office. It's been some time since his last visit. As he approaches, voices raised in an argument echo from inside. Just then, the chairman's secretary calls out and opens the door with her nervousness barely concealed. She notices the boy and escorts him in the office. Inside, the chairman sits looking troubled. An older man in a blue suit rises, giving Lu a mocking once-over, pretending to be impressed by the so-called genius the chairman had spoken about. He casually brags about his own granddaughter, Zia, showing off her photo on his phone while his other hand subtly scans Lu's physique, looking for something noteworthy. In his opinion, Lu is no different from countless others who fall short of Zia's level. The chairman, already on edge, snaps at Lu for returning before the training camp ends. In response, Lu calmly presents a sealed envelope. He explains that Chief Instructor Qingshu had instructed him to deliver it personally, requesting Chairman Xiao's review and approval. Hearing Qingshu's name, the old man immediately reaches for the envelope, puzzled as to why a minor city's martial association is being asked to approve something of such importance. The old man eyes Lu with suspicion, wondering if the boy has caused trouble at the training camp and whether the chief instructor has pushed the responsibility onto Chairman Xiao. Before the man can voice his doubts, the chairman abruptly rises and snatches the envelope from his hands, clearly irritated. Tearing it open, he scans the contents, and as he reads, his expression shifts from disbelief to surprise. Once finished, he quietly slides the document back into its cover with his face unreadable. The old man, trying to provoke a reaction, makes a mocking remark, suggesting he shouldn't take it too personally. But the chairman, ignoring the jab, turns to Lu and asks about his breakthrough. When exactly did he reach rank 3? The old man looks startled by the question, but Lu answers calmly. He advanced a month ago, under the supervision of Chief Instructor Qingshu, who personally evaluated his abilities. According to her, the military holds the authority to assess martial artists, and Lu only needed Xiao's formal approval for recognition. At this, the chairman's mood lifts. He confirms everything appears legitimate and agrees to sign off immediately. Not convinced, the old man grabs the documents to see for himself. He flips through the pages quickly, scanning Lu's records. Holding them up, he accuses the boy of forging them. Xiao, now visibly annoyed, snatches the papers back and sarcastically invites the old man to create a forgery himself, if he thinks it's that easy. He even points out the official seal of the Eastern Military District stamped on the documents. Still in disbelief, the old man questions how someone who supposedly got eliminated could have a combat power index of 270,000. Lu sighs. He never claimed he was eliminated. That was just the old man's assumption. To put any lingering doubts to rest, Lu suggests contacting Chief Instructor Qingshu directly, as she anticipated the chairman might need confirmation. Xiao, amused by the tension, glances at the old man with a smirk and assures Lu there's no suspicion on his part, though he admits he'll still place the call. After all, Qingshu isn't just any instructor. She's one of the most trusted talents in the Eastern Military District. As the video call begins, Chief Instructor Qingshu appears on screen. Her eyes immediately catch sight of Lu, drawing her attention before anything else. The call is meant to be an introduction between the Baihe City chairman and Qingshu. He confirms his identity politely, but the moment he realizes he's speaking to the chief instructor, the old man nearly loses his balance in shock. It truly is her. Just then, Xia, Qingshu's student and the old man's granddaughter, hears her grandfather's voice and becomes curious why he's on a call with someone like Qingshu. Sensing her distraction, Qingshu sternly reminds her of her training goals and doubles her task for the day as punishment. The two beside the chairman watch the scolding quietly as the chairman nudges the old man to use the moment to talk to his granddaughter. The chairman then assures Qingshu that he has received the necessary documents and will see everything through. Pleased with his quick response, Qingshu tells him to speed things up. Lu has been chosen to represent Dongning province in the prestigious Morning Star selection. She goes on to reveal that Lu is by far the strongest prodigy in this year's training camp, and that there's little point in having him continue with the regular sessions. The weight of her words hits the chairman hard. He stands frozen for a second before giving Lu a silent thumbs up. Meanwhile, the old man finally realizes that the terrifyingly talented student his granddaughter mentioned before was Lu all along. He quietly sits down to process it, while Qingshu scolds Jia for letting go of the dream of surpassing that very same boy. When she asks if she still clings to that goal, Jia, shaken, admits she wouldn't even dare face him again. As the call nears its end, Qingshu requests a quick word with Lu. She informs him that most of the materials for crafting his requested psychic weapon have already been acquired. She promises to share an itemized list with prices soon, and offers to assist with any further purchases. Once he completes the psychic mentalist assessment, he'll be able to access StarWeb to handle acquisitions himself. With that, she ends the call. The moment the screen goes dark, Chairman rushes to Lu like a maniac, unable to believe what he just heard. He confirms that Lu is truly on track for the psychic mentalist assessment. Lu calmly explains that Qingshu personally recommended him after discovering his gift during the training camp. Overwhelmed but proud, Chairman gives Lu a firm pat on the shoulder. In his eyes, there's no doubt anymore, Lu isn't just talented. Meanwhile, just beside them, Xia's grandfather remains stunned, still processing everything he's just witnessed. Outside the building, Xiao offers Lu a ride home, but he politely declines. He has another place he needs to visit first. Xiao, in good spirits, invites Lu to drop by his house sometime, promising to cook for him and introduce him to a few people. As Lu gets into a taxi, he silently agrees with the chairman's earlier statement. Strength truly rules this world. Even the taxi driver picks up on Xiao's unusually cheerful mood and curiously asks Lu about their connection. Before responding, Lu reflects that the chairman probably feels proud for the first time in a long while. Out loud, he simply says that Xiao is just naturally kind and there's no personal relation between them. Their drive is suddenly interrupted when a large sign falls in front of the car, forcing the driver to brake hard. Lu steps out to check and sees that the fallen sign belongs to the Hongchuan Martial Arts Academy. Curious, he approaches to see what's happening. Inside the academy, things are tense. Master Hongchuan and his daughter are kneeling as a group of thugs, led by Lin, confront them. Despite being a rank 4 martial artist, Lin has come to openly challenge the entire academy, clearly looking to assert dominance. Ni, the master's daughter, accuses him of taking advantage of her father's injured condition. Though weakened, Hongchuan stands and reminds Lin that their academy had already agreed not to recruit new students for a year. But Lin brushes it off, pointing out that anyone bold enough to display a martial arts signboard should also be ready to defend it. Hongchuan doesn't back down. He recalls arriving in Baihe City 2 decades ago with nothing but his fists and built his academy from scratch. If he could do it then, he believes he can hold his ground again. However, his body betrays his resolve as he coughs up blood. Ni rushes to his side, worried, but he insists he's fine. Lin and his men mock the old man's defiance, questioning how a struggling academy could have attracted a rank 2 martial artist like Lu at all. The master's daughter quickly clarifies that Lu isn't even an official student, just someone affiliated with their school, but Lin doesn't care about the details. Fueled by rage, he slams his foot into the floor, venting that thanks to Lu's rising reputation, his own business has taken a major hit. As far as he's concerned, this dojo crossed a line by interfering with his profits, and he plans to make them pay. As he is threatening them, Ni steps forward asserting that the student who left Lin's academy had joined theirs willingly. Lin already knows this. He didn't come for explanations, but to destroy the academy altogether. In his mind, once it's gone, the students will have no option but to return to him. Irritated by his arrogance, Ni insists on facing him herself. Lin, amused, is more than eager to crush her spirit. From the sidelines, Hongchuan warns his daughter, saying that Lin isn't just some opponent. As a rank 4 martial artist, he's beyond dangerous. Even if Hongchuan were at his peak, the fight would have been uncertain. But Ni reminds him she's rank 3, and together they might stand a chance. Unimpressed, Lin grows impatient. The Martial Association's clock is ticking, and he has no intention of returning tomorrow, so he demands they fight now. Ni fires back with confidence, declaring that once they defeat him, they'll make him parade around carrying the dojo's signboard. That remark gets under Lin's skin. With a twisted smile and a dark aura surrounding him, he lunges forward. But before he can reach her, Hongchuan intercepts the blow. Despite blocking, the impact sends him crashing into the ground. Laughing cruelly, Lin mocks the old man, questioning if he's realized the truth, that Lin has already broken into rank 5. He accuses Hongchuan of hiding behind the academy to avoid real fights and demands to know who's next. At this point, Hongchuan, exhausted and defeated, announces that he will comply with Lin's wishes and shut the academy down. Hearing that, Ni's heart sinks, her eyes well with tears. She calls out to her father, knowing once he gives his word, there's no turning back. But just then, a familiar voice echoes through the entrance, cutting through the tension. It's Lu who steps in, surrounded by a faint blue aura, asking where he'll train if the academy shuts down. Ni, shocked and uncertain, barely believes her eyes. Lu greets her casually, as if no time has passed. Watching this, the two students from Lin's academy quickly blame Lu for their downfall, claiming it was his influence that made their peers leave. Now focusing on Lu, Lin changes his tone. He compliments his talent and attitude, offering him a place at his own dojo. After all, Hongchuan's academy, in his eyes, is worthless, led by a man who can't take a single hit. If Lu truly wants to grow stronger, Lin promises to personally pass on the secrets of his family martial style. Lu pretends to be impressed and curiously inquires about the so-called family secret technique. In response, Lin proudly reveals his chest, boasting about his nearly impenetrable defense. He claims the technique is a rare and restricted art, not casually passed down, and says even strong fighters like Hongchuan couldn't break through his defenses. Few at the academy could. His confidence, however, leaves the dojo master quietly disheartened. Faking interest, Lu questions whether Lin truly intends to teach him such a prized skill. Lin confidently affirms, saying he'd share not just the technique, but everything he knows, if Lu agreed to become his disciple. But just as Lin begins preparing his next sweet-talking line, everything shifts. What Lin sees, or rather senses, feels monstrous. In his mind, it's like a beast with gaping mouths coils around him, and instinctively, he tears off his shirt to brace for impact. His legs buckle under sudden pressure, feet sinking into the ground, body drenched in sweat as he struggles to keep up. Lu, unfazed, playfully gives him a thumbs up for being durable, then immediately follows it with a devastating blow straight to the chest. The hit is so forceful, it sends Lin crashing into the wall, collapsing to his knees, unconscious. Lu mockingly questions how someone kneeling in defeat could teach him anything at all. As Lin lies there, one of his shaken companions becomes Steve from Minecraft in disbelief. How could an 18-year-old already wield this much power? Meanwhile, Lu calmly offers a hand to Ni, who blushes and takes it without speaking. Once things settle, he casually asks Hongchuan not to shut down the dojo, mentioning it's close to his home. Hongchuan gratefully agrees, offering any future support Lu might need. Lu just smiles, saying he only stepped in this once, reminding them that in this world, strength rules. Next time, they must defend their ground on their own. As he walks away, Hongchuan still struggles to grasp how someone so young could defeat a near rank 5 martial artist in a single blow, something only peak rank 5s should be capable of. Ni reflects on how quickly time has passed. Barely 3 months ago, Lu had just reached rank 2. Now she can't even guess his current level. As evening falls and night sets in, Lu returns home, greeted warmly by his family. His mother, worried by his delay, asks why he's late since he'd promised to come back by afternoon. Lu explains that he had stopped to help some weak and elderly people who were being harassed by thugs. This immediately raises concern in his mother, who fears he might have been hurt. But his father, calm and confident, reminds her that their son is now an official martial artist, and helping others is part of a true warrior's path. He believes Lu is destined for something greater, perhaps even to battle monsters one day. Later at the dinner table, Qingyi quietly asks her brother about the mysterious meat he'd sent earlier. After eating it, their father's health had improved noticeably, and her own vitality had risen to 1.1. She suspects it's more powerful than any tonic they've tried before, and jokingly wonders if Lu stole it from the training camp. Lu brushes her off, teasingly pinching her cheek, and assures her it was something he earned through hard work. Their mother, still concerned, asks if the camp is too difficult, reminding him not to overdo it. She's just happy to see him home, safe and sound. His father, however, insists there's more to his son than meets the eye. He believes that even if Lu stumbles or fails, their support will never waver. Hearing this, Lu can't help but smile. In that simple moment, surrounded by the warmth of his family, he quietly promises himself to grow stronger, not just for them, but to protect the world from ruin. That night, in his dreams, Lu finds himself in a familiar battlefield. With just a single punch, he effortlessly crushes zombies, absorbing their powers and memories. He's surprised at how easily he now handles foes equivalent to rank 6 martial artists. As he approaches the heart of the ruined base, he recalls a terrifying presence, a zombie cloaked in a crushing aura that he had once seen atop the central tower. Curious but cautious, he decides to observe rather than confront. Yet before he can react, the powerful zombie leaps down, shaking the ground with its landing. The creature radiates a divine energy, its body seemingly forged from molten metal and dense vitality. Even the strongest martial artists wouldn't stand a chance against its overwhelming pressure. Lu instantly recognizes it as a martial master-level being. Facing the monster, a dark urge stirs within him, a hunger to destroy, fueled by the battle memories he absorbed. He could suppress it with his crystal technique, but refuses, not wanting to lose the edge. Steadying his breath, he shifts into the breath of the wind stance and unleashes Star Impact, ready to face the towering threat. Despite unleashing a fierce attack, Lu is caught off guard when the master zombie remains completely unharmed with its eerie smile still intact. He instinctively leaps back, keeping his distance, surprised that even though he hadn't gone all out, he had still used 6 rounds of his enhanced Star Impact along with buffs from his footwork. The force behind that strike had easily surpassed a combat power of 100,000, yet it failed to even move a finger of his undead opponent. Frustrated, he switches tactics and channels his energy into a more intense technique, Flame Breath, before charging in and striking with Star Impact tenfold. The resulting explosion rocks the area, and sweat pours from his body as he watches the dust settle. But once again, the zombie remains untouched. That's when it clicks. The master zombie is protected by an invisible force field. Lu recalls that all true martial masters possess such a barrier, and this one is so powerful that not even bullets could get through. Keeping his distance in case of a sudden counterattack, Lu notices something odd. The zombie still shows no intention of retaliating. Its stance remains defensive, unmoving. Letting out a quiet sigh, Lu finally accepts that he's outmatched. He sits down, exhausted, and begins to analyze the situation. Every time his attacks landed, the zombie's force field absorbed and reduced their power by nearly 99%. It's hard to believe that even in death, this martial master retains such terrifying strength. Yet Lu feels an odd sense of relief that the undead doesn't see him as a real threat, only defending itself. He knows if it attacked, he wouldn't stand a chance. In that moment, he truly understands the vast gap between rank 6 and rank 7, the realm of true martial masters. He thinks of retreating but reminds himself of the potential reward. If he can defeat this undead master, he might gain access to its knowledge and abilities. That thought reignites a spark of determination. He launches a series of relentless punches against the force field. When he delivers his final blow, he instantly retreats again, breathing hard and watching for a response. Strangely, the barrier seems slightly weaker. It's not much, but it's enough to give him hope. Even the smallest sign of progress is worth chasing. Lu decides he'll keep going, even if it means punching 1,000,000 times. With stamina almost drained, he knows a typical rank 3 would have collapsed by now. Only his mastery of natural breathing techniques keeps him standing. But the battle is far from over, and Lu isn't ready to quit just yet. As Lu glances at the fallen zombies around him, a fleeting thought of retreat crosses his mind. Perhaps it would be wiser to return after gaining more strength. But then he recalls something important. Ever since his psychic energy advanced to rank 3, eliminating zombies of rank 6 and below had become effortless. Entire swarms could be wiped out in a single sweep. Yet despite this advantage, he hasn't once tried using his psychic power offensively against the master zombie. He realizes it's because he never learned actual psychic combat techniques. He's always treated his abilities as support tools or as a means to channel the divine illumination of the King of Hell to amplify his vitality. Eyes shut, fully focused, he nearly forgets that his strength as a rank 3 psychic mentalist may even surpass his martial skills. Drawing in his power, he concentrates it into a crystal, a method he's never used as a weapon before, but it feels potent enough. He charges forward and strikes the master zombie directly. The impact lands, but the creature's energy shield remains intact. Undeterred, Lu leaps into the air, gathers his full power into another crystal, and hurls it down. This time, the force field begins to crack, but still doesn't shatter. Pushing past his limits, he creates a crystal 10 times larger. As it descends slowly, it pierces deeper into the barrier. The master zombie watches it with a faint, almost relieved smile. Still, the shield holds. In a final burst, Lu combines his psychic energy with a burst of flame, the tenfold Star Impact, and his perfected martial technique. The explosion is massive, and it finally obliterates the force field. Lu moves in close for the finishing blow. Just before striking, he recalls the sacrifices of those who fought before him, those whose spirits never truly faded. As he delivers the final attack, the master zombie responds with a haunting smile. Lu freezes momentarily, struck by its deep sadness. As the creature falls, Lu begins absorbing its memories and abilities. Among the fragments, a scene plays out. Soldiers saluting a man named Shang, congratulating him on becoming a martial master. In another memory, panic spreads across the land. Despite efforts by elites from the Star Realm, strongholds continue to fall. A child pleads with him not to leave, but Shang, now a martial master, chooses to stay on the front lines, prepared to fight to his last breath. The memory shifts once more. Standing before a terrifying rank 9 monster, Even a veteran like Xu Shengning feels fear. Yet soldiers cheer nearby, praising Master Wang for defeating such a beast. In their voices, hope still lingers, so long as warriors like him continue to rise. After mastering a new martial technique from Master Wang, Xu Shengning once believed he might break through to the legendary rank 8 Grand Martial Master, but that hope quickly faded as he clutched his bleeding wounds, coldness creeping into his limbs. He wondered if this was how death truly felt. Just before slipping into unconsciousness, he heard whispers that the Martial Alliance had launched the Fire Seed Plan, humanity's desperate gamble to raise an unprecedented rank 12 powerhouse. His final thoughts lingered on whether there was still hope for mankind. Now, Lu regains his breath after absorbing this flood of memories. More than any zombie he had encountered before, he now knows that this powerful corpse was once called Xu Shengning, a master of fist techniques. With Xu Shengning's insights, battle instincts, and lifelong training fused into his mind, Lu's own martial mastery begins evolving rapidly. A blue aura flares around him, and as it turns intense, he realizes he has stepped into the profound control stage. Divine energy seeps from his fingers, the result of decades of accumulated knowledge. Among the memories, a face keeps appearing: Master Wang. Lu wonders if this is the same Wang who developed the legendary star body refining technique. Known as the Eastern Evil Sun, this Wang was said to be one of the strongest martial artists from a distant future, someone even Xu Shengning revered. It's said Xu Shengning once watched Wang unleash a single devastating move that inspired him to craft a new, powerful martial art of his own. But strangely, Lu can't find this skill directly in Xu Shengning's mind. Determined, he delves deeper into the memory fragments, eventually stumbling upon a glowing yellow orb. As he touches it, the world around him shifts. He's pulled into a darker realm surrounded by glowing red eyes. A massive crimson eye with jagged teeth looms before him, and far off, he sees a vision of Xu Shengning himself. Suddenly, a radiant beam of divine energy cuts across the void, annihilating everything in its path. Even Lu can feel its power from afar. Through this surreal memory, Lu learns the origin of a near-mythical technique: the 10 suns in the same sky, inspired by ancient legends of the Golden Crow, the celestial creature said to carry the sun across the heavens. When all 10 crows appear at once, the earth burns and reality tears apart. It was Xu Shengning's final masterpiece, intended to push him into the Grand Master ranks. As the memory ends, light returns. A new day dawns, and Lu, back in his room, sits calmly on his bed. He notices something within. His psychic energy has changed. Something fundamental has awakened. Lu focuses his energy and successfully compresses it into a small, solid pink crystal. While the total amount of his psychic energy remains roughly the same, the transformation in quality is staggering. Compared to others, Zia's energy like air, Qingshu's like water, his now feels like a dense ball forged from pure steel. The moment he clenches his fist, a subtle grin forms. His energy might be equal in volume, but its strength and density are on a completely different level. Lost in his excitement, Lu fails to notice that he has unintentionally lifted an entire building off the ground. Inside and outside, people panic at the surreal sight. Looking around in confusion, he's stunned at how effortlessly he did it. It leaves him wondering just how many times stronger his new psychic state has become. Still, despite the massive leap, he understands that true control will take time and practice. After gently placing the building back, Lu reflects that this level of power is far beyond what most martial artists could even dream of. In terms of raw psychic energy alone, he believes he could crush a rank 3, perhaps even a rank 4, without lifting a finger. But that's not all he gains. A faint psychic force field now surrounds his body, weak but real. With focus, he can enhance its density, though even at full strength, it's nowhere near what he witnessed from the master zombie back in training. Lu's own field is like the fragile shell of a chicken egg compared to the zombie's fortress-like ostrich shell. Still, this seed of power is a clear sign of evolution. It's the beginning of something far greater, his path to becoming a true martial master. Later that day, inside a high-rise suite at Grand Sea and Sky, Lu lounges while scrolling through his phone. A message pops up, someone apologizing for running late. With a thoughtful expression, he realizes that ever since leaving the training camp, he's no longer receiving meals made from monster meat. To maintain his cultivation, high-quality tonics are now essential. It's time, he decides, to meet with someone from the medicinal hall. Not long after, Susu, the alluring owner of the medicinal hall, arrives, slightly out of breath. On seeing Lu's youthful appearance, she relaxes. Assuming he's just another naive student, she mentally prepares to handle the deal with ease. But Lu is calm, focused. He gestures for her to sit as he flips through the menu. Rather than diving straight into business, he chooses to keep things relaxed. He places an order, 40 portions of the restaurant's finest steak, while Susu hands off her coat and takes a seat, still calculating how best to steer the conversation. Unbeknownst to her, Lu's already several steps ahead. While he casually places his order, Susu watches him with a mix of confusion and disbelief. She wonders if he's secretly a pig in human form. His appetite seems endless. Martial artists were known to eat more, sure, but 40 servings of steak? Each one costs over 1,000, so the total racks up to more than 50,000. The thought alone makes her nervous. What if he expects her to foot the bill? Just then, Lou glances up and checks if she wants anything. She politely declines, saying she's already eaten. Without wasting time, Lou asks the waitress to hurry with the order, claiming he's starving. Watching him, Susu silently scoffs, finding him really strange. Before she can say anything else, he tosses a file her way. As she skims through it, her face tightens. It's her background. Lou casually narrates the details. Her great-great-great-grandfather had once been an apprentice at the medicinal shop, who later rose to become a rank 5 alchemist and founded the now fading Xingshan Medical Hall. At its peak, the business had over 200 branches across Dongning province. But over time, especially by her father's generation, it crumbled under poor leadership. The longer Lou speaks, the more agitated she becomes. To her, everything he says is available online anyway. What's the point of flaunting it? But just as she's about to shut him down, the waitress returns with the food. Unbothered, Lou calmly begins eating while dropping another unsettling fact. He knows her mother, Chen Lan, hasn't returned to Dongning province in nearly 2 decades, and that she and Susu have never once met. He doesn't stop there. He brings up how their family has been subtly sabotaging the medical hall for years because of their outdated mindset and bad management. Susu finally snaps and demands to know where he's getting all this from. But Lou, still chewing, simply points out that whether it's true or not, all she needs to do is ask her father, He Heji. His calmness only deepens her frustration. Memories rush in. Her mother left when she was just 2. After that, the business began collapsing fast. Her father, though not a strong leader, tried to keep it afloat. Stores were closing every other day during those months. Looking back, she had always felt that the fall was too sudden to blame on mismanagement alone. As if reading her thoughts, Lou casually remarks that every time she tried to launch a new partnership, it would mysteriously fall apart at the last moment. As Lou quietly chews his steak, he reflects on the risk he's taking, hoping Miss Susu won't hold it against him for digging so deep into her affairs. Surprisingly, Susu stands and calmly acknowledges his investigation, suggesting they discuss their potential collaboration. In this arrangement, Lou takes charge of developing medicinal prescriptions and training while Medicinal Hall oversees production and distribution. When it comes to profit sharing, Lou boldly asks for 90%. Susu is stunned, nearly offended. If he's going that far, why not just take all of it? Though tempted, Lou knows she wouldn't allow that. Instead, she offers 70%, the highest she's willing to go. Lou agrees, but adds that she'll still need to account for another 20%. He explains that the remaining 10% is for maintaining a long-term partnership, and the other 10% covers something far more personal: protection and revenge. For years, the Chen family in the capital has tormented her family. Lou promises to end that cycle and restore what rightfully belongs to her. To prove he's not bluffing, he unleashes a brief display of his mentalist powers. Susu is frozen in disbelief. An 18-year-old martial artist of the 2nd rank with psychic abilities is sitting across from her in Baihe City? Even though she lacks martial skills herself, she knows the weight those titles carry. She suspects someone powerful must be backing him, and Lou doesn't deny it. That additional 10%, he says, is for both his abilities and his connections. Faced with the reality that the Chen family might come after her again, especially if others use her new partnership as an excuse to strike, Susu realizes she'll have to face them eventually, whether she wants revenge or not. After a pause, she accepts Lou's terms. He then reveals a USB drive containing the formula for a muscle and blood strengthening decoction. With a light smile, he passes it to her, calling it a promise in digital form. She quietly hopes he'll keep his word. Lou reassures her, encouraging her to file a patent with the Alchemist Association and offering support with the process if needed. He also mentions borrowing her lab in the future and asks her to prepare it. As Lou leaves, he casually says it's been a pleasure working together. Once alone, Susu sighs. She had assumed she could easily steer this deal to her benefit, but the balance of power shifted fast. It doesn't even feel like she negotiated with a student. Instead, it was like facing a seasoned leader. Just then, a waitress approaches, breaking her thoughts by asking if she'll be settling the bill. Susu touches her forehead in frustration. She didn't even eat. And Lou, of course, didn't pay. When she asks how much, the waitress pulls out an absurdly long bill, listing 90 items and totaling over 115,000. At the restaurant, Susu becomes frustrated when the bill shows 90 items, even though she remembers only serving 40 portions. The waitress, smiling brightly, explains that while Lou dined alone with 40 servings, he also placed a separate order of 50 items to take home for his family. As Susu quietly pulls out her card, holding back tears, the waitress warmly thanks her for the generous payment and continues on her way. Chapter 33. Later that evening, Lou arrives at his apartment with a towering stack of food boxes. His mother is caught off guard by the lavish meal and comments on the unnecessary expense. Lu reassures her, saying the bill wasn't his to cover. A wealthy girl insisted on treating him. To keep things simple, he pretends he tried to refuse, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. His mother gently warns him not to take advantage of others' kindness again, regardless of their insistence. She then mentions that teacher Zhang had dropped by several times asking about him. This reminds Lu that he hasn't been to school in quite a while, prompting him to finally make a visit the next day. At Baihei Third High, teacher Zhang is sitting in his office when Lu unexpectedly shows up, holding a small bonsai pot. He offers it as a replacement for the one he once accidentally ruined. The teacher is quietly touched by the gesture, but even more struck by the noticeable change in Lu, especially considering how little time has passed. Zhang invites him in, and as they sit, he informs Lu that his school withdrawal process is nearly complete. From now on, he jokes to himself, he'll likely only see the boy on television. When asked about his future plans, Lu casually reveals he's been chosen for the Morning Star selection and will soon be evaluated by the Psychic Mentalist Association. The news stuns Zhang to his core. Sweat forming, he processes the reality. His once average student has become something extraordinary. After a long pause, Zhang accepts that he has nothing more to offer this rising star. He gives Lu his full support, asking him to go out into the world and make a name for himself. As Lu walks away, the teacher silently reflects on just how much he underestimated him. What once seemed like raw potential has now grown into a symbol of pride, not just for their school or even their city, but perhaps for all of humanity. In their classroom, the atmosphere is anything but focused. While the teacher delivers his lecture, one student is glued to a mobile game and others are either dozing off or lost in thought. Frustrated, the teacher slams his book and urges the class to pay attention, reminding them that their cultural studies aren't just a formality, they're essential if they hope to get into the prestigious Marshall University. As he speaks, a student, Ju, yawns and leans toward his friend Ming, asking if he wants to hit the internet cafe later, but Ming declines, explaining that he's been attending martial arts cram school and needs the extra training. Ju finds this surprising. Ming has already been pushing himself hard lately. Before the teacher can reprimand them further, the classroom door opens, and to everyone's astonishment, Lu steps inside. With a relaxed smile and a casual wave, he enters the room, sparking a mix of excitement and disbelief among his former classmates. Some whisper about his rumored accomplishments, including turning down the mayor's daughter for the sake of martial training, while a few students, visibly flustered, can't believe they're seeing him again. The teacher greets Lu warmly as he expresses a desire to attend one last cultural class. Granted permission, he walks to his old seat while the rest of the students look on in awe. Ju, still in disbelief, wonders if Lu is even the same age as them anymore, having heard that he's already reached rank 2. Meanwhile, Ming, Lu's closest friend, remains speechless, quietly absorbing how much his friend seems to have changed. The class proceeds, but much of the attention remains subtly fixed on Lu. When the final bell rings, the teacher dismisses them with a smile. As Lu rises to leave, the entire class instinctively turns toward him. With a warm farewell, he bids them goodbye, thanking them in his own way. The students feel proud to have shared a classroom with someone like him. Before exiting, Lu places a hand on Ming's shoulder, encouraging him quietly. The gesture hits the fatty deeply. Struggling to hold back tears, he makes a silent vow. No matter how hard it gets, he'll make it into Marshall University, even if it costs him everything. A short while later, in his quiet room, Lu sits before his computer, already one step ahead. He had arranged for Susu to purchase the necessary ingredients for 2 potent concoctions, the muscle and blood strengthening decoction and the marrow nourishing elixir. Both are known for their efficiency in reinforcing the body and bones, ideal for his current cultivation phase. With enough supply, he estimated they'd carry him all the way to rank 4. However, weaponry was a different problem. As a budding psychic mentalist, he lacked access to the Star Web marketplace, since official access required passing an assessment. Without that, he couldn't buy his own weapon, and constantly relying on Qingshu could easily expose his secret. He knew he needed to make time for the assessment before the Morning Star selection arrived. Curious, he browses through a list of available weapons and is stunned. The Eternal Blade Wheel alone is priced at an outrageous 3,700,000, and the Silver Sky Glider isn't far behind. That's when the memory of the instructors casually handing him a 5 million small reward made more sense. At these prices, they weren't exaggerating. Crafting these weapons required rare materials, Deb's steel in particular, valued at a jaw-dropping 9,000 per gram. A single blade wheel would need at least a pound, already overshooting 5 million, and that's without the cost of secondary materials. Worse still, with his psychic strength being above average, standard materials wouldn't cut it. Mithril might work, but the cost would be tenfold. Stuck between absurd prices and his need for a reliable weapon, Lu decides he'll have to gather the materials himself. Thankfully, he discovers a resource distribution map from the Fireweed repository, which points him toward a promising mithril deposit at Oxhead Mountain. With the map in hand and a glimmer of optimism, he plans to extract the mithril himself, get it forged by a blacksmith, and perhaps even trade any surplus for funds. A week later at the medicinal hall, Susu waits, visibly annoyed by his delay. Lu finally arrives, dressed plainly, then quickly throws on a white coat. Though she doesn't hide her irritation, he calmly prepares for the task. As he slips on gloves and inspects the herbs, he mentally notes their decent quality. The total cost had come to around 200,000, which he planned to log in their records and deduct from their profits later. After masking up, he politely asks Susu to step out, needing full concentration for the next step. Susu, though puzzled by Lu's sudden request, obeys without question. As she steps out, her mind drifts back to the fact that the blood and muscle-enhancing tonic hasn't even hit the market, yet she has already poured nearly 1 million into materials, just for Lu's formulations. Despite the expense, she feels a sense of relief. The guidance Lu provided was thorough, allowing her to complete the decoction with ease. Before leaving, she wonders if Lu is developing a new formula, recalling how he's been visiting the lab daily. She starts to question how many secrets he might be hiding. 3 hours later, Lu notifies her that he's finished. He casually mentions he's heading out for a few days and assures her the funds for launching the tonic will be transferred soon. But Susu, sitting nearby, shows no interest in his announcement. Lu mutters something under his breath, mixing humor with mild frustration, which only earns him another irritated glance from the old woman. Once she confirms Lu has left, she sneaks back into the lab. She immediately notices a new elixir left behind, something she's seen before during testing. The effects were remarkable. Unlike typical tonics on the market, which cost millions and barely reach 4th grade strength, this one directly enhances bone structure and was made from ingredients costing only a few $100,000. Holding the test tube, Susu's mind races with the possibilities. She grits her teeth, suspecting Lu's bag holds more of these unheard-of concoctions. Her thoughts are interrupted when her assistant enters, reporting that he completed her earlier task. He tells her he watched the security feed the entire time, yet saw nothing. It was as if the cameras had malfunctioned, only to return to normal the moment Lu exited. Susu sighs, not surprised. She knows that standard surveillance is useless against a psychic of Lu's caliber. Gazing at a different green elixir she had hoped to replicate, she lets out a tired breath and discards it in frustration. In her mind, she accepts that her only real option now is to follow him faithfully. For her family's future in the city, he might be their only hope. Meanwhile, on a bus weaving through the hills of Quming, a cheerful tour guide welcomes the passengers. Their destination, Shanlin Village, nestled deep within Oxhead Mountain, far from the noise of the city. She describes it as a 5-star scenic location, known for its stunning landscapes, peaceful atmosphere, and rich local traditions. Visitors, she says, can enjoy authentic regional cuisine, serene views, and even shop for rare handcrafted items unique to the village's culture. As the guide speaks about the local handicrafts, a woman in red stands up, clearly agitated, questioning whether they'll be pressured into buying anything. An elderly woman beside her wonders aloud about the night's stay and whether the mountain swarms with mosquitoes. The tour guide calmly assures the group that no one will be forced to buy anything. They're part of a well-established agency after all. As the yapping is going on, Lu remains quiet and detached from the chatter, lost in his own thoughts. He recalls the marrow-nourishing solution he refined earlier that week, enough to sustain him for days. This mountain feels far removed from the world, and he suspects there may be an undiscovered mithril mine hidden within. The idea of monopolizing it crosses his mind, but his train of thought is interrupted when a yellow ball rolls to his feet. A young girl in red retrieves the ball and looks at him with innocent curiosity. Before she can say much, her mother gently pulls her back and apologizes for the disturbance. Lu assures her there's no trouble, though internally he's startled. He senses the distinct psychic aura coming from the girl's father. This piques his interest. Perhaps he isn't the only mentalist on this trip after all. Elsewhere on the bus, a girl named Dan complains about the exhausting journey. The 3-day ride has left her irritable and sweaty. Her companion, Lin, reminds her that no one forced her to join. Dan, however, insists she only came to keep Lin from doing anything reckless after her recent financial troubles. Lin brushes off the concern, saying it's just a much-needed getaway, and that the views from Oxhead Mountain make it all worth it. Their conversation is interrupted by laughter. The kid in red is now playing ball with Lu outside the bus. When he smiles, Dandan's demeanor shifts. She is shocked, but a moment later, the ball lands near her. She catches it with exaggerated enthusiasm and tosses it back to Lu, earning a soft smile from him in return. Blushing deeply, she tries to act composed, but Lin nudges her, smirking. It's clear her friend's heart has just skipped a beat. 2 hours later, the bus reaches its destination deep within the Oxhead Mountain region. Dan scans the surroundings with visible disappointment. It looks like an average mountain to her. But Lin finds the place charming and mentions hearing about a large waterfall nearby. She's eager to explore the forest the next day to see it for herself. Before Dan can reply, her attention shifts to Lu stepping off the bus. The cheerful kid from earlier runs up to him, calling out excitedly and asking if they can play again tomorrow. Lu gently pats her head and tells her that he'll join her if he has time. Delighted, the little girl beams with joy. Dandan also approaches and, half playful, asks the girl if she can join them too. But the child hides behind Lu and teases her, calling her a baddie for stealing the ball earlier, saying she only wants to play with the big brother. Just as the little girl's mother calls her into the village, she waves goodbye to Lu, who returns the gesture warmly. Dandan, trying to brush off the rejection, mutters that she doesn't want to play with a brat anyway. Lu casually mentions that kids often speak without a filter. She responds that she's not bothered, then boldly compliments his looks and flirts a little by asking for his number. Amused, Lu gives it to her with a smile, and they exchange contacts. Even Lin, observing quietly, adds Lu to her list. As they walk away, Dandan excitedly tells her friend that this trip might be more exciting than expected. Lin simply replies that as long as she's happy, it's all worth it. Meanwhile, Lu watches them go, already certain this journey holds far more than simple sightseeing. He has sensed at least one other psychic mentalist on the bus, and a couple of martial artists as well, likely ranked at the second tier. Luckily, none of them seem to have detected his true abilities. Since forming the will of a martial master, Lu can suppress his psychic aura entirely, appearing like a typical practitioner to anyone who probes. He doesn't know if any of the others pose a threat, but he's clear on one thing. If anyone interferes with his goals, they won't live to do it twice. Elsewhere, far from the peaceful village, a white limousine cruises down a quiet highway. Inside, a man in blue kneels before an elite figure, seated beside a woman in a traditional Chinese dress. When asked about Tang Maolin, the kneeling man confirms that he's been located at Oxhead Mountain, in the city of Quming. He adds that Tang has gone into hiding with his wife and daughter. He believes Tang intends to vanish deep into the mountains, making it nearly impossible to track him down. The purple-haired figure quietly acknowledges that such a move shows some cleverness. If Tang remains buried in the wilderness and never emerges, even he would struggle to find him. But the kneeling man assures his superior that Tang's family is under close watch and won't escape. Pleased, the leader praises his initiative but warns not to lose track of Tang, noting their low rank makes them no real threat. He plans to confront Tang himself at Oxhead Mountain when the time comes. As he sips a glowing purple drink, he coldly declares Tang must die. Sparing him would seem weak and invite trouble. He extends a shot glass toward the girl in the Chinese dress beside him, and as his hand moves, the same purple liquid begins to flow unnaturally from her mouth and eyes, filling the glass. The strange fluid, rich with the sweet scent and essence of youthful affection, is inhaled by the head with quiet satisfaction. His eyes then settle on a photo of Tang's family, especially his daughter, and he silently savors the dark promise of what's to come. Chapter 36. Back at the village guest house, Tang's daughter is really excited about the big space. Her mother, concerned about the uneven flooring, warns her to be careful. Tang, however, remains alert. He discreetly scans the entire building with his psychic abilities, confirming it's safe. For now. When his wife questions his cautiousness, he reminds her that their lives are at risk, and being vigilant is necessary. With a dangerous figure like Wu Shijing pursuing them, a powerful and vindictive rank 3 psychic known for destroying anyone who crosses him, there's no room for error. Tang shares his hope that by taking shelter with his father-in-law, who is also a seasoned rank 2 psychic, they might buy enough time to stay hidden for a year or more. If push comes to shove, he believes they can hold Wu Shijing off together. His wife, anxious but hopeful, wonders how her father is doing. It's been years since they last saw him. Tang reassures her that her father's strength hasn't waned. In fact, he's close to a breakthrough in cultivation. While the couple quietly comforts each other, their daughter peers out the window in awe. In the building across the way, Lu stands motionless, eyes focused, surveying the surroundings with his own subtle abilities. He picks up nothing alarming, just a man using binoculars who seems more curious than dangerous. For now, he chooses not to pay further attention to the man with the binoculars. Instead, he pulls a small vial from his jacket, takes out a pill, and chews it calmly. The elixir he ingests is specifically designed to accelerate his cultivation progress. With its help, the development of his immortal golden body, the foundation of a martial master, is moving faster than expected. At this pace, he estimates it will take less than 2 months to fully complete the first phase, generate internal energy, and ascend to rank 4 in martial arts. His concentration is briefly broken by a notification from his phone. Upon checking it, he sees messages from his sister, first teasing him about a girl returning to school and then bluntly asking if they're dating. Irritated but trying to keep composed, Lu quickly replies, urging her to focus on her training, stop meddling, and not forget to take the tonics he prepared. He sternly reminds her that if her vitality hasn't reached the 1.3 threshold by the time he returns, she won't like the outcome. With that, he tosses the phone onto the desk and lies back on the bed. Closing his eyes, Lu enters a meditative state to test the results of his recent training in the dreamscape. In this surreal battlefield, he finds himself surrounded by zombies. His movements are fluid, powerful. Ever since he mastered 10 suns in the same sky and created his own martial force field, his strength has soared. With a single strike, he sends shockwaves rippling through his enemies, flames erupting as several undead are blasted away. He continues the fight using his crystal ice technique, dominating wave after wave. But then something changes. In the distance, a strange presence emerges, one he has never felt before. A figure steps out from the frozen terrain he created, dressed in silver, red hair flowing, and a glowing crystal embedded between her chest. This masked woman carries an ethereal yet terrifying aura. She swings her blade casually, shattering his crystal formation effortlessly. Seeing that Lu is stunned, it becomes immediately clear this isn't a typical enemy. The sheer force of her presence confirms she's at the level of a martial master. Before he can react, in an instant, the woman vanishes and reappears midair, striking down with overwhelming power. He sees his body torn apart before everything fades to black. Jerking awake, Lu gasps for breath, drenched in sweat. Every muscle in his body aches as though the injury had been real. It takes him a moment to realize he's back in his room, safe, but the experience rattles him. He reflects on how easily the zombie warrior overpowered him. Even with his refined tactics and confidence from defeating tougher dreamscape foes, she was beyond anything he had faced. He realizes now, this realm isn't a playground for growth, and it's certainly not the sanctuary he once thought it was. After the collapse of civilization, only chaos and conflict seem capable of shaping a true savior in the wasteland. Lu reflects on his dreamscape encounter with the mysterious female martial master. Her strength is overwhelming, far beyond that of Shang's, and Lu suspects she may be at the level of a rank 8 grandmaster. The icy terrain she created during their clash lingers in his memory. He believes it was a projection of her will, and possessing such a force would bring immeasurable power. Analyzing their brief battle, Lu estimates that if he had responded instantly, using his highest level martial techniques and profound control, he might have been able to hold his ground, at least temporarily. Determined to face her again, he attempts to return to the dreamscape by entering meditation, but pain flares across his body, disrupting the process. He touches his forehead and wonders whether dying in the dreamscape had triggered a temporary lockout. Realizing there's no chance of re-entering tonight, he shifts his focus back to reality. His phone buzzes again with a flood of messages from Dan. Getting those, Lu begins to regret accepting her friend request. But since he's hungry, he decides to accept her invitation to have a meal together. At the local dining hall, he's barely through the entrance when two voices call his name, one from the little girl and the other from Dan. He acknowledges them with a casual wave before making his way to a vacant table while Tang watches him calmly. Lu barely takes his seat before Dan joins him, playfully questioning why he chose to sit alone. She insists mealtimes are more enjoyable with company. He responds lightheartedly, asking if they hadn't already eaten, prompting conflicting answers from the two girls. Dan throws a sharp look at Lin, who deflects with a quick smirk. Trying to ease the mood, Dan grabs a menu, claiming her appetite has returned and hinting at sharing Lu's food. Lin, clearly enjoying the moment, teases her friend with a mischievous comment about her flirting with the boy. At a nearby table, the young girl asks her father if she can go sit with Lu, whom she fondly calls Big Brother. Her mother questions the idea, but the girl insists. Tang, after a moment's thought, permits it and reminds her not to bother others. As she joyfully approaches Lu with a bowl in hand, her mother expresses concern about trusting strangers, especially given their current circumstances. Tang, however, reassures her. He had already scanned the area using his psychic abilities and sensed no threat. He had also quietly assessed Lu. His calm demeanor and clear eyes gave no indication of ill intent. To him, the young man seemed like an ordinary martial artist. As for the two university girls, he was somewhat impressed. Despite their youthful personalities, they had already reached rank 2 in martial cultivation, which was no small feat at their age. After wiping his mouth, Tang calmly reassures his wife that anyone within his psychic field could be eliminated instantly if he willed it. With that assurance, she finally feels at ease. Meanwhile, at the dining hall table, Lu's massive order arrives, leaving both baddies stunned by the sheer volume of food. As Lu begins eating, starting with a neatly plated pair of pork buns, the little girl across from him marvels at how adorable the food looks. Lu glances at her and silently turns the meal into a playful competition. While she starts nibbling, our boy devours his portion with lightning speed, leaving her wide-eyed in disbelief. Observing this, Lin reflects on how only those without access to cultivation resources still rely on food to refuel their bodies. Once someone becomes an official martial artist, they usually depend on medicinal tonics or high-energy supplements. For example, she and Dan often use compressed nutrient jerky, which is efficient and easier to digest. Consuming food in Lu's quantity would likely send most martial artists running to the toilet all day. Despite this, Dan can't help but admire the boy. her face heating up as she mutters praise for his appearance. Hearing that, Lin leans over and asks if Dandan actually has feelings for him. Dandan admits she does, wondering if it's that obvious. Lin points out several concerns. The boy is younger, his breathing technique unrefined, and from the looks of it, he likely lacks a strong background. Meanwhile, Dandan is a gifted rank 2 martial artist at Dongning Martial University. In Lin's eyes, they simply live in 2 different worlds. Yet Dandan remains unfazed. She imagines a romantic future, dismissing practical concerns like age, income, or even cultivation rank. She believes meeting Lu is destiny. Lin, however, grows increasingly frustrated. She warns that differences in power, resources, and lifestyle will eventually create a rift. As Dandan progresses in cultivation, that gap will only widen, and love alone may not be enough to bridge it. Dandan pushes back, calmly explaining that she's willing to close that gap herself. If Lu doesn't qualify for Dongning University, she'll visit him weekly. If he can't afford a car or house, she already has both. To her, these are not barriers. They're just circumstances she's ready to face. Her eyes shimmer with determination as she insists that Lu is far from ordinary in her eyes. To her, he's brilliant and capable of a future no one else can yet see. Lin, though, whispers one last question: whether Dandan truly plans to throw away more than 10 years of martial training for someone who hasn't even become an official martial artist. She gestures toward Lu, quietly pointing out his visibly weaker physique and the long road he still has ahead. Lin can't help but question what exactly Dandan sees in the boy to be so drawn to him. In response, Dandan, though not emotionally involved just yet, believes Lin is jumping to conclusions too soon and says there's no need for concern, at least until something actually happens between her and Lu. Unbeknownst to them, the boy hears everything with his heightened senses. Finding their conversation absurd, he quietly mutters to himself while scratching his ear. The little girl beside him, puzzled by the unfamiliar word, asks what it means. Lu casually explains that ridiculous is a term used to praise beautiful girls. Taking his words literally, the girl cheerfully points at the 2 young women, declaring them both ridiculous, to Lu's silent horror and amusement. The girls, confused, are left unsure how to react. The next day, as the tour group waits for everyone to gather, a guide notices that one family and Lu are missing. With no response from their phones, she suggests the group take a short break while she contacts emergency services. Dandan feels uneasy and wonders where Lu and the family have gone. Lin, although unconcerned about the family's safety, knowing the father is far from ordinary, is puzzled by the boy's absence. Without hesitation, Dandan breaks from the group and dashes into the nearby forest, determined to find him. Deep in the forest, Lu sprints toward a specific location. After resting overnight, the lingering pain from his recent dreamscape experience has mostly faded. Leaping across the terrain with ease, he eventually lands, releasing a subtle purple aura as he touches the ground, using his psychic power to trace something hidden. Within moments, he finds it, a rich deposit of raw mithril. Channeling his psychic ability, he lifts a massive chunk of land containing the precious metal and molds it together. It's his first time seeing mithril up close, and he's both excited and cautious as he tests it, realizing he can shape it at will. Based on its weight, he estimates it's worth over 200 million. However, the mithril is still in raw form. To be usable for crafting psychic tools or weapons, it must undergo several refining stages, and even then, only a fraction of the original weight may remain. Lu assesses that he's retrieved about 70% of the total deposit. With help, he could likely extract the rest within a week. The problem now is transport. His initial plan was to gather small amounts gradually, but greed took over, and he mined more than intended. Now needing assistance, he buries it again for the time being. He recalls a remote village a few kilometers away, inhabited by an ethnic minority group. He hopes to hire some villagers to help extract the mithril, reasoning that such isolated communities tend to be trustworthy and hardworking, especially with fair compensation. But if any of them were to grow greedy or act against him, he silently resolves that he wouldn't hesitate to crush them himself. The sudden brutality of his own thoughts startles him. He taps his head, scolding himself and reminding that he lives in a lawful society. Violence shouldn't be the first option. Shaking off the darker impulses, he refocuses on finding the village and interacting with the locals peacefully, believing he can gain their trust with the right words and attitude. Deep in the forest, Dandan and Lin continue their search for Lu, unsure whether he truly ventured into such a secluded place. Their trek is interrupted when Lin halts abruptly and points towards something ahead. Following her gaze, Dandan recognizes a familiar object. It's the same ball the little girl had been playing with earlier, but as she reaches for it, she suddenly finds herself immobilized. Without warning, both girls are ensnared by strange purple webs spun by a swarm of spiders. Meanwhile, in a small remote settlement known as Jian Village, word spreads quickly as a man rushes to inform the village chief that a returning family has arrived. The chief, an elder carving wood in front of his home, greets his granddaughter warmly as she runs up, clearly overjoyed to see him again. Her parents follow, greeted politely by a pair of young men who refer to the father, Tang, as their brother-in-law. The The chief explains that their return must surely have something to do with him, and wastes no time assigning the young men to prepare for a feast. With only close family remaining, the mood turns serious. Tang, encouraged by his wife, reveals the real reason for their return. They've angered a rank 3 psychic mentalist. The chief, unsurprised, reminds Tang that he'd always expected trouble, especially after the day he took his daughter and left the village. Tang's wife pleads for help, but the old man admits that he has failed to advance his own psychic abilities. Worse, he's been injured in the process. If that mentalist arrives in the village, all he can do is delay the inevitable. He urges them to leave immediately and seek help elsewhere. Tang, desperate, asks where such help could come from. The chief scolds him, saying the obvious solution is to go to the authorities. After all, even a powerful psychic can't act lawlessly in modern society. The couple, clearly unsatisfied with this answer, stay silent. Tang can't help but think that if law enforcement had been effective, they wouldn't have come to the village in the first place. Before he can say more, a villager rushes in with news. Someone has entered the village unannounced. Outside the village entrance, Lu arrives quietly, observing how remote and isolated the area truly is. As he surveys his surroundings, a dagger suddenly flies toward him. Calmly, he dodges it. The guy from before steps forward, demanding to know who he is and how he found the place. Lu says nothing, but before the tension can escalate, the little girl from earlier appears and runs up to him, throwing her arms around him in excitement. Recognizing her playmate, her parents feel an instant wave of relief. The chief, too, softens upon realizing Lu is no stranger. Tang steps forward and asks how Lu managed to find the hidden village. The boy explains that, disliking the crowds of group travel, he wandered off on his own while exploring the mountains, accidentally stumbling upon the village during his detour. Lu, after arriving in the village, casually asks if the Tang family got lost too. Tang gives a short laugh before clarifying that this is actually his wife's hometown, and they visit every year. The village chief, noting Lu's calm demeanor and clear gaze, welcomes him to Shan village. The man who had attacked Lu earlier pats his shoulder in apology and says he's off to hunt, confident that someone from the city like Lu has never tasted truly wild game. As our boy observes the people around him, he realizes this place isn't as simple as it seems. The villagers possess traces of psychic energy, and 3 men, in particular, stand out as rare psychic mentalists. Even the chief, he notices, is at the peak of rank 2. Lu quickly discards the idea of asking for help. He knows that people with abilities like theirs would recognize the value of the mithril and might be tempted by it. Trying to impress them through force or skill would likely come off as threatening, not persuasive. The little girl sadly mentions losing her ball, and Lu offers to help, but before they can search, he senses 2 familiar auras, Dan and Lin. However, something feels off. There's another, far more sinister presence among them. As the girl spots her lost ball, several strands of glowing purple thread suddenly appear, followed by a mocking laugh. A man steps out from the shadows, Wu Shijing, the same one after Tang, accompanied by several underlings dragging Dan and Zishan with them. The chief immediately recognizes the overwhelming aura Wu Shijing emits and is shaken. It's not just a rank 3 psychic, they're facing someone at the peak of it. Determined to protect his people, the chief releases his energy and instructs Tang to escape with his family and villagers, saying that the chief attacks with ethereal daggers that form around Wu Shijing, but with a simple gesture, he neutralizes them and mocks the villagers' weak attempt at resistance. He strides forward, dismissing their strength and sneering at the idea that they call themselves psychic mentalists. Wu Shijing spreads his arms wide, vowing to bring ruin upon them all and make them experience true hopelessness. Hearing this, Tang gets enraged and activates his psychic power to channel his attack. After gathering energy, he launches energy-filled cannonballs with precision, but Wu Shijing stays calm. With a single flick, he uses his purple threads to destroy every attack effortlessly. Holding one of the cannonballs, he laughs at Tang's arrogance, scoffing at the idea of fighting him with such petty tricks. In the next moment, Wu Shijing summons even more threads, wrapping them tightly around the group, everyone except Lu. Fear grips them as the threads tighten. Tang shouts at him, trying to provoke a fair fight and protect the little girl, but Wu Shijing only laughs harder. He tightens the threads more, bringing them to the edge of suffocation, and reveals his original plan, to kill the 2 girls and blame it on him. But now, seeing the remote nature of the village, Wu Shijing feels it's the perfect opportunity to end everything here. He tells Tang that his daughter will serve as the perfect vessel, and he even plans to save a portion of her for the man himself. Tang's expression darkens in horror. He recalls an ancient forbidden technique that uses people as vessels for evil rituals, something he'd hoped never to witness. Rage burns in his eyes as he stares down Wu Shijing, calling him a monster. Wu Shijing only grins, savoring the fear and anger in Tang's face, the exact reaction he had hoped to provoke. Tears stream down Lin's face as the overwhelming realization hits her that she might not make it out of this mountain alive. Regret sinks in. She never expected such danger when she came here simply to relax. Dan, also on the verge of tears, silently despairs over the idea that they are all about to die. Her gaze lingers on Lu, clinging to the faint hope of seeing him again in another life. The moment grows tenser when Wu Xijing commands his men to capture the little girl. They drop Lin and Dandan to follow his order, but just as they are about to grab the child, the purple threads binding her suddenly snap. Wu Xijing is visibly stunned. His mithril spider silk, known for its strength, shouldn't break so easily. But then he notices the boy gripping on the thread standing before them. Freed from the silk, the girl rushes to Lu and clings to him, begging for help. Seeing that, the henchman attempts to strike the boy, only to be effortlessly knocked away with a simple motion. Wu Xijing, confused, briefly wonders if Lu is a 5th-level martial artist, but quickly dismisses the idea due to the absence of visible aura or internal power. Still, he's unsettled. Something about the boy doesn't add up. He questions whether the boy is truly the support Tang brought along, but Tang is too shocked to respond. Wu Xijing turns back to Lu, confident that without any aura shielding, the mithril threads will slice through his body like a blade through paper. He anticipates the sound of the boy's screams. However, Lu stays calm, assuring the little girl that she is safe. Irritated, Wu Xijing unleashes his full force, sending the mithril threads hurling at him. But to everyone's shock, Lu catches the attack mid-air, showcasing refined martial skill at a mastery level while still cradling the girl. Lin is awestruck. Moments ago, the guy seemed like an ordinary dude, yet now he's performing feats beyond comprehension. Wu Xijing, frozen in disbelief, can only watch as Lu casually lifts the threads. Lu asks if Wu Xijing has finished talking before flinging him into the air like a dog on a leash. The threads no longer respond to Wu Xijing's will. Desperate, Wu Xijing gathers all his remaining strength and begins compressing his psychic energy, preparing to self-destruct in a last attempt to bring the boy down with him. The village chief quickly warns everyone of the impending explosion, explaining that the release of such power will cause widespread mental damage. Still composed, Lu mocks Wu Xijing's desperation and lack of control. Suddenly, his psychic presence expands, towering like a giant. With one swift motion, he grabs the enemy midair and crushes his bloated form like a bug. He then slams him to the ground. Disdainfully, he mutters Wu Xijing's name, calling it shitty, and then takes control of the freed purple threads to release the captives. He acknowledges the threads' craftsmanship, clearly made by a high-level psychic mentalist, and notes he can put them to use, though not without limitations. The little girl cheers in admiration, thanking Lu for saving them. Tang is also stunned by the strength on display, realizing Lu's power is far beyond anything he had expected. Not only does his martial prowess rival that of a 5th-level warrior, but his psychic abilities are just as terrifying. The village chief can't help but sigh, humbled by the power of someone so young. Meanwhile, the Instabaddies, frozen in disbelief, try to reconcile the image of Lu as a lazy glutton with the powerful figure who just defeated a peak-level psychic mentalist with ease. As Tang approaches, trying to find the right words to express gratitude, Lu casually addresses him as Brother Tang and shifts the focus by asking for assistance. Tang, eager to be of use, agrees without hesitation. A few hours later, on the tourist bus, Lu reflects on the events that unfolded on the mountain. He considers his mission there complete and entrusts Tang, who holds a verified 2nd-level psychic mentalist license, with managing the mithril matter. Since there's a formal system in place for handling and distributing such psychic materials, Lu feels confident in handing it over. His next move is to register for the Psychic Mentalist Practitioner qualification. He also got the mithril psychic weapon that's at least 4 to 5 pounds. Among those watching him closely are Lin and Dandan, both still in disbelief over his strength. The realization that they might not have survived Oxhead Mountain without him weighs heavily on their minds. Dandan, still fascinated by Lu, casually asks about his next destination. He mentions heading to Liang to take care of some business with the Power Practitioner Association. Almost instantly, she appears at his side, claiming to be from Liang herself, so she offers to accompany him. Caught off guard, Lu recalls that she's a student at Dongning Martial Arts University and questions her sudden change in plans. Luckily, Lin steps in to clarify that Dandan had intended to return home to Liang after the trip anyway. Accepting the explanation, Lu agrees to travel with them. Dandan even suggests he stay at her place, and Lu hesitates for a moment, briefly wondering if he's starting to feel something for her. However, he quickly pushes the thought aside, knowing he has too many responsibilities to entertain distractions. He tells himself he'll part ways once they arrive in Liang. His thoughts are interrupted by a phone call. Dongqing Shu is on the other end, informing him that the Morning Star talent selection has been moved up and asking for his current location. Lu tells her he'll be getting off at the Liang bus station, and she says she'll be there in 15 minutes. Soon after, the bus arrives in Liang. Lu informs the group that something urgent has come up and that he can't continue with them. Dandan looks slightly disappointed and offers help, but before more can be said, everyone's attention shifts towards a sleek luxury car that pulls up. From the car, a girl emerges and warmly embraces Dandan, welcoming her back. It's Wenhui, a familiar face. Inside the vehicle, a blonde-haired man greets Dandan and compliments her appearance, then curiously asks for introductions. Dandan looks at him with slight annoyance but proceeds to introduce her companions. She introduces Lin as her close friend from Dongning Martial Arts University and a certified second-level martial practitioner, then gestures to Lu, referring to him as a good friend she met during the Oxhead mountain trip. Dandan deliberately avoids mentioning Lu's abilities, knowing he carries many secrets, most of which remain unknown even to her. The blonde man, upon seeing Lu, chooses to stay silent, while Wenhui expresses admiration for Lin's martial achievements and introduces herself as one of Dandan's close friends. The man introduces himself as Chow, politely offering his friendship, given her connection to Dandan. He assumes they must all be tired and suggests giving them a ride around Liang. Since the car can only seat 4, Dandan suggests taking a taxi instead. Lu calmly assures her there's no need. Someone is coming to pick him up. Meanwhile, Wenhui grows curious about Dandan's attachment to Lu, questioning whether she's developed feelings for him and reminding her that there are plenty of attractive men in their circle. Chow, the blonde man, smugly pulls out his wallet, sarcastically offering cash to Lu for a taxi, mocking the situation while trying to establish superiority. Dandan, irritated by the disrespect, scolds her friends. Lu, unfazed, gently calms her down, saying it's not worth the argument. Suddenly, a loud noise from above interrupts the moment. The cash cow had been holding flies into the air. A helicopter appears, drawing everyone's attention. Lu remarks that his ride has arrived. The group watches in shock as a military aircraft hovers above them. Dong Qingshu leans out from the aircraft, calling Lu to board quickly since they can't land in a crowded area. Without hesitation, Lu jumps, grabs the hanging ladder, and climbs aboard. The crowd is left speechless. As he leaves, the others realize the helicopter belongs to the Eastern Military District. Meanwhile, Lu, like a Chad he is, glances back and bids them farewell before disappearing into the sky. Stunned, Cao demands to know who Lu really is. Dandan, annoyed by the question, ignores him and walks off with Lin, stating they'll return to Liang by taxi. The arrogant pair is left behind, while the two girls, visibly unimpressed, move on. From the sky, Lu observes the town below, remarking to himself how it resembles a toy set. Dong Qingshu, noting his reaction, playfully mentions that he could join the Eastern Military District if he enjoys the view so much. Lu briefly wonders if she's about to offer him a helicopter of his own. She clarifies that, should he reach the rank of Major General and become a martial master, the military would naturally provide one. She then takes a more serious tone, observing that Lu has become stronger, so much so that even she can no longer gauge his limits. Getting to the main point, she informs him that all genius training camps across the eastern provinces concluded 3 days ago, and the top participants have already been selected. With a serious expression, she reviews the details. This year's competition, she explains, is unlike any before. The femboy who is also present continues explaining that over 8% of participants are innately gifted martial artists. Among them is one with rare elemental control, another certified as a second-level spiritual mind master, and at least 20 more who possess third-level power or higher. To top it all, a prodigy with fourth-level strength has emerged. Despite the impressive lineup, Lu reacts with little more than mild acknowledgement. Dong Qingshu, a bit surprised by his indifferent response, questions whether he feels anything after hearing such extraordinary details. Lu puts on an exaggerated expression, feigning amazement, though it's clear he isn't taking things seriously. Her companion sees right through the act, teasing him for pretending to be impressed by others' talents when he himself is an anomaly among geniuses, so detached from typical human emotions that even awe seems foreign to him. Sensing Lu's playful attitude, Dong Qingshu shifts the topic to something that would surely grab his attention: the rewards. As expected, Lu perks up. Qingshu explains that this year's selection process is different. High-ranking military figures are involved, and the traditional one-on-one matches have been replaced with real combat against exotic beasts. This shift signals the military's growing urgency in the face of a worsening situation. Lu reflects on the global threat. Endless waves of terrifying exotic beasts emerging from ruptures in both land and sky. Despite the efforts of humanity's strongest fighters, the loss of territory continues year by year. It surprises him that the military would allow students to confront such danger so early, but it also confirms his suspicion that the front lines are becoming increasingly unstable. Qingshu confirms his thoughts, revealing that global powers are abandoning the old, gradual methods. The new strategy is to throw promising young warriors into the fire early, forcing them to grow under extreme pressure. Real mastery, she says, is forged in blood and chaos. Still, the harsher trials come with greater rewards. Anyone who ranks in the top 10 will receive otherworldly blood, an incredibly rare and potent energy source derived from powerful beasts. The top 3 contenders will gain access to the otherworldly blood pool, and the top 1 will be granted entry into the exotic marrow pool, something usually reserved for only the most elite. The mention of this resource captures Lu's full attention. He learns that otherworldly blood is extracted from beast cells, while exotic marrow comes from their spinal fluid. The femboy adds that the reward for the top 10 includes several hundred millimeters of otherworldly blood, while the pool consists of an entire cultivation tank. A single portion of 4th level otherworldly blood is worth at least 50 million, and the marrow pool is valued in the tens of billions. For someone with an insatiable need for energy like Lu, who practices advanced techniques like the immortal gold body and star refining method, such a resource could dramatically accelerate his cultivation. He understands now that this opportunity is too valuable to ignore. Soon after, they arrive at the Eastern Military Region. The femboy casually asks what Lu thinks of the base. Though Lu remains silent, inwardly he recalls it from his dream world, knowing that despite its immense size, it is still ruthlessly destroyed by the monster. After landing at the base, Qingshu informs Lu that she'll be back the next day, pointing out a button he can use to request assistance if needed. With that, she leaves him to rest. Later, Lu enters the dreamscape to once again face the terrifying zombie girl. Despite his growing strength, a sense of dread stirs within him. Refusing to give in to fear, he confronts her directly, activating multiple techniques, his vitality enhancement and flame breathing. He surrounds himself with protective incantations, invoking the divine illumination technique combining with tenfold star impact, and unleashes immense power. Yet, the zombie girl remains unshaken, countering with her own strength. The clash ends with Lu opening his eyes in the real world, unsuccessful in his attempt to defeat her. Though he didn't win, Lu doesn't see it as a loss. The encounter sharpened his techniques, pushing several of his martial arts to near perfection. His understanding of martial paths has grown deeper, and more importantly, he feels mentally stronger. The fear of death no longer weighs on him the same way. His reflection is cut short by a knock at the door. He's greeted by his 2 instructors, who check in on his condition. He admits to feeling a bit bored, prompting them to share that the actual front line is just a few hundred kilometers away. Toxic gases released by the exotic beasts make the base heavily fortified against chemical threats. Qingshu takes a closer look at Lu and remarks on how he seems different than the day before. Lu is slightly puzzled, but both instructors agree. There's something about him now that feels more refined. What once felt raw and hidden beneath the surface now shines through, as if a layer of roughness has been polished away. Lu, with playful confidence, jokes that maybe he's just grown more handsome. The others chuckle, letting his ego slide for the moment. As they walk together, the femboy nudges Lu and asks about his chances in the upcoming trials. Lu simply replies with a smile, hinting that his confidence isn't particularly high. Their conversation is interrupted when a sharply dressed man approaches and greets Qingshu. Lu immediately senses some tension between them. The man, Shang, greets her with overly familiar energy. She clearly isn't pleased to see him and responds with blunt sarcasm. The man then turns his attention to the femboy, mocking his decision to bring someone like Lu to represent the Eastern Province, implying it's a mistake. In return, the guy fires back without hesitation, joking that Shangguan's breath is worse than his words and suggests he spare everyone the smell by keeping quiet. The tension lingers, but Lu watches calmly, silently noting the friction between the factions and the pressure that's clearly rising ahead of the coming battles. Meanwhile, the femboy holds back a laugh as he browses through the record book, casually remarking to himself that the so-called genius from the Eastern Province isn't all that remarkable. Not long after, Shangguan boldly proposes a wager. Each side would put up a 5th-level rare otherworldly marrow, betting on whose candidate will rank higher in the upcoming selection. Qingshu, amused, decides to join in as well since there are 3 of them involved. Her companion, unfazed, dismisses Shangguan's provocation with a middle finger salute, suggesting he should stop embarrassing himself if he has nothing to offer. Dong Qingshu, with a sly grin, adds that if Shangguan can't handle the pressure, he should back out altogether. The tension spikes when the guy raises the stakes, 3 portions of 5th-level rare essence. He mocks Dong Qingshu, questioning if she's suddenly hesitant. Gritting her teeth, she accepts the challenge. Shangguan, pleased, pats his student's shoulder and says the essence reward will push his flame control ability to new heights. His student Xiaoli agrees and even thanks Dong Qingshu sarcastically in advance. This angers the femboy, who accuses Shangguan of misleading them, pointing out that elemental flame talent wasn't listed in the candidate's profile. The guy shrugs off the accusation, smugly explaining that omitting details wasn't against the rules, and if they didn't catch it, it was their own oversight. With that, he departs, reminding them to have the essence ready. Once Shangguan is gone, the femboy clears his throat and asks how convincing his acting was. Dong Qingshu responds that concealing real strength in official data is a common trick, and Shangguan isn't the only one who knows how to play the game. She turns to Lu, explaining that her family and Shangguan's have a long-standing rivalry rivalry. Every encounter with him ends in sarcastic jabs and hostility. Despite this, their faction has produced no notable talents, and now, all their hopes rest on Lu. She reassures Lu that the bet was her decision and he shouldn't stress over it. Win or lose, she'll handle her share. If she does win, she promises to give her reward to him. Her companion adds he'll do the same, laughing it off. When the elevator arrives, Dong Qingshu tells Lu that someone will explain the rules of the selection once he's downstairs. As Lu steps inside and the doors begin to close, she quickly stops them and confirms if he truly believes he can stand out among the top contenders. Lu rubs his chin thoughtfully and admits that he's confident, but not overly so. His instructors are caught off guard by his honesty and ask just how much he is talking about. Just before the doors close, Lu responds with a calm smile, saying he's 99% confident, adding that unless he's disqualified, he doesn't see anyone else taking first place from him. In the conference room, a wave of formality replaces the idle chatter as a high-ranking officer, Division Commander Yu, makes his entrance. The man has an undeniable aura. He's a rank 7 martial master, and he signals everyone to settle down. He then turns his attention to Qingshu, confirming whether all provincial representatives have arrived. She affirms their presence and reports that the exotic beast zones for the trial have been fully inspected. Each participant will begin separately, entering through designated paths filled with increasingly dangerous beasts. The structure is designed in 4 escalating stages, starting with 3 second-level beasts, followed by a single third-level one, then a 4th-level opponent, and finally culminating in a nearly 5th-level creature, the golden-eyed demon ape. The announcement shocks several officers, aware of the ape's immense power. Even experienced fighters like them typically require teams to handle such a threat. For 18-year-old participants, it borders on insanity. However, Qingshu clarifies that the final foe doesn't need to be faced solo. Participants can join forces, mirroring real-world military unity under overwhelming pressure. The Morningstar program emphasizes this principle. When the stakes are high, strength must be pooled, not divided. General Yu reinforces this mindset, stressing the Eastern Military District's poor standing in national rankings despite being one of the kingdom's most vital and volatile regions. Failing to produce martial artists capable of overcoming a near 5th-level beast would be a dire sign for the entire Eastern Front, and even the future of the entire country. Silence falls across the room. The weight of his words leaves no space for rebuttal. With urgency, General Yu instructs the panel to begin reviewing the new batch of contenders. At the trial grounds, a young man in a brown jacket, carrying the hopes of Haking Province, sizes up the first challenge. He believes himself destined for greatness, even aspiring to become the next morning star. But his bravado falters when a colossal beast suddenly charges. Though he manages to block the assault, it's clear that the challenge is far beyond anything he imagined. Still, he doesn't back down, calling himself the strongest despite his shaken stance. Back in the control room, General Yu observes the screens with a measured gaze. He comments that to be chosen as Morning Star means to shine above all others, not just to be excellent, but to be extraordinary. He orders instructors to remain alert and ensure the safety of the participants. These candidates aren't just warriors, they represent the future of the nation. The screen then shifts to a new participant, a young girl with striking blue hair. She's Kong Qing, just 17, representing Dongzhe Province. With innate command over lightning and refined martial skills, she effortlessly brings down the massive boar in the first stage. Her precise control and calm demeanor reflect her training. In another section of the trial zone, a participant from Jiangzhou Province, an 18-year-old named Haoran, stands eerily still in front of a charging wild boar, his demeanor almost lifeless. Known for his psychic talents and classified as a 3rd-level martial artist, he gradually steps away from the beast while unleashing a barrage of glowing purple arrows. His ability has already been verified through the 2nd-level Psychic Adept evaluation. Elsewhere, another contender, Xingzhi, faces off against 3 wild boars simultaneously. His frame is solid and muscular, and with a defensive ability that transforms his skin into metal, he effortlessly repels the beasts. Aged 18 and at the 4th level of martial arts, he dispatches his opponents with ease. Unaware of a lurking threat, he's ambushed from behind by a rank 2 beast. The creature's claws rake across his back, but his iron body defense, enhanced to level 3, absorbs the damage. With a grin, he casually sends the creature flying into the ground. General Yu observes these performances, impressed by the power shown by several candidates. Meanwhile, Shangguan quietly watches Xiaoli's progress from his phone, smirking. When the general notices Lai's refined fire manipulation on screen, he questions why this talent wasn't flagged as exceptional. Shangguan explains that the boy's ability had only recently awakened, and the data hadn't yet been updated. General Yu, however, isn't concerned. Talent speaks louder than paperwork. He compliments the instructor on raising someone so promising. Not everyone shares his enthusiasm. A black-haired officer nearby scowls, suspecting it's all a staged act by Shangguan to gain an advantage. As if to boast, Shangguan casually flicks a finger in Dong Qingshu's direction, clearly reveling in the moment. Just as General Yu is praising Xiaoli's rapid progress, he suddenly stops mid-sentence. He notices a lane being completely obliterated by a red flash, shocking him with its blistering speed of advancement. There's a strange red indicator, which marked a unique beast, has vanished. He immediately orders a review of the footage, puzzled by how someone managed to clear the track so fast. It's only been 3 minutes since the trial began, yet all the unique beasts on that path are gone. More shocking still, the candidate responsible is moving faster than even the 4 top-rated participants. Dong Xingxu complies quickly and begins replaying the footage. Her eyes widen as she realizes who the contender is. It's Lu. 3 minutes earlier, Lu had stepped into the trial area and faced his first beast. With a calm stance, he confronted the charging boar. One punch was all it took. The beast shattered instantly. He observed the aftermath with amusement, calling it unimpressive in his mind. The next 2 boars emerged swiftly, but Lu dispatched them just as easily. Reflecting on his movements, Lu notices something different about his recent strikes. It felt beyond typical martial mastery. He sensed a deeper form, one that fused awareness, timing, power concentration, and pinpoint precision. In his thoughts, this felt like something greater than mastery, something total, like omniscient strength merged with flawless technique. As a stage 2 beast quietly approached to strike him from behind, Lu didn't even look. A tiny stone, kicked casually in reverse, struck the creature mid-charge. It collapsed before it could touch him, proving that whatever ability Lu had tapped into was something no one else in this selection had yet shown. Inside the conference room, General Yu watches the footage of Lu's progress with growing intrigue. Lu's advancement is far beyond what was expected. He has already reached the final stage. The officers remain silent, absorbing what they see as General Yu reflects on how unassuming Lu appears. Yet each of his strikes is decisive. No exotic beast has managed to survive a second hit from him. He then signals Qingxu to pull up Lu's profile. She reads aloud that Lu is 18 years old, a 3rd-level martial practitioner from Dongning Province, with a focus on strength-based techniques. He's officially recognized as a talented warrior. Hearing this makes Shangguan wonder if Qingxu has also been keeping her candidate's real capabilities under wraps. General Yu continues analyzing Lu's movements. He notes that Lu seems to have mastered at least 4 types of martial arts techniques at perfected levels. Among them, both his footwork and fist techniques show signs of having reached deep comprehension, which explains his extraordinary combat ability. This level of mastery at such a young age surprises the other officers. Yu admits it's been a long time since he's seen a true martial prodigy, perhaps not since the early golden years of martial arts development. Before he can finish his thought, the screen shifts to show Lu surrounded by colorful scaled cheetahs, classified as 4th-level exotic beasts. One leaps from above while 3 more close in from the ground. Lu, calm and focused, takes them all down in succession, slamming each into the ground with precise, devastating force. General Yu rises from his seat, visibly shaken by the boy's feat. He admits he had underestimated Lu. His technique has surpassed even the realm of profound understanding and entered a profound control stage. The femboy, observing nearby, chuckles and recalls Lu's earlier confidence. Now he sees it was fully earned. Shangguan, however, looks visibly rattled, unsure whether to be impressed or anxious. As Lu steps toward the final gate, he senses the overwhelming aura of a formidable creature within. The heavy gates open, revealing a towering golden-eyed demon ape, an exotic beast nearing the 5th level. Lu tightens his fist. His earlier performance was just a warm-up. Now he's ready to go all out. Just then, the beast lunges at him, while our boy charges forward with his energy-loaded fist. Elsewhere, General Yu watches the scene unfold through the live monitor, fully focused. Dong Qingxu reports that the ape is still restrained and won't be released until the timer runs out or more participants arrive. Despite the tension, she silently marvels at Lu. She had always known he was powerful, but this level, it exceeded all expectations. In her heart, she feels the impossible dream of producing a morning star may have just become reality through Lu. Nearby, 2 officers quietly exchange thoughts. The one with gray hair believes that with Lu's strength and support from a few other elite talents, the demon ape could be easily taken down. The other argues that Lu alone could carry most of the battle, needing only minor backup. They both agree on one thing. The final results will come down to both speed and impact, how fast a candidate progresses, and what role they play in defeating the final beast. And with that in mind, it becomes clear that Lu might be the next morning star. As Lu nears the demon ape's enclosure, a sudden violent blast erupts from the final trial area, catching everyone off guard. Moments later, the heavy cell door is seen soaring through the air. It had been kicked straight off by Lu, crashing just behind the massive beast inside. The golden-eyed demon ape rises with both arms bound by thick chains. Despite the overwhelming presence of the 5th-level exotic beast, Lu prepares for battle, calm and confident. Observers watching the screen are stunned by his boldness. Some see it as courage, others call it reckless arrogance. Two veteran officers even wonder aloud if Lu has lost his mind, thinking no sane person would face such a creature alone. One officer, however, recalls Lu's earlier feats and speculates that if he avoids direct clashes, he might just manage to survive. Inside the final arena, the demon ape unleashes a thunderous roar and with a burst of force manages to tear down the chains. In contrast, Lu radiates a calm blue aura, raises his hand, and intercepts the strike. The impact shakes the entire stage, the resulting explosion sending shockwaves through the arena. Even those who previously doubted him are now silent, eyes fixed on the screen. As the dust settles, Lu braces against the powerful blows with both arms as the ground beneath his feet is fracturing under pressure. When the ape follows up with another vicious combo, Lu counters, freeing one arm mid-fight to block again. Watching this unfold, Shang sneers, still convinced that Lu's actions are driven by pride and ignorance, believing no one could survive such brutal force. Meanwhile, Dong Qingshu stares at the monitor with concern etched on her face. Despite the thick smoke from the ape's relentless assault, Lu's hand suddenly pierces through the haze, colliding once again with the creature's fist. A burst of radiant blue light fills the area, breaking one of the ape's restraints. The monster reels in pain as its right arm is trembling. Meanwhile, General Yu, observing the clash, is visibly stunned. Lu, maintaining his composure, acknowledges the demon ape's resilience, silently noting that the punch he just delivered carried 10 times the strength of a refined star technique. As flames burst out, Shangguan, watching in disbelief, struggles to accept the reality unfolding before him. Back in the arena, Lu prepares his final strike. With an unwavering gaze, he delivers one last devastating blow. The impact illuminates the chamber with blinding firelight, and within seconds, the demon ape is defeated. In the observation room, shock ripples through the crowd. Qingshu stands speechless, and even the stoic officers rise in disbelief. General Yu, in disbelief, realizes it's the will of the master. In a rare emotional outburst, he slams his desk, laughing in astonishment. In his lifetime, he never imagined witnessing someone so young channeling the willpower of a grandmaster. With the boy already on rank 7 at that age, General Yu reflects on the possibility that, given enough time, the eastern region could soon welcome a new grandmaster. Sitting back in his chair, he wonders aloud if a young talent like Lu has already surpassed him in strength. This thought also stuns the femboy, who mutters in disbelief, shaken by the sheer scale of Lu's power. Meanwhile, Lu surveys the battlefield and quickly realizes there are no more opponents left. No exotic beasts remain. The entire trial, in his eyes, has been underwhelming. A sudden idea sparks in his mind, and with nothing left to challenge him, he decides to entertain himself. Taking a seat on the cracked ground, he enters a meditative position. General Yu watches from the feed, initially confused by Lu's strange behavior, but then chuckles knowingly. He allows Lu to do as he pleases, as long as there are no injuries or disruptions. With the event being broadcast across the entire region, it becomes clear to many officers that the general is now entirely focused on Lu, even if it means overlooking the progress of other participants. However, they were confused about what Lu is still doing in the final boss room. Meanwhile, in the arena, Lu internally concludes that the selection for the Rising Star has effectively come to an end. For him, he is now the final boss, and it's time for him to enjoy some entertainment. Elsewhere, Xingju staggers into the final stage, wounded from his battle with a level 4 exotic beast. Even his reinforced physique couldn't shield him completely. Expecting to be the first to arrive, he's surprised by the silence in the arena. Just then, he spots the defeated demon ape and questions how such a powerful level 5 beast was taken down. Then his gaze shifts to Lu, calmly sitting on the ape's massive hand. The sight baffles him, and he wonders if Lu was the one responsible. Still processing the situation, Xingju lowers his head in respect and cautiously tries to understand what's going on. In response, Lu simply tells him to wait, leaving him puzzled. Soon after, 2 more participants enter the final arena. One recognizes Xingju and exchanges brief words before noticing the towering corpse of the demon ape. Startled, one of them identifies it as the golden-eyed demon ape. Shangju, however, dismisses it as a lifeless display meant to intimidate them, convinced that no one could have defeated it solo. But then, a realization hits him. Maybe this person is the final test. He shares this with the others, suggesting that to complete the trial, they might need to face Lu himself. The others are stunned by this sudden insight. Lu rises, commending Xingju for his sharp thinking. He gives them 5 minutes to recover, then declares that they will have to challenge him directly. His goal now is to evaluate the Morning Stars himself, to see if they truly deserve the titles they seek. Xingji is pleased with himself, convinced his guess was right. One of the others points out that they're no longer dealing with exotic beasts, but with Lu, a far different kind of threat. However, seeing no visible key energy coming from him, another competitor assumes he might not be that powerful after all. Haran, however, voices a growing suspicion, questioning whether the Eastern military region might be underestimating them. Xingzhi, recovering after consuming a restorative pill, believes the 5-minute break is sufficient for a full recovery. However, Horan can't shake off a strange feeling. Lu's strength seems far beyond what it should be. Considering that they represent the top-tier youth combatants under 18 across the Eastern region, the uncertainty about Lu's actual power begins to weigh on them. Xingzhi, however, brushes off any concern, confident he has nothing to fear from the so-called final guardian. Lu, silently watching, hides a grin, wondering whether his performance is even more convincing than the femboy's earlier theatrics. While many officers grow increasingly uneasy about Lu's intentions, General Yu watches with amusement, clearly entertained. Concerned by the overwhelming power gap, some officers urgently recommend halting the selection process. One officer, in particular, warns that a participant as powerful as Lu could cause lasting psychological damage to the others. Other instructors also agree, but the femboy notices that those who agree are the ones whose students are about to fight Lu, so it's clear they're worried about them. Elsewhere, Dong Qingshu watches the screen while contemplating Lu's antics, and acknowledges that while no one batted an eye when a level 5 exotic beast showed up, Lu's mere presence now causes widespread concern, an unspoken confirmation of how dangerous he's perceived to be. To calm nerves, General Yu assures everyone that supervisors are ready to intervene if necessary, and Dong Qingshu agrees to coordinate that. Meanwhile, Shang, previously arrogant and full of confidence, now sits embarrassed, mourning the loss of 3 high-grade essence stones wagered earlier. Back in the final stage, the trio of competitors now feel they've regained almost all of their strength and prepare to face the final trial. Horan even claims he'd face the golden-eyed demon ape again without hesitation. But before they can act as a team, Xingzhi, overly confident, charges in alone, declaring he can handle the final guardian by himself. His sudden move annoys the rest, but Horan, unfazed, says it's a good opportunity to see just how powerful Lu truly is. As Xingzhi rushes forward, he activates his signature defense technique, turning his skin into reinforced metal. The girl, watching his charge, comments that he's likely reached the peak of level 4. Lu, on the other hand, doesn't even move. He simply stands, watching calmly. When Xingzhi finally closes in, Lu effortlessly stops him with a single finger. The next moment, Lu casually pushes him away, sending him crashing to the ground like a ragdoll. The remaining 2 are left in complete shock, eyes fixed on Xingzhi's motionless body. Just then, to their horror, Lu turns, inviting a joint attack. Meanwhile, both are in utter disbelief that the boy just took down Xingzhi with a single hit, even though he was the strongest of them all. Haoran, still in shock, murmurs to himself, unable to comprehend how someone so young could wield such overwhelming power. The boy explains that some martial artists, eager for quick progress, consume excessive tonics or supplements in their youth. This reckless approach, he says, disrupts hormonal balance and halts physical growth early, leaving them with a youthful appearance well into their 30s or 40s. He suspects the final guardian is such a case. Kong Qing, doubtful yet intrigued, recalls thinking the young-looking guardian could be her father's age in reality, and suspects the military is using appearances to mislead opponents. Haoran shares her suspicion, noting the Eastern region's selection is ruthless enough to employ any trick, even finding a stash of such medicines. Lu, irritated by their speculation, changes the terms of the challenge, claiming that if either of them can force him back or block a single attack, they pass. Hearing that, Horan attacks first, expanding and hurling his signature purple mithril nails. Confident he expects Lu to dodge, but in a flash the boy catches every mithril nail barehanded. The display leaves Horan sweating, stunned by the sheer strength required to stop his full-powered assault so effortlessly. Lu then turns to Kong Qing, urging her to have a go at him. Wasting no time, the girl charges herself with electrical energy, but just as she's about to land her hit, our boy effortlessly grabs her by the wrist and calls her Pikachu. While holding her, he also scolds her for getting distracted during combat. As she marvels at his own speed, our boy challenges her to hit him with her electrocute attack. She hesitates, remembering how quickly he had grabbed her hand before, but finally unleashes her full power. Lightning surges through Lu's body, yet he absorbs and channels it using a special breathing technique, transforming it into a new ability, what he calls the breath of lightning. As the blinding light fades, he acknowledges her strength, declaring that she has passed the selection. She feels a surge of pride, believing she truly stands as the bright morning star. Overcome with excitement, Kong Qing celebrates her success, feeling as though she has truly earned the title of a martial arts prodigy. She adopts the nickname Pikachu with pride, believing it now represents her strength. As she thanks Lu, he assures her that the victory is proof of her own talent, not simply the result of anyone's generosity. Nearby, Haran and Xingzhi struggle to process how easily she passed, suspecting the criteria were far from ordinary. As Lu heads for the exit, a supervisor intercepts him, remarking on the chaos he has caused, and instructing him to attend the upcoming commendation ceremony for the Morning Star of Enlightenment. This revelation puzzles Kong Qing, who had believed she herself was the recipient. The truth also shocks the others. Lu isn't a guardian at all. He's another participant, one who arrived at the final stage 20 minutes earlier and defeated the true challenge, a near-rank 5 golden-eyed demon ape, with just one punch. The weight of the news hits Kangqing so hard that she collapses, losing consciousness, while the boys also lose their minds. Elsewhere, Xiaoli is in the midst of his own struggle against a 4th-level exotic beast. The fight pushes him to his limits, draining every bit of his strength, yet he manages to burn the creature to death. Sitting down to catch his breath, he feels a rush of pride, his first kill of such a formidable foe. Even in exhaustion, the thought makes him smile happy that he killed a rank 4 beast just like that. He is surprised that he's managed to set such an impressive record, certain that the instructors watching the selection footage must be amazed by his skills. His thoughts are interrupted when a supervisor drops down in front of him, confirms his identity, and informs him the selection is already over. The order is given for him to pack up and leave. Excited and curious about his standing, Xiaoli wonders if he's now considered the Morning Star, but the supervisor brushes the thought aside, telling him that the selection has already ended and he is placed 5th. The result feels unacceptable to Lai. After all, he had taken down a 4th-level exotic beast on his first attempt. The supervisor simply views his outburst as the antics of an overexcited fighter. Elsewhere in the conference room, General Yu decides to grant the girl from Dongxi's province entry into the blood pool, a privilege normally reserved for the top 3. In his mind, first place belongs to Lu, second to Xingzhi, while third remains a tie between 2 equally matched contenders. Meanwhile, Lu recalls how, after finishing the selection, he was sent straight to rest instead of heading to an award ceremony as he had expected. Drinking a red recovery potion, he compares it to a modern energy drink. Refreshing, but far less potent than the medicines he once crafted. The blue stamina potion is even more disappointing. As he rests, his mind drifts to the progress of his spirit, muscle, and blood-enhancing elixir and wonders about. He then starts testing his new thunder-breathing technique and feels blue lightning surge through him. The style blends the strengths of flame and wind breathing, fast, explosive, and balanced, though not at the extreme level of either. With a quiet sigh, he finds himself remembering the days when he was just an ordinary student. He reflects, questioning whether he has been pushing himself too far. He wonders if most people live this way, and what the events of the next 10,000 years could possibly mean to him. By that time, he knows he would be long gone, perhaps without descendants, uncertain if there would even be another life. He doesn't even know if such a thing as a next life exists, and wonders if he should simply enjoy this one. However, our boy remains resolute. He has seen it with his own eyes, and there's no way he can pretend otherwise. His mind is already made up. This isn't for the human race, it's for himself. He wants to give everything he has, knowing it's not something everyone is capable of. In his heart, he feels the truth. He came, he saw, and he will burn for it. And in the end, he understands. This choice belongs to no one but him. Before drifting into the dreamscape, he affirms that the emotional hesitation has ended. It is time to continue forward. Summoning his data screen, he reads the updated record of his life. He dies at 135 years old, reaching the 7th rank martial artist, with early achievements such as becoming a 2nd rank warrior at 18, winning first place in training camp, and later earning the Morning Star title. The details are grander than before, with his character evaluation now at 3.5 stars, likely due to joining the Eastern Military District. He even wonders if, without his earlier death during a large-scale exotic beast attack, he might have reached the 8th level. He notices his lifespan is now 20 years shorter, and wonders if it's because he died in a large-scale battle with the monsters. He also suspects that, had he survived, he might have advanced to a rank 8 Grandmaster. Then, one entry freezes him. His future wife is listed as Dong Qing-shu. The image shows them happy together, but the reality stuns him. She is 30 years older. In this martial world, cultivation often masks age, yet the thought unsettles him. He recalls that after joining the military, they would spend much time together, which could indeed lead to such a future. The realization leaves him embarrassed, imagining how difficult it will be to face her in the days ahead. As he's thinking about her, Dong Qing-shu suddenly sneezes for no apparent reason. Meanwhile, in the dream realm, Lu is walking like his Wi-Fi signal keeps cutting out, wobbling toward the frozen landscape. Frustrated and itching for a way to vent, he remembers where the Valkyrie is, but somehow manages to keep his cool. On the day of the awards, the top 10 participants, along with instructors from different provinces, gather for the ceremony. With everyone present, General Yu begins. Lu is called forward, and an emblem, crafted from the same rare material as the master emblem but in a different style, is placed on him. General Yu remarks that one day Lu may wear the true master emblem. Lu, brimming with confidence, declares the day isn't far. Those who know him, like the femboy, see it as typical of Lu, bold but not arrogant, just a calm statement of fact. Dongqing Shu observes that every year the Eastern Military District has a rising star, yet none have ever been recognized by Master Yu in quite this way. The rewards are announced. The top 10 will each receive a portion of special blood. The top 3, including Lu, are told to follow General Yu, while the rest are dismissed. Excitement spreads, especially for those allowed into the rare otherworldly blood pool and marrow pool. For some like Horan, this is a relief, as normally only the top 3 qualify. The exceptional nature of Lu has changed the rules this year. Meanwhile, Xiaoli is disappointed in himself, clutching his single tube of special blood. His instructor, having lost a bet, must give away 3 more tubes, and he worries his own prize might also slip away. Inside the facility, General Yu receives confirmation from his aides that preparations are complete. The 3 chosen participants step inside and are taken aback by the massive creature looming above the apparatus. They are told to change into cultivation attire before entering the chamber. The 2 men quickly strip down, while Kongqing hesitates for a moment before deciding to join them. The level 5 chamber astonishes them. Compared to the single drops given to the top 10, this pool holds an immense reservoir of otherworldly blood. Meanwhile, General Yu leads Lu deeper, toward the marrow pool. At the edge, he stands with Dongqing Shu, overlooking the still potent liquid. As Lu nears the pool, he pauses to examine it, curious as to why the liquid only reaches halfway. Shu, overseeing the process, arms folded with quiet authority, explains that the substance inside is an incredibly rare special marrow, once valued at 1.5 billion, but worth many times more on the open market. The sheer cost stirs our boy's excitement, and he flexes his fingers in anticipation of the trial ahead. She instructs him to fully absorb what's present before thinking of more, noting that no one in history has managed to take in even half of this amount. With a graceful turn, she urges him to begin, warning that this is no easy feat. As she turns, Lu removes his clothes and steps toward the pool. Turning back to him, her eyes widen slightly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks at the sight of his well-trained body, a physique he had built over years of effort. Immersing himself, he is instantly struck by an overwhelming force, as though a colossal living beast has surged into his veins. The pressure is almost unbearable, yet he welcomes it, realizing why so few have succeeded. In his mind, he vows to claim the marrow's immense power. Elsewhere, 3 others are undergoing their own absorption trials in separate chambers. The first to emerge is Haoran, his session deemed highly successful by his instructor, who notes that nearly all of his chamber's marrow has been consumed. Though proud, Haran admits to himself that he has reached his limit. He inquires about the others, learning that none have finished yet. Soon after, another chamber opens, revealing Kongqing, her confident presence matched by the approving smile of her instructor. Kongqing feels a surge of amazement. After absorbing the rare blood, she senses that a breakthrough to level 4 is within reach. Seeing her excitement, her instructor tells her that she has completely absorbed an entire chamber's worth of the substance, calling her aptitude remarkable. Just then, after the 2 finish dressing, Xingzhi emerges from his chamber, brimming with vitality. He believes this special blood is a treasure, certain that with a bit of consolidation he can leap directly to level 5. His instructor had praised him as a prodigy, reminding him that the feat, advancing from level 4 to level 5 in only a year, took the older generation nearly a decade. Meanwhile, Horan notices traces of blood still clinging to the walls of Xingzhi's chamber, and wonders if he's truly on the verge of a breakthrough. Xingzhi says nothing, simply continuing to walk. Then it clicks. The remaining blood isn't from his first chamber at all, but from a second one. He's already drained the first completely. The realization hits Haoran hard. Xingzhi has absorbed far more than the rest of them. Kongqing glances at him and remarks that even among geniuses, the gap can be huge. As Xingzhi heads toward the exit, his eyes drift toward the marrow pool room, and he freezes. What he sees makes his stomach drop. The absorption rate inside is unreal, and it's all coming from one person, Lu. Inside the room, Shu informs General Yu that the boy is absorbing the marrow at an astonishing rate, and they're already down to the last quarter. Hearing this, the general orders them to pour in everything they have. He wants only the best for the boy. But to their shock, the marrow vanishes almost the instant it's poured in. General Yu, recalling how his own Grandmaster breakthrough had taken barely half a tank, watches in disbelief as assistants scramble to refill the supply. At first, they're certain there's no way Lu can drain it all. They're wrong. His body keeps pulling it in at a relentless pace, refining his star body refining art. The pool empties as fast as it's replenished, forcing the team to dump in everything they have. even emptying military reserves to keep up. The general can only watch, torn between curiosity and shock, wondering just how far this rookie can go. Meanwhile, inside the chamber, Lu's body starts to radiate with light, his frame glowing as the marrow's immense force surges through him. He's on the brink of completing the first stage of the immortal golden body. Even though it's only level 4 marrow, its potency is staggering, and he catches himself wondering what the higher grades must feel like. Outside, the general sits in stunned silence. Each tank is worth billions, and Lu has already gone through tens of billions worth. The thought crosses his mind. If Lu ever refused to join the military, the loss would be unforgivable. Back in the chamber, Lu Shang's body burns like a furnace. Blood rushes through his veins like molten lava, and his bones gleam with a brilliant golden hue. This breakthrough isn't just a jump from level 3 to level 4, it's the birth of the immortal golden body, boosting both his physique and combat potential to a level most fighters never touch. Then it happens. His strength spikes to its limit, and a thunderous explosion shakes the chamber. General Yu, noticing the surge, can't believe the boy has actually absorbed their entire storage. He wonders if the kid has a black hole inside him, or if he's some kind of monster. When the smoke clears, he steps out, wreathed in a blinding yellow aura, standing a little taller, his presence heavier, sharper. Onlookers are stunned. Even Xingzhi admits Lu's strength is out of reach, and Qingshu realizes that in just weeks, he hasn't just closed the gap to her strength, he's blown past her entirely. The general's aura flares as he steps forward, challenging him without a word. Dong Qingshu also freezes at the sudden move, but Lu only smiles. Flames erupt from his fists as he shifts into a martial stance, ready to meet the attack. The general's eyes glint as he catches a resemblance in Lu's gaze to someone from long ago. Meanwhile, seeing the attack, assistants scatter like startled birds, while distant onlookers, the trio wonder if they're watching a battle between grandmasters. As our boy absorbs the attack, it sends him skidding back. He mocks the general for using too much force on just a rank 4. The general takes it jokingly, pointing out that he possesses the immortal golden body, so his index is definitely more than 500,000, which means he's more than just a rank 4. He then expresses his annoyance, saying that whatever his rank may be, he just absorbed $150 billion worth of marrow, and compared to that, the blow he gave was actually pretty light. Hearing the amount, our boy is in utter disbelief. Observing General Yu's attack being dispersed like that, the femboy is losing it. He's a rank 7, and yet even after taking the attack head-on, Lu is standing there as if nothing happened. Horan is trembling with fear, realizing they were in the same assessment as a beast like this. Seeing such strength, the femboy wonders if the kid is now stronger than him, even though he's only 18 and hasn't even taken the national exam yet. Hearing mention of the national exam, Dong Qingshu realizes that the top scorer this time is bound to be Lu. Xingzhi, watching the aftermath, quietly accepts that the gap between them is vast. Even at level 4, Lu's combat power rivals the peak of the 6th level, and his earlier display of a grandmaster's will hints that his path to such a title is already set. To Xingzhi, the difference between them feels insurmountable. Meanwhile, as the dust settles, Lu, scratching the back of his head, recalls the immense value of what he has absorbed, while the general mentally notes that if Lu ever steps onto the battlefield, he should ensure his strength is used to slay more exotic beasts, making the Eastern Military District's investment worthwhile. Lu clasps his hands in the traditional salute, carrying the calm resolve of someone ready for war. To him, fighting the enemy is not just duty, but repayment for the vast resources invested in his growth. General Yu notes the decisiveness in his manner, sensing the faint presence of a future grandmaster, and privately imagines seeing him at that level one day. Soon after, Dong Qingshu approaches, reminding him that the selection of the Morning Star has ended, and the national examination is now his next challenge. She believes his strength allows him to choose freely among the finest martial academies in the country. The Eastern region's top choice remains the Dongning Martial Arts Academy, Lu's old home and the place his sister once studied, but she urges him to consider Capital instead. Capital, the birthplace of martial tradition, holds the 7 holy towers, drawing the greatest talents from across the land. In her view, his abilities could even shatter records within the Holy Martial Tower, earning him the favor, or even mentorship, of a martial saint. Such a path could carry him toward the legendary 8th level, a realm beyond most warriors' reach. The mention of martial saints immediately captures Lu's attention. These are not just warriors, they stand at the absolute pinnacle of power, above even military command and national authority. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, only 3 such legends exist, each a 9th level master. One is the extreme Dao martial saint, Zhao Ji, another is the bright jade, Tan Zhangyu, and last but not least, the enigmatic dark star, Lin Zhengyue. Dong Qingshu admits she cannot decide his path for him, yet her voice carries unshakable conviction. One day, his potential could rival even theirs. Lu, recalling his mastery of 3 supreme techniques at the 11th tier, silently envisions a future where he surpasses even that title. Nearby, Femboy listens, torn between skepticism and awe, aware that Lu is still only a 4th-level martial artist, yet unsettled by the memory of what he has already displayed. Dongqing also reflects on the harsh reality of power. The highest rank their forces have ever reached is the 8th-level Grandmaster, while the elusive 9th level belongs only to the martial saints. She knows the gap between them is far more than a single step. It's a chasm that even the combined strength of the military has failed to cross. Femboy approaches, confirming what she already believes. The resources to nurture an 8th-level master are immense, but to push beyond into the 9th would require an unimaginable fortune. Though the military longs for such a figure, Dong Qingshu, as a lieutenant colonel, advises Lu to consider remaining in the east, where his chances of joining their ranks are high. Yet, she warns, their hopes should never become chains that bind his choices. Her words stir something in him, reminding him of visions from the dreamscape. With quiet resolve, he recalls his vow to General Yu, that defending the homeland is the duty of every martial artist, and silently promises never to forget the Eastern District's support. Between them, an unspoken gooning lingers, one that doesn't escape the notice of those nearby. The moment passes, and thoughts shift back to more practical matters. With the selection process concluded and the national entrance exams drawing near, Dong Qingshu urges him to undergo the Psychic Association's assessment so he can access the Starweb network. He decides instantly, preparing to leave without hesitation. As he leaves, the femboy, half teasing, remarks on the unusual expression on Dong Qingshu's face, though she brushes it off, denying any feelings before leaving the room to collect her thoughts. The next day, high above Dongning province, a military helicopter cuts through the clouds. Inside, Dong Qingshu casts a questioning glance at Lu, silently wondering if he's certain about his chosen landing spot. His calm expression tells her everything. He prefers it because it's isolated, far from curious eyes. Dong Qingshu, clearly uneasy, signals for the helicopter to drop lower so she can prepare the rope ladder. Lu, however, simply smiles and leaps without hesitation. From above, the femboy reacts with alarm. 200 meters is a deadly height, and Lu isn't even wearing a parachute. But Dong Qingshu remains calm, recalling that his strength now far surpasses their own. The femboy eventually concedes, labeling him reckless, while Lu plummets with his body wrapped in a fierce golden aura. Far below, a man in red and a curious child climbing nearby spot the glowing figure. The child is awestruck, but the man, noting the sheer force radiating from him, suspects he's a martial artist of at least 6th rank, perhaps even a grandmaster. Lu's thoughts drift to the profound changes in his body. Skin, muscle, bone, and even his organs reforged beyond the limits of ordinary level 4, eclipsing the defensive talents of level 5 and 6 warriors. He once mused that a drop of water from such a height would shatter, but a stone would not. When he strikes the ground with an earth-shaking crash, the answer proves true. It is the earth that breaks. From this vantage, Dongning City lies ahead. The power of his 4th level surges through him, and though it will take a month to fully stabilize, he notices something unusual. His internal energy is golden, unlike the colorless energy of ordinary martial artists. It reminds him of General Yu's words about golden bones and jade muscles, the hallmarks of an immortal golden body. Each movement sends brilliant golden light trailing in his wake. Without pause, he speeds toward Dongning province, intent on verifying his identity at the Psychic Association so he can access the Starweb network, a step that could earn him bonus points in the unified exam. Behind him, the man in red stares at the fractured Earth where Lu landed, dismissing the idea of superheroes as mere cinematic fantasy and suspecting advanced technology instead. Just like that, our boy arrives at the Psychic Association and hands the military recommendation letter to the receptionist. The receptionist's eyes light up with excitement as he sees the letter, praising our boy for achieving so much at such a young age. Without hesitation, he motions for him to follow. Inside, they observe a portly, bald man trembling as he struggles to control a glowing purple orb with psychic power. The man, sweating profusely, attempts to maneuver the orb through a narrow opening without touching the sides, but on his 6th try, the orb brushes a delicate blue object. This failure visibly stresses him. An examiner evaluating him tells the man that due to his age, breaking through this test will be extremely difficult and suggests he go home, implying he need not return. Next, the examiner calls over a young woman named Fei Fei, remarking that this is her 3rd attempt. The girl snaps back confidently, insisting it's normal to fail the level 2 psychic test multiple times at 25, especially since she herself is only a level 1 mentalist at 20. She stresses that the older man's situation is different from hers because of the age difference. As the examiner signals to proceed, Fei Fei's gaze falls on Lu, and she inquires inquires about the young man. The receptionist explains that Lu comes highly recommended by Captain Dong from the Eastern Military Region, requesting that Lu be treated with care given his youth. Studying him closely, Fei Fei notes how remarkably young he is to be a psychic mentalist. Fei Fei, with a teasing glint, also notes that he's quite good-looking, much like herself, and greets him warmly. She introduces herself as Sui Fei and expresses surprise at his psychic abilities at such a young age. She offers to help if he has questions about the test. Lu thanks her and confirms this is his first attempt, asking if the purple orb exercise is part of the exam. Fei Fei chuckles, then explains that the initial test measures the strength and purity of psychic energy using specialized instruments. The practical test, she continues, requires candidates to control dense iron balls, guiding them through multiple fragile glass walls without contact. Even a slight touch shatters the blue glass instantly. For level 1 psychics, passing through a single layer suffices, but a level 2 like Fei Fei must clear at least 5 layers to pass. Fei Fei silently prays for her success, hoping this won't be her 4th attempt at the test. When called forward, she approaches the glowing device meant to measure mental strength and purity. Placing her hand on it, she quickly receives her results. A mental strength of 11.33 T and purity at 1.02. Satisfied, Fei Fei acknowledges her score as above standard, and the examiner agrees, signaling it's time for the practical control test. Clenching her fist tightly, she moves toward the challenge. The examiner reminds her of the task. She must skillfully manipulate 15 dense mithril balls through 5 fragile glass layers without touching them. With only 20 seconds on the clock, Fei Fei channels her intense focus and releases a surge of purple energy. Lu watches closely, realizing the difficulty involved. For a typical level 2 psychic, managing 15 iron balls simultaneously is a daunting feat. Any slight loss of control could shatter the delicate glass walls. The mental concentration needed to keep the balls steady while guiding them precisely through each opening is immense. Sweat beads form on Fei Fei's face as she carefully maneuvers the balls. They pass through the first layer successfully, boosting her confidence. Energized, she pushes forward and clears the second layer as well. However, at the 4th layer, the instructor stops her, revealing that her time is up and she failed. Though frustrated, she refuses to give up. She treats the attempt as a warm-up, steadying herself to try again. Lu, intrigued by her determination, watches as she prepares for another go at the test. The examiner asks if Fei Fei is prepared for a second attempt. Without hesitation, she signals to start the timer and quickly guides the iron balls through the first glass layer with ease, a confident smile spreading across her face. She pushes forward, smoothly passing the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th layers, feeling hopeful with 12 seconds still left and only one final barrier to overcome. Carefully aligning the balls with the last hole, she advances them slowly, but suddenly the glass cracks. The test ends in failure once more. Overwhelmed by disappointment, she collapses to the ground with her shattered confidence. When the examiner offers her another chance, she declines, believing she's still far from success. Observing her struggle, Lu encourages her, assuring that she has the ability to pass, but is approaching the test the wrong way. He advises her to think beyond what's immediately in front of her and to consider the bigger picture. Confused, she asks for clarification. Lu explains that her method, adjusting each ball's position only after it reaches a glass wall, is inefficient and mentally exhausting. To demonstrate, he changes one mithril ball to a glowing blue using his energy, emphasizing that the test measures not just strength, but also the psychic's ability to strategize and calculate. He instructs her to first map out the path by identifying all the holes as points, connecting them into continuous routes, then simultaneously guiding all 15 balls along these predetermined paths. When asked if this makes things clearer, she admits his explanation simplifies the challenge considerably. The examiner praises his insight, noting few can compute such complex trajectories so quickly. Lu humbly counters that, for psychics like them, this kind of calculation is effortless. With a calm gesture, he prepares to demonstrate. As he channels his energy, all the mithril balls start following his power, shocking the examiner. Then, using 2 fingers raised, our boy commands the balls to go. As he does, the balls form a massive cube. Seamlessly, they pass through each fragile glass layer without a single touch, moving in perfect harmony. Our boy effortlessly manipulates the balls, shocking both Fei Fei and the examiner. After finishing the demonstration, Lu turns to Fei Fei, explaining that the technique is surprisingly simple. The balls must be guided through the layers in a steady sequence, just as he showed. He then asks the examiner how long the demonstration took. The examiner initially says 11 seconds, but quickly revises it to exactly 10. Hearing that, Lu reveals this was his first attempt controlling so many balls simultaneously, leaving Fei Fei amazed. Facing her directly, Lu asks if she clearly saw the process. She responds with awe, describing it as almost divine. She admits it feels like watching a magician, every movement visible, yet the skill remains beyond comprehension. The examiner, too, is baffled by how Lu calculated and executed the complex task of passing dozens of balls through countless fragile glass layers and tiny holes in mere seconds. She promptly instructs the assistant to summon President Jiang, recognizing they've witnessed a rare talent. Meanwhile, in the president's office, an old-timer looks distracted by a losing streak at cards. Frustrated, he mutters about how even level 4 psychic power doesn't guarantee luck. Suddenly, the assistant barges in without knocking, urgently urging the president to review some data on the computer. Curious but annoyed, the president views the files and is visibly startled. After a whispered explanation, beads of sweat form on his forehead as he questions the authenticity of what he's seeing. The assistant assures him it's no fabrication and explains that a young man named Lu is about to undergo psychic evaluation. On the screen, a blinding golden light flashes as our boy raises his hand. The president nervously bites his nails, staring at the dazzling display. The assessment shows Lu's psychic strength registering an astonishing 435 T and purity of 126, leaving both the assistant and examiner frozen in shock. Feifei stares at the machine's readout in disbelief, questioning if it's malfunctioning. The numbers are staggering, far beyond expectations. For context, a typical level 2 psychic registers about 1 purity point, while their president, a level 4, scores around 10. Yet Lu, who looks barely older than a high schooler, displays a purity power 12 times greater than the president's. The examiner also struggles to grasp what this means. Just then, the president bursts into the room, calling out to the examiner. He asks her to verify the equipment, suspecting a fault. The examiner, whose anime is Xiao Li, calmly assures him that the testing device is functioning perfectly, having already tested 2 others accurately. She challenges the president to try it himself if he remains doubtful. Lu, unfazed, asks if there's an issue with his results. The old president, nervous, admits that the numbers are almost unbelievable. It's hard to accept such a performance. He inquires whether Lu descends from a lineage of elite psychic masters, perhaps level 7 or 8. Lu, however, proudly denies any special heritage, explaining he comes from a humble, ordinary family. Hearing that, the president addresses Lu respectfully and questions the need for him to take the final exam, given his overwhelming strength. Lu casually raises the balls with his psychic power and assures the president that the test is no trouble at all, a mere formality. As Lu prepares to begin, Xiaoli announces the timer has started. The dense balls swiftly navigate through countless fragile glass layers, forming a striking dragon shape in midair. Though capable of going faster, Lu maintains flawless control, guiding the balls seamlessly through each opening. They finally drop on the floor, completing the challenge effortlessly. Relaxed, Lu places his hands on his hips, mentioning that he feels more skilled this round and asks if the timer has reached 5 seconds. Xiaoli, holding the stopwatch with a trembling hand, reveals his time was actually just 4.5 seconds, less than half the time of his previous attempt. Despite the increased difficulty, his performance has more than doubled in speed. Feifei remarks with nervousness that, given his calm demeanor, this is clearly far from his limit. Meanwhile, the president, imagining 2 jokers playing cards atop his smooth head, mutters that Lu's psychic energy control approaches master level. The sensation, he admits, feels like being hit with a royal flush of 100 cards. A bewildering and overwhelming experience he struggles to describe. The president reflects quietly on whether the new generation truly surpasses the old, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Politely, he acknowledges Lu's remarkable strength and promises to personally issue him a certification. However, with a slight smile of embarrassment, he explains that their organization can only officially certify up to level 4 psychics. For anything beyond that, Lu will need to seek certification from the senior association in the capital. Scratching his head sheepishly, Lu agrees without hesitation, explaining that he's just a high school student preparing for national exams and isn't overly concerned about formalities. Feifei, now more relaxed, approaches Lu and asks his age. He responds with mild annoyance that he's 18 and playfully challenges her assumptions, stretching out his hand with a youthful grin. Our boy, to her shock, accuses Feifei of reading his mind and jokes that she's been reading too many fantasy novels. He explains that in 2 months he'll take his national exams and that the psychic certification is mainly a way to earn extra points, which is why he made the effort to come to the association. Blushing slightly, Feifei asks if she should try the test one more time, convinced she still has a chance to succeed. Lu gently reassures her to stay calm and takes her hand to guide her through the process. Feeling a flutter of nervous excitement, Feifei notices that our boy is holding her hand instead of her melons. As she focuses, she quickly passes all the balls with precision and lets out a joyful celebration of her success. Grateful, she thanks Lu warmly for his guidance and support. The president congratulates both and invites them to a celebratory dinner that evening to honor the new level 4 psychic in Dongning province. Lu, however, politely declines, but the two plead with adorable expressions until he finally agrees, unwilling to disappoint them. Afterward, the president informs Lu about a designated hotel for visiting participants. Feifei also offers to give Lu a ride, surprising him with her sleek sports car when she arrives to pick him up. Lu steps into the car and bids farewell to the old-timer. As they drive, Fei-Fei's cheeks flush a deep red as she sneaks glances at Lu. In her mind, she sees him as an ordinary guy. No one would guess he's a brilliant 4th-level psychic. Even the president of the Dongning Province Association holds him in high regard. To Fei-Fei, his combination of youth, good looks, impressive physique, and extraordinary talent far outshines the so-called second-generation elites, who seem like nothing more than pretenders. Suddenly aware that Lu is watching her, she wonders if he might be interested in her. Her heart races, a fluttering sensation stirring within. She imagines Lu as the kind of guy who prefers older women, and she feels confident she'd have no trouble winning him over with her beauty and alluring figure. Excited, she presses down hard on the accelerator, and they arrive at their destination quickly. As she comes to a stop, she informs the boy that they've arrived, feeling a quiet sense of victory inside. After Lu thanks her for the ride, she shyly asks what's next. Our boy jokes that she should run quickly because her reckless driving, running 5 red lights, has attracted the attention of 2 police cars chasing them. Hearing that, Fei-Fei speeds off, promising to return for him later. Once inside the hotel room, Lu watches a news segment featuring his ex-girlfriend, Su. The report announces that the original Baihei City pharmacy has been rebranded as Shang Pharmaceuticals and has just launched a groundbreaking new product, a spirit muscle strengthening blood serum expected to revolutionize martial arts. Lu wonders why Su never informed him of the changes, despite him holding 90% of the company's shares. He admits this oversight is partly his own fault. Noticing multiple missed calls from Su, Lu lies back on the bed and decides to enter the dreamscape to check on the company's progress in the future. There, he is impressed by the pharmaceutical's massive success, but shocked to discover he has somehow married Su. Stunned, Lu orders Ai to retrieve his personal information. When the data loads, Lu's jaw nearly drops. He's listed as having 2 wives, Qingshu and Su. Despite the surprising news, he knows this future is only one possibility and can be altered. Sitting on the floor, he takes a deep breath to steady himself. Turning back to Ai, he asks her to search for information on the spirit muscle strengthening blood serum. Ai informs him that he lacks the necessary clearance to access the formula for medicines above level 5. Hearing that, Lu reflects on his long journey of 300 years in martial arts, realizing that his spirit muscle strengthening blood serum, after 10,000 years of evolution, has transformed from a simple tonic into a rare advanced medicine exceeding level 5. He considers that gradually introducing such advancements from the distant future into the present could effectively grant humanity an extra 10,000 years of development, potentially raising civilization to unprecedented heights. Curious if this could change the course of future disasters, Lu asks Ai to retrieve world history records. To his surprise, the projected time of devastation has been pushed back by a decade. The serum's impact has extended civilization's survival by 10 years, sparking a hopeful smile. He then wonders whether releasing his 3 supreme-level martial arts techniques could further alter humanity's fate. However, his optimism fades into uncertainty. Though his techniques could save mankind, making them public could unleash chaos, upending the existing order and thrusting his family into danger. Gazing at his hands, Lu recognizes the weight of responsibility and decides to withhold the techniques until he is confident enough to manage the consequences. He knows those wielding his powerful martial arts must be carefully guided, and that guide must be him. Later, as Lu adjusts his tuxedo in front of a mirror, he suddenly realizes he hasn't replied to Su. He quickly texts her, asking her to prepare medicinal supplies for his return the next day. Frustrated by his delayed response and the immediate demand, Su feels overwhelmed and begins typing a long, heated message. Despite her irritation, she ultimately deletes it, sending a brief reply instead, before quietly breaking down in tears. When Lu steps out, Fei-Fei greets him in a striking red dress, asking if he's ready for the party. Lu prefers she call him by his given name rather than Mr. Lu, sparking a playful moment that hints at her growing affection. At the event, a congratulatory banner honors the newly minted level 4 psychic mentalist. Lu wonders aloud why so many have gathered for what he expected to be a modest dinner. Fei-Fei explains that the president, despite his humble appearance, wields significant influence among the elite in Liang City. Still, she adds that the president intended the gathering to remain low-key. Lu responds honestly that he looks forward to enjoying the celebration. Our boy also announces that he will be leaving Liang City the next day. Amidst the chatter and clinking of glasses, the president stands mingling with the guests. Nearby, a woman in a blue dress is still stunned by what he claims to have seen. Across the room, another guest remarks that this evening is far from ordinary. Most of the city's influential figures are present, including the mayor and the head of the Martial Arts Association. Without the president president's status, entry would have been impossible. Her words stir something in Dandan's memory. Lu had once mentioned visiting the Psychic Master Association. This thought prompts her to quietly ask a trusted friend to see if his name appears there. Yet the moment Lu's name comes up, her friend's expression hardens, recalling gossip from another acquaintance who hinted at Dandan's interest in a high school student she met while traveling. Dandan had denied it before, but suspicion lingers. The friend points out that she has been staying in Liang City for some time, instead of returning to her studies, implying that Lu is the reason. From what she has heard, he is handsome and connected to the Eastern military region, but comes from an unremarkable family. College romances with ordinary men are understandable, she reasons, but pursuing a high school boy is another matter entirely. Dandan, however, knows her own reasons. Since parting with Lu, she has remained in the city because he once said he would come. She has sent countless messages, none of which he has read, leaving her to wonder if there is no place for her in his heart. The thought lingers, though her friend tries to lift her mood, revealing that the banquet is to honor a newly promoted level 4 psychic master, a rank on par with the president himself. Such a figure could sway the entire Dongning province, and aligning with them could elevate any family's standing. When Dandan learns that most women present tonight are in their 40s, she quietly resigns herself to the idea that she won't be seeing Lu here, her earlier hope fading into the din of the celebration. The lady urges Dandan to forget about Lu and focus on the rare chance to meet the newly promoted level 4 psychic master. But just as Dandan tries to follow that advice, her attention catches on a familiar figure, Lu, eating with quiet precision. The moment he notices her, he gives a small wave, and excitement propels her forward. She's ready to greet him, but her voice falters when another woman playfully takes food from his plate, an intimate gesture that leaves Dandan frozen for a moment. For a heartbeat, she wonders if this woman might be his girlfriend, but she steadies herself, masking the sting with a bright smile before approaching. Lu greets her warmly, and memories of their trip to Oxhead Mountain surface as he introduces her to his companions. The lady from before joins them, sizing Lu up immediately, his refined looks making her think she's found the reason behind Dandan's lingering feelings. When she notices the other woman is from the influential Su family, her assumptions deepen. Perhaps Lu is using his charm to secure a better place in society. Getting curious, she asks where Lu is from, and our boy replies that he's from Baihe City. But then he quickly guesses the next question and answers it himself, openly admitting his humble background and hinting that his presence here is mere chance. His words make it clear he has little patience for social posturing, and with a polite farewell, he turns to leave, quietly resolved that no one will harm those he holds dear. Fei, surprised by his sudden departure, throws the mean lady a sharp look before hurrying after him. Dandan wants to call out to him, but the Biatch stops her, insisting that someone like Lu isn't worth her time. In her eyes, his quick reactions without provocation signal trouble. She reminds Dandan that Fei is an accomplished second-level psychic and a notable figure in Liang's elite circles, and suspects Lu's connection to her is simply a calculated move to gain entry into the banquet. The lady tries to snap Dandan out of her thoughts, insisting that Lu is nothing more than a social climber. Dandan instinctively denies it, but her friend reminds her that harsh truths are often the ones people must face. For a brief moment, doubt creeps in, yet it fades just as quickly when Dandan recalls the Lu she knows, someone bright and heroic, the kind of person who once saved lives. She mentally scolds herself for even entertaining the suspicion and reaffirms her belief in him. Before she can say more, attention shifts toward the president, who is preparing to introduce the newly promoted level 4 psychic. The lady urges Dandan to focus, but then something unexpected happens. The moment the president spots Lu, he approaches him directly. The exchange is polite, though it's clear the president holds Lu in high regard. Moments later, with a display of psychic power that silences the hall, the president announces that the new level 4 psychic of Dongning province is none other than Lu, just 18 years old. The revelation leaves the crowd stunned. Many compare his achievement to their own lives, some with admiration, others with embarrassment. Dandan, flushed with pride, feels clear in her faith in him, while the mean lady is forced to reassess her earlier judgment. Dandan points out that the powerful figures in the room gooning for Lu's attention, yet he remains detached, uninterested in their offers. This quiet indifference makes Dandan realize the truth. No matter how much she may feel for him, the distance between their worlds is too great. Outside, Lu leaves the banquet in a taxi bound for Baihe City. He reflects on the night, concluding that high society events aren't his world. Showing up was enough to repay the president's respect, but his real life is grounded in family and martial arts. Beneath the titles and recognition, he is still just a high school student from an ordinary family. Later, at his apartment, he's greeted warmly by his mother, father, and younger sister. The homecoming is filled with small, familiar gestures, his sister measuring his height and teasing about how much he's grown, while he counters in playful return. Lu recalls that his sister has had her classes canceled recently, and decides to check on her progress. He makes it clear that if she hasn't improved, she shouldn't expect more of the rare tonics he's provided, as they aren't easily found on the market even with money. Before they can continue, their mother interrupts by handing Lu a serving of the food she made. While eating, he casually asks his father if he has been taking the supplements stored in the fridge. His father confirms, noting how much stronger and healthier he feels, almost as if 20 years have been rolled back. Impressed by the results, he assumes the pills must be expensive, but Lu explains they were a gift from a friend's pharmacy, specially designed for middle-aged people, and assures his father there's plenty more. Their mother then asks if Lu will be staying for the upcoming national entrance exam. With a smile, he says he will, planning to remain until it's over. The simple joy of the moment feels like a rare gift for the family. Since his parents are free for the day, he takes the chance to invite them to see a new house he has in mind. In what feels like no time, they are standing in the property. His parents hesitate, worried about the cost, but Lu reassures them, revealing that his earnings from recent activities and competitions more than cover the price. The expense, he explains, is only a fraction of what he's made, with more prize money on the way. Shock and disbelief ripple through the family, though pride quickly follows when he tells them the house is already theirs and they can move in whenever ready. Not wasting the opportunity, Lu drags his sister to the backyard training ground to see what she's capable of now. She takes a stance and launches a kick, but he easily intercepts her move, unimpressed by her technique. Pointing out her flaws, he urges her to correct her form, though she protests that it's impossible while he's holding her foot. The truth is, the gap between them is vast. He's a high-ranking martial artist, while she's still far from becoming one. Lu's sister protests, insisting she isn't weak, but Lu tells her to get up so he can teach her something valuable, techniques he has refined himself. Her mood shifts instantly from sulking to eager, prompting him to wonder if his sister has some hidden switch for emotions. He warns her to keep what she learns to herself, framing it as a secret manual, and she agrees readily. As they begin training, the girl can't help but think about her brother's rapid growth in just a few short months. To outsiders, it seems like a sudden awakening, but having watched him closely, she suspects he's hiding something. If she could uncover his secret, she believes she might one day surpass him. Her daydreaming earns her a light chop on the head, snapping her back to focus. Before long, the training leaves her drenched in sweat and struggling for breath, until she realizes the method's effect is remarkable, feeling as if a single session equaled weeks of her usual practice. When she presses for answers, Lu explains that it's simply an advanced variation of standard training, comparing it to technology. While the public uses basic versions, top labs develop far more powerful ones that remain unreleased. His method, he says, is like having access to the highest version long before it's available. She teases him about treating her like a test subject, but he counters that most people wouldn't even qualify for such an opportunity. Still cautious, she asks if it's dangerous. Lu assures her that their similar physical condition means any risk he faces, she would face as well, and since he has been practicing it without harm, she'll be fine. She jokingly adds that if both end up disabled, no one will be left to care for their parents, and if it happens to him first, she'll look after him. Annoyed, he chases her around the yard until catching her, at which point she can't help but ask the question lingering in her mind: how exactly did he acquire such a technique? And is it even legal? Lu reassures her that he would never do anything illegal, though she still wonders if teaching her such a technique might cause trouble. He explains with a serious tone that the person who taught him the body conditioning method had warned him never to pass it on, as doing so could put their entire family at risk. This makes her briefly worry about potential consequences, but Lu admits he had no choice. She's his sister, and that matters more than any warning. Touched, she promises to keep the secret, and he tells her he'll guide her until she's skilled enough to practice on her own in her room. As she leaves, she's quietly determined to one day surpass him, while Lu privately feels amused at his own convincing performance. Later, he meets Susu at the Grand Sea and Sky Hotel, where she updates him on the success of their muscle and blood strengthening tonic. Priced for the mid to high-end market, it has sold out its initial 20,000 units within a week, with a high repurchase rate and strong potential to dominate the supplement industry both in Baihe City and across Dongning Province. Impressed, Lu leaves the business in her hands, offering additional funds to ensure operations run smoothly. Susu notes that current capital is sufficient, though future expansion might require a bank loan. Lu agrees to handle the initial funding personally, but as Susu studies him closely, she suddenly realizes and asks if he is going to take the national exam soon. He confirms this and explains that he plans to stay focused on his preparation, leaving all sales and business matters entirely to her. He also mentions to Susu that he will be relocating soon and will share his new address. She looks at him with a hint of unease, reminded of how his every movement carries an undeniable authority, making it hard to believe he is still just a student yet to take the unified exam. Reflecting on the past, she realizes that 6 months ago she would never have imagined entrusting the future of her family to him. yet circumstances have proven her choice sound. Before leaving, she remembers to tell him she promoted the assistant to store manager, even though he has changed his hair color. Lu leaves the decision to her, knowing she manages operations. Once she's gone, he considers her company's importance, not just as a source of funding, but also as a discrete production base for future supplements. He isn't concerned about betrayal, believing the He family's current calm hides deeper problems that will eventually force them to rely on him. Even without such leverage, anything he has given could easily be reclaimed. For now, his priority is his own growth, advancing his weapon forging, refining the star body technique, and pushing the immortal golden body to the next stage. With these, he is confident that the next encounter with the Valkyrie will not be about survival, but victory. Months later, after passing the Morning Star selection and the Psychic Mentalist exam, Lu uses his bonuses and side earnings to purchase a new home for his family. Somehow, word spreads to associates from Hongchuan and the martial arts school, who arrive to help without being asked. Lu's sister is thrilled to have her own training space, while their parents prepare to meet the neighbors. Lu offers to join, but his father insists he rest for the next day's national exam, expressing his hopes for a championship title. That night, as Lu lies in bed, his cultivation stands at the peak of the 4th level, ready to break into the 5th at any moment. He has deliberately delayed the breakthrough, using the time to repeatedly temper his internal strength until it transforms into a golden, amber-like energy flowing steadily through his body. The 3rd stage of his refinement nears completion, promising a significant boost in power. Without wasting any time, he enters the dreamscape and begins launching blows at the Valkyrie. When the dust clears, they exchange a sharp glance before clashing. Using a surge of 20-fold star force, Lu manages to block her strike and counter with a fierce blow, though she retaliates with equal force, sending him flying. He steadies himself with his 4 specialized breathing techniques, including a recently mastered 2nd stage of flame breathing, allowing him to unleash both explosive bursts and fire-based attacks. The Valkyrie counters with an icy assault, but his agility keeps him from harm. Months of training against this Valkyrie have paid off, where once he was instantly defeated, he can now endure several minutes in battle. With the fusion of his martial arts into instinct, he begins to wonder if mastering every aspect to perfection could evolve his techniques even further. Still, the gap remains. He knows he cannot yet overcome her. His plan is to break through to the 5th level after the national exam, once he acquires the follow-up techniques for his advanced martial arts. At that stage, his inner strength could transform to rank 5, giving him the edge needed for victory. The more they fight, the more he yearns to obtain that martial master technique which can condense ice into spears. He calls upon his costly eternal blade wheel, forged from mithril mined at great expense, a reminder of how resource-intensive mastery can be. The investment feels justified, as he has perfected one lethal technique from this 5th level art, the kind capable of killing a martial master. He speculates whether even greater spiritual combat methods exist at the 6th or 7th level, yet her exceptional combat awareness continues to outmatch him. Standard techniques fail to breach her defenses. As he drifts into thought, the Valkyrie charges at him with her frozen skill. Seeing this, he realizes that despite all his power, he still cannot get close to her. To counter, he summons mithril blades, knowing that regular strikes from the eternal blade are useless against her. If he wants any chance of hurting her, he must unleash his killer move with everything he has. However, that would mean completely depleting his psychic energy, leaving him immediately vulnerable and at the mercy of her slaughter. On the other hand, he could rely on his immortal golden body to overwhelm her with sheer speed, but he has never tested that ability before. He realizes he has no one strong enough to properly test such skills, as the Valkyrie is far too powerful to serve as a trial opponent. Pulling himself out of the dreamscape, he decides to test his abilities at the national exam tomorrow, fully aware that his true goals lie far beyond merely winning titles there. The next morning at breakfast, Lu's mother warmly prays for his success in the exam, while his sister offers to accompany him. Lu agrees, but before they can leave, his father pulls up in the car, shouting for him to hurry. They wrap things up quickly and drive toward the arena. As soon as they arrive, Lu steps out and immediately activates his perception skill. He hears the chatter of countless contestants, all buzzing about the national exam. The lively atmosphere feels like a breath of fresh air to him, as it has been a long time since he last experienced something like this. While Lu takes it in, his father recalls his own attempt at the same exam years ago, when he failed. Yet he feels confident that Lu will succeed where he could not. With that, his family bids him farewell, and Lu walks inside, ready to face the annual martial arts national exam. All the participants gather in the main hall, where they are instructed to undergo a combat power index evaluation first. Names are called in order of badge numbers, until suddenly, all eyes fall on Lu. His aura radiates so intensely that the other contestants instinctively shrink back. It feels as though a raid boss has entered the hall, and even approaching him makes them nervous. The instructor steps forward to assess the situation, but immediately feels the crushing pressure himself. It is like standing before a beast so terrifying that the body reacts on its own, warning of danger and forcing caution. Unsure how to handle such overwhelming power, the instructor quickly decides to send Lu first. The other contestants, overhearing this, scatter out of the way without hesitation. As our boy walks toward the hall, he notices instructors dragging away a participant who has been caught using drugs. The young man pleads desperately, but the head instructor firmly reminds him of the strict no-drug policy and declares that his right to take the national exam will be revoked for the next 3 years. The participant begs for mercy, but his chance at redemption is gone. Even though the punishment is only 3 years, everyone knows his future is finished. No university would ever accept a cheater, no matter how powerful he might be. Next in line is Lu. As he approaches for the assessment, the instructors, despite being rank 5 themselves, begin trembling under the crushing weight of his aura. Forcing themselves to remain calm, they ask if he is ready for the test. Lu simply bends their testing needles between his fingers, suggesting they bring something stronger that can pierce his tempered skin. The instructors stare in disbelief, panicking as they scramble to fetch top-grade blood sampling needles. Yet to their shock, Lu calmly takes them all and pierces himself once to save time, but every needle bends just the same. At this point, the instructors realize they can no longer handle the situation on their own and decide to escalate the matter to the higher-ups. In the meantime, they suggest that Lu proceed with the combat power index test first. Without hesitation, he agrees and follows their instructions. Inside the combat assessment hall, one contestant celebrates after scoring over 100 points on his combat power index. His assessor, however, is still catching his breath, especially when he notices instructor Shang approaching. Shang immediately leans in and whispers something that makes the assessor's eyes widen in shock. But when Shang inquires whether their testing model can handle extreme outputs, the assessor confidently explains that their system can easily evaluate up to 99,000 points. Even rank 6 martial artists have been tested with it, so it should be more than enough. Saying that, the assessor calls Lu in with confidence, but the moment Lu steps forward, his confidence shatters. The boy's overwhelming aura hits like a tidal wave, and he feels his knees weaken as Lu walks closer. Lu politely introduces himself, but the instructors are already trembling. Still, they manage to instruct him to begin his assessment. Taking a deep breath, Lu prepares himself. He activates his Breath of Flame technique and fuses it with divine illumination, flooding his body with radiant golden energy. His entire form